Chapter 1. Where the hell am I? How did I end up in the desert? Am I dead? Suddenly, his body trembled, and it took him a while to realize that he had traveled through time, and he had traveled to the body of the dead Minato Namikaze. Now he was still in the belly of the god of death? He replaced the original Minato Namikaze, and of course merged with Minato Namikaze's soul, and also gained Minato Namikaze's power and memory. For example, Sage Mode, A-level Ninjutsu Raise Nan, and Flying Thunder God. At this time, Minato Namikaze remembered the Golden Finger system that was essential for travelers. Minato Namikaze silently said in his heart, "System." Sure enough, not long after, an electronic mechanical sound sounded in Minato Namikaze's mind. Ding! This system is a sign-in system. The host can sign in at various places to get rewards, or sign in on people to get their abilities, chakra attributes, or ninjutsu, chakra doubling, blood limit, etc. This is not the most powerful part of the system. The electronic synthesized sound of the system turned into a beautiful girl's voice, and a girl with long blue hair down to her waist and tied into twin ponytails appeared in front of Minato Namikaze. The girl saw the shock in Minato Namikaze's eyes, and a hint of pride flashed in the depths of her eyes. She was very satisfied with Minato's reaction. Then he turned around and said proudly, "For example, if you sign in at a place, this system has a chance to get a critical hit reward." Hearing this, Minato Namikaze suppressed his joy and asked, "What critical hit reward?" The system nodded and said, "It is a reward for things from other worlds, such as strange fire, martial arts, king fist, and ultra instinct." Minato Namikaze looked at the system, a complex look flashed in his eyes, and asked, "System, how can your function be so powerful?" The system elf nodded proudly after hearing Minato Namikaze's words. Said to Minato Namikaze, "Our system is divided into the trainee system and the primary system. Then there is the first level system, the second level system, the third level system, the fourth level system and the fifth level system. I don't know how much higher it is, I am now in the third level system." Minato Namikaze nodded slightly and continued. "Those who want to wipe out the host at any time, what level of system is it?" The system waved its hand and said, "The trainee system or the primary system stage." By the way, does the system have a novice gift package? Minato Namikaze suddenly asked. The system rolled its eyes at Minato Namikaze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the novice gift package, do you want to open it? The system's voice sounded. Minato said silently in his heart, "Open it." Congratulations to the host for getting the captain level spiritual pressure. The system's voice sounded again. Minato Namikaze was overjoyed when he heard the words, and then he felt a strong force surging into his body. This is a strange power different from chakra, which is much stronger than chakra. Then Minato Namikaze looked at the long sword again. At this time, the system voice sounded, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the oldest, hot-type Zanpakuto style Jinjaka in the world of Death God." Minato Namikaze was stunned when he heard the introduction of the system. Is this going to make him the god of death in the world of Naruto? Congratulations to the host for obtaining Zankenzu. The system voice sounded again. Minato Namikaze was overjoyed when he heard this. Fuck, it's really what I want. A huge amount of knowledge was transmitted into Minato Namikaze's mind, and the death god's white fight and instant step were all learned in this moment. Minato recovered from his joy and asked, "System, I remember that the Zankenzu ghost in the world of Death God is still missing a ghost way." The system ignored Minato Namikaze's inquiry and chose to continue to play dead. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato looked outside with a helpless look on his face. This is the spirit world where only souls exist. Besides, he doesn't know how to use ghost ways here. "System, how do you get me out of the spirit world and let me return to the ninja world?" Minato said to the system unhappily. "System spirit, if you have anything, please leave a message. This system is busy and has been offline. Namikaze Minato saw this and his head was full of black lines. He complained about the system in his heart. You were so awesome just now. I thought you were a great god? I didn't expect you to be a rookie. Fortunately, although the system spirit is unreliable, the system's functions are still there. As long as you sign in, you can get rewards from other worlds. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two coffins summoned by Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Not good, we must not let the third coffin come out. Stop it immediately. Konoha Village Chunin exam looking at Orochimaru on the rooftop, staring at him from a distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was very complicated. This was his most outstanding disciple. He looked at the two figures beside Orochimaru and his face was solemn. Because the two people beside Orochimaru were the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Even if the person who was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation only retained 20% of his strength in his lifetime, he was not able to deal with him. What's more, there was a coffin with a mark of 4. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be Minato. Using his own strength to deal with 3 cage-level strong men was not something he could accept. So Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed seals with both hands and began to block it. The shuriken shadow clone technique, countless shurikens flew towards the coffin where Namikaze Minato was, trying to use its power to seal it. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that all his shurikens were firmly nailed to the coffin, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. According to this posture, he should not be able to get out. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the third coffin would not come out, Orochimaru also felt that it was no big deal to lose one person, as long as it did not affect his plan. Orochimaru did not care much. Suddenly, the third coffin seemed to be possessed by a demon. The coffin that was originally suppressed in the soil by Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly rose slowly from the soil. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the coffin that suddenly rose from the soil with doubts in their hearts. With a bang, the coffin lid flew several meters away and stopped when it hit the barrier not far away. Only a voice came, "Is this your good idea to let me get out of the impure world reincarnation?" Minato's somewhat lazy voice sounded from the coffin, as if there was a lot of dissatisfaction to vent, and this voice immediately attracted the attention of many people. This voice is... Hiruzen Sarutobi was shocked when he heard the voice. He looked into the coffin in disbelief and saw a young man with golden hair, wearing a Hokage robe. He was about 20 years old and very handsome. Orochimaru also looked into the coffin, his heart was full of shock, and he couldn't help muttering to himself, "What's going on?" The person he summoned should be the 4th Hokage Raza who was killed by him, not the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze in front of him. Kakashi, who was responsible for dealing with the sand ninja outside the field, looked serious. Suddenly, the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eyes looked up. Kakashi, who felt the breath of Minato Namikaze, was excited. This chakra breath is the teacher. Minato Namikaze. 4th Hokage. Minato. Although everyone called different names, without exception, they all called the person in the coffin. Minato then came out and stretched his stiff body. To be honest, this feeling of being summoned was really not good. Chapter 2. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this and saw Minato Namikaze coming out, he said with a gloomy face, "You are playing with the soul of the dead." When he said this, he deliberately glanced at Minato Namikaze, and the meaning was self-evident. Orochimaru ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, but looked at Minato Namikaze with a confused face. "Why is it you?" Orochimaru said with a confused face. Orochimaru's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen very confused. What does this mean? Didn't Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation be Minato at the beginning? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not learn the method of impure world reincarnation, he had read it in the Book of Seals. The caster needs to use the body of the dead or part of the flesh and blood as the basis, and then use the living as a sacrifice. Use the body of a living person to summon the soul of the dead from the Pure Land, and attach it to it, and cover the appearance and body of the living person with dust, so as to transform into the appearance of the dead before his death. However, since the other party has brought Minato Namikaze to the impure world reincarnation, it proves that Orochimaru naturally has the flesh and blood of Minato Namikaze in his hands. Why does it feel that there is something wrong with the conversation between the two when they just summoned him? Orochimaru saw Minato Namikaze's expression as if he had seen a ghost. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not doubt it. After all, it was written as the fourth generation. The first generation Hokage and the second generation Hokage have both come out, so it is normal for the fourth generation Hokage to come out. Sarutobi Hiruzen found a suitable reason to convince himself. Minato Namikaze saw Orochimaru's doubts and smiled like the sun on his face and said, "Of course I was summoned by you, Orochimaru. In this ninja world, who else has such a great ability to summon the first generation Hokage and the second generation Hokage at the same time?" Minato thought in his heart, to be honest, besides Orochimaru, there is really one, Kabuto Yakushi, one of the bosses of the Fourth Ninja World War. Besides, the first Hokage and the second Hokage have both appeared. It would be embarrassing for me, the fourth Hokage, not to come out. Minato Namikaze looked at Orochimaru sincerely and said. Minato Namikaze's smile was very contagious, but it failed to convince Orochimaru. Orochimaru retorted, "Impossible, that was clearly the fourth Hokage." He was halfway through his words when he flew backwards. Looking back at where he was standing, Minato Namikaze was already standing where he was standing. Too fast, and the force is too terrifying. I clearly blocked it just now. But I was still blown away by the huge force. Minato Namikaze has become stronger after returning from hell this time. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Orochimaru's forehead, and his pair of golden vertical pupils stared at Minato Namikaze in front of him. Just now, he was only talking for a while, and the other party took advantage of the opportunity. He almost didn't see the figure just now. If it weren't for the physical reaction that he had trained in the deep mountains and seas of blood for many years, he would have been seriously injured if not killed under the attack just now. Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and a ferocious smile appeared on his pale and sickly face. A hoarse voice sounded from his mouth. "It's worthy of being the Golden Flash. Even without the Flying Thunder God technique, its own speed is amazingly fast." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was lost in thought, guessed that it was not Minato that Orochimaru wanted to reincarnate, but someone else. Although he didn't know why it was Namikaze Minato who came out, it was a good thing for him. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at Namikaze Minato, "Minato, come and deal with Orochimaru with me." Minato looked at the so-called strongest Hokage and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked down at his current body and said, "My current body is really too bad." He looked at his hands again. When he did it just now, he didn't feel any touch, or impact. The force he used just now was great and the speed was very fast. Even a veteran cage-level strongman like Orochimaru was knocked out by his blow. Although the force was great, Minato still didn't feel anything. He didn't feel the reality of his punches. He felt very uncomfortable with his body. He didn't feel any physical contact when he attacked. There was no pain and no recoil. Such a body made Namikaze Minato very uncomfortable. It honestly felt weird. But at least I'm still alive, right? Besides, I still have the golden finger of the system, right? Minato comforted himself in his heart. This system is really unreliable. It actually resurrected me in this way. If it wasn't me, the fourth Kazekage Raza would be standing here now. It actually took advantage of Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation to let me replace the original fourth Kazekage. Luoshat, this system is really ingenious. Minato thought to himself again. Fuck. This system is really not reliable at all. If I wasn't strong enough and hadn't integrated the captain's spiritual pressure, I would probably not be able to get out just now. Minato kept thinking in his heart. As for the third Hokage, Minato ignored him. Although he had merged Minato's memories, he was no longer the original Minato who cared about Konoha village wholeheartedly. And as a time traveler, I know what kind of life Naruto lived in the original plot, drinking expired milk and eating bread thrown away by others. Even ordinary villagers in the village insulted Naruto as a demon fox. Damn it, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kushina sealed the 9 tails to protect Konoha village. I asked you to take care of Naruto, but you took care of him like this. What about the house left by Kushina and me? And what about the rewards for so many A-level tasks done over the years? They were all embezzled by you, old man. I feel angry just thinking about it. Besides, there is nothing wrong with what Orochimaru said. The Konoha high-level guys have become greedy for life and afraid of death, distorting the true meaning of the will of fire. The original intention of the will of fire was, where the leaves of Konoha fly, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will illuminate the entire village and let the new leaves sprout. The original meaning of this sentence is, young people are the hope of the future, and the older generation must trust and protect them. The sacrifice of the older generation is not meaningless, but will inspire young people to become the pillars of the future. The flames of the fallen leaves are a metaphor for the heroic sacrifice of the older generation, and the new leaves are a metaphor for the young people. But Sarutobi Hiruzen and others misinterpreted the true meaning of the will of fire and turned it into a tool to brainwash others. The most famous one is Uchiha Itachi, who was completely brainwashed into a beast who killed his father and mother. Even his own cheap son was brainwashed into a middle school boy who shouted the slogan "I want to become Hokage" all day long. Looking at Orochimaru, who was staring at him intently, she showed him a sunny smile, and in the blink of an eye she was next to Orochimaru and whispered in his ear. "Don't worry, Orochimaru, I won't stop you." Chapter 3. Then, in the shocked eyes of Orochimaru, he returned to his original position, and Orochimaru came back to his senses in shock. A smile appeared on his pale and sickly face, and his scarlet tongue licked the Kusanagi sword in his hand in an incredible way. A hoarse voice sounded, "Haha! It's really you, Minato." Minato smiled, but did not answer Orochimaru's words, but communicated with the system with his mind. "System, you let me revive in this way, don't you have any other compensation? I traveled to the Pure Land, and when I came out in the way of impure world reincarnation. This experience is a bit too miserable, so I have to give compensation anyway." Ding! Due to the error of the system, the host's travel error occurred, the host's body was restored, and the control of impure world reincarnation was released at the same time. The mechanical voice of the system slowly sounded in Minato's mind. After listening to the system's story, Minato was stunned. "That's all the compensation? I've already obtained the spiritual pressure of the god of death, and I can also cancel the impure world reincarnation, but I can still restore my body," Minato thought to himself. The system was silent for a long time. Ding! "Do you want to sign in with Sarutobi Hiruzen?" Minato smiled and said silently, "Sign in." As Minato's voice fell, the mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Ding! Signed in successfully and obtained the 5 elements great linking bullet technique. Ding! Did the host sign in with Orochimaru? Minato said silently, "Sign in." Ding! Signed in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Orochimaru substitute technique. The system's voice came again. Minato was stunned at first, then smiled helplessly. This ninjutsu is Orochimaru's signature ninjutsu. After receiving a fatal attack, his body will be split into countless small snakes, and his body will crawl out of the mouth of the small snake. However, the body that crawls out will enter a weak period, because the use of the snake-style substitution technique will consume a lot of chakra, but this ninjutsu is useless to Minato after all. Not to mention that Minato's current strength is second to none in the ninja world, even the nine-tailed fox is just a more troublesome pet for Minato now. If the six-path sage does not come out, the god of ninja and the Shura of the ninja world are dead. Minato can dominate the ninja world with ninjutsu and the flying thunder god technique. Not to mention that he is still an enhanced version of Minato Namikaze, and he also has spiritual pressure and the strongest heat-type Zanpakuto-style Renjaka. Minato. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Minato Namikaze with a strange expression. For some reason, he felt that Minato Namikaze was a little strange and a little wrong. But he didn't have time to think about it. He turned his head and looked at the two coffins on the side. The two people who appeared in them were the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. After Senju Hashirama came out, he touched the back of his head with one hand when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, and greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile. "Long time no see, monkey." Tobirama Senju on the side was the first to react and asked, "What's going on? How did Konoha become like this?" Before Sarutobi Hiruzen answered the two who walked out of the coffin looked at Minato Namikaze. "Who is this?" "The fourth-generation Hokage Namikaze Minato," Sarutobi Hiruzen answered on the side. "The fourth-generation Hokage? It's the same as us. They are all reincarnated bodies." Senju Hashirama. Looking at the cracks on Minato Namikaze's body, he also understood what was going on. Senju Tobirama took the lead and said, "We were used by others to be resurrected this time. They used the impure world reincarnation to resurrect us, then controlled us, and used our power to destroy Konoha village." Senju Hashirama on the side said, "So such ninjutsu should not be developed." Senju Tobirama snorted coldly and said, "But it is necessary to exist." Minato ignored the time of the three Hokage reminiscing about the past, but calmed his body and mind and observed the changes in his body first. After just a while, Minato found that his impure world reincarnation body was changing into a physical body. In a few breaths, Minato Namikaze felt his heartbeat. Minato felt his resurrection and took a deep breath and said, "It feels good this way." But the changes in Minato Namikaze were seen by Senju Hashirama on the side. "Wahahaha, this is amazing." After Senju Hashirama noticed the changes in Minato, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he couldn't help but shout out in excitement. Senju Tobirama, who was standing by, looked at his elder brother who was screaming like crazy, and felt a headache. He couldn't help but remind him. "Brother, pay attention." Ahem. Being Senju after Tobirama reminded him, Hashirama Senju suppressed his excitement and coughed slightly to ease his embarrassment. Then he looked at Minato Namikaze and said, "It's really amazing. He can twist his body forcibly. What an amazing power." Seeing this, Tobirama Senju also exclaimed with amazement, "This power has surpassed, it must be the impure world reincarnation." With their current strength, they can't get rid of the control of the impure world reincarnation at all, because Orochimaru is afraid that the reincarnated first-generation Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second-generation Hokage Tobirama Senju are too powerful. It's hard to control, so the sacrifices they use are also relatively poor, so the strength they exert is less than 2/10 of their peak state, so their strength is curbed. At this moment, Tobirama Senju, who was thinking, suddenly raised his head with a pair of sharp eyes, stared at Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi and said slowly, "A genius of Konoha? But why did he die like us?" Looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi standing opposite, he felt more and more strange. Minato Namikaze had just escaped from the impure world reincarnation and recovered his physical body. Moreover, the other party was the fourth Hokage of Konoha. He firmly believed that Minato was definitely a genius among geniuses. But why did such a genius die after becoming Hokage, and the third Hokage regained power? Is there any conspiracy or is it intentional by the monkey? What is that? Some people with sharp eyes first saw the figures of Minato and others. What a joke, the Shadame Hokage, the Nidame Hokage and the Yandame Hokage. Fuck, how can this be played? How can the third Hokage win under such circumstances? Konoha will not be destroyed. It is exactly the same as the statue on the Hokage rock. It is really quite handsome. The Yandame Hokage. A group of Anbu ninjas and civilian ninjas outside the rooftop barrier noticed the situation here and couldn't help but discuss it. At this time, a young man with white hair and a square face with a watermelon head came to the side of the barrier. After seeing Minato, Kakashi couldn't help but say, "It's really the teacher." Might Guy on the side said excitedly, "Kakashi, did you see it? Inside the barrier are the Shadame Hokage, the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage." Chapter 4. The sound outside the barrier attracted the attention of Minato, Namikaze, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Orochimaru and others. Minato Namikaze turned his head and looked outside the barrier, and recognized many people. Isn't the masked Kaze brother his disciple Hatake Wavyukai? That green-skinned Might Guy with a watermelon head wearing a tights, and his former bodyguard Shiranui Genma. The only change is that his temperament is darker than before, which may be due to the ruling of the third-generation Hokage. He smiled at everyone with a sunny smile. Wow, the first-generation Hokage is so domineering. With his eyes, I feel like I am being stared at by the nine-tailed fox. A civilian ninja said. Nine-tailed fox, are you polite? Don't talk nonsense. I think the first Hokage is very funny, just like a funny guy. The fourth Hokage is so handsome. He just smiled at me. I want to give birth to a monkey for him. The woman next to him was also unconvinced and said, he smiled at me. Just like that, the friendship between the two was overturned. As the culprit, Minato Namikaze, was still unaware of it. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. After all, as a fan of online literature in his previous life, he read a lot of novels and animations and knew the importance of strength. As for feelings, how far will feelings be if he has strength? The teacher is still the same and hasn't changed at all. Kakashi sighed as he looked at Minato in the barrier. The Anbu ninjas and the civilian ninjas of Konoha were glanced at by the Hokage, and their reactions were different. But this is not a one-man show. Minato looked at Orochimaru and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him. Because Orochimaru had already walked behind the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and stabbed the kunao with amulets into the bodies of the two Hokages. Then Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju retreated to the side of Orochimaru. Orochimaru took the lead and said, "Teacher Sarutobi. Let's stop talking about the past. It's almost time to start. Teacher Sarutobi hopes you can hold on," Orochimaru said to Fate Hiruzen sinisterly. Then he turned to look at Minato Namikaze and said, "Please don't interfere." Minato. Minato began to be a little interested and teased Orochimaru. "Why? I am the fourth Hokage of Konoha." Orochimaru was very angry when he heard this, but he still said to Minato Namikaze. "The current Konoha is no longer the Konoha of the past. You don't know your son yet. Now he is being controlled by those stupid people in Konoha village." Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank and he quickly stopped Orochimaru and said, "Shut up, you guy." Turning to Minato, he said, "Don't listen to Orochimaru's nonsense." Minato silently glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen when he heard this. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank when he was looked at by Minato Namikaze. Minato saw the two fighting each other, and sneered in his heart and said, "I don't need you to tell me, because I have seen the current Konoha, it is no longer the Konoha of the past, it has decayed." "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. What does Minato mean? Orochimaru was a little surprised when he heard it. Minato Namikaze had been dead for so many years, could he still know anything? Orochimaru felt that Minato Namikaze gave him a feeling that he was not only stronger than he was more than a decade ago, but also more mysterious. When everyone was talking, he also discovered the changes in MINATO NAMIKAZE. MINATO NAMIKAZE actually broke free from the body of the impure world reincarnation and restored his physical body. Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said slowly, "Third Hokage, you are not young anymore." Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart sank when he heard this and looked at Minato and said, "What do you mean by this?" Minato ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's question and continued. "Where the leaves are flying, the fire will also continue. The flames will illuminate the entire village and make the new leaves sprout. This is the will of fire, the will of fire that you have been thinking about. Third Hokage, you should have a deep understanding of this." Minato said to Sarutobi Hiruzen with some disappointment. "Minato, what do you mean by this?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato Namikaze with cold eyes. Hearing this, Minato sneered, "Third generation master, don't speak in a roundabout way. You know what I mean." Orochimaru stood aside with his arms crossed, looking at Minato Namikaze curiously, to see what shocking words the fourth generation Hokage, who had been dead for more than 10 years, would say. Minato looked at Orochimaru, who was watching the show beside him, ignored him, and said slowly, "But this position, Lord Hokage seems a little reluctant." Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's gloomy old face, ignoring the murderous look in his eyes, he continued. "Young people are the hope of Konoha and the future of Konoha. The older generation should trust and protect them. The sacrifices of you older generation will inspire young people and make them the pillars of Konoha. Third generation Hokage, you are old and weak, and you should also leave. Otherwise, Konoha will not be able to develop. You older generation have become Konoha borers, absorbing the nutrients of Konoha, the towering tree." Minato said slowly, without paying any attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen's murderous look. "Enough." At this moment, a roar interrupted Minato's words, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became extremely ugly. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that Minato Namikaze, who used to listen to him, would refute him like this, and even said that he should abdicate. Orochimaru's laughter came, and he clapped his hands. "Ha ha 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 ha! What a great irony!" Orochimaru laughed directly after hearing it, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's gloomy old face and said, "Did you see, Sarutobi teacher, even the fourth generation Hokage said that. I have to say that you are really a failure, this is really interesting." Turning his head to look at Minato, "Fourth generation Hokage, why don't you destroy this corrupt village with me? Besides, you just said that Konoha has become corrupt, right?" Chapter 5. Hearing what Orochimaru said, Minato pondered for a moment, shook his head and refused. "No need, no matter what, I am the fourth Hokage of Konoha village." Orochimaru's tone was a little regretful when he heard this, and then he pretended to sigh. "Ah la la! This is really a pity. I was thinking that today I can finally fight side by side with the famous Golden Flash." Minato showed a warm smile to Orochimaru and said lightly, "You should first solve the problem between you and the third generation. Aren't you going to destroy Konoha village?" Orochimaru was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He was very surprised that the fourth Hokage, who was very protective of the village in his impression, would say such a thing. Orochimaru showed a sinister smile to Minato. Then he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "I have to say that I was very dissatisfied when you recommended Minato to be the fourth Hokage. I thought it was a very wrong decision, but now it seems that Minato is really suitable to be the Hokage of Konoha." Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Orochimaru's sarcastic words and couldn't help but roared at him. "But let's solve the problem in front of us first. I don't know if you can handle it," Orochimaru said with a playful look on his face. Orochimaru ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's roar, on the contrary, the smile on his face became more and more weird. He slowly stretched out his hands and made a strange seal. The first and second Hokage who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation seemed to be alive again. The two took a step forward. The people outside the barrier saw the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobirama Senju move, and everyone became more and more nervous, because Minato and Otomo they also heard all the conversations between Orochimaru and the others. Knowing that the first Hokage and the second Hokage were all controlled by Orochimaru, the fourth Hokage didn't know what was going on now. At this time, Kakashi and the others who were outside the barrier all looked at the battle on the roof with serious eyes. One of the Anbu ninjas swallowed his saliva and asked a ninja with white hair and a black mask, "Aren't the first Hokage and the other Hokage all dead?" Kakashi saw the Anbu ninjas around him asking questions and began to express his own views. It is said that the impure world reincarnation was developed by the second Hokage of Konoha, Tobirama Senju. Later, because the first Hokage thought that this ninjutsu was playing with the souls of the dead, it was also engraved in the Book of Seals. The impure world reincarnation technique uses the flesh and blood or other tissues of the dead as a medium to summon the dead, but it also requires the use of living people as sacrifices for this number. After hearing the explanation, the Anbu ninjas turned their heads to look at Kakashi who was standing beside them. Kakashi had a high prestige in Konoha village and was known as the Konoha Technician Copy Ninja. And he was the captain of the Anbu before, which was enough for them to respect him. What about the talisman? Kakashi heard the question raised by the Anbu ninjas next to him, and after a moment of contemplation, he gave a reasonable explanation. The talisman should be inserted into the head to wipe out the personality of the original owner's soul, so as to achieve control and turn them into simple killing puppets. Everyone couldn't help but worry when they heard this. In this case, can the third Hokage still be an opponent? Kakashi couldn't help but murmured when he heard this. "I hope the third Hokage can stop it, and what's wrong with you, Minato teacher? Now the whole roof is covered by the barrier, and everyone outside can't get in at all. They want to help but they are powerless. So everyone can only hope that the third Hokage can withstand the attack of the first Hokage, the second Hokage and Orochimaru. Now they can only deal with them in the barrier. Orochimaru and the two Hokages are their enemies, and the third Hokage is their Hokage. The only variable is the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and everyone in Konoha doesn't know what the fourth Hokage is like." Kakashi looked at Minato Namikaze and thought to himself, why didn't the teacher help the third Hokage? Seeing that the teacher's state was not controlled by Orochimaru, Kakashi felt that with the teacher's strength, it should be easy to solve such a situation. But Minato Namikaze was not moved at all at this moment. Instead, he stood there with a smile on his face, looking like he was watching a show. Orochimaru glanced at Minato, "Aren't you going to stop it?" When he found that the other party had no intention of attacking, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, when Minato suddenly appeared beside him, he didn't react. No matter what, the other party is the fourth generation Hokage of Konoha. How can he become a Hokage if he doesn't have the strength's position? That's why Orochimaru specifically looked at Minato to see if he would stop him. Now it seems that Minato has no intention of taking action. Minato's reaction also made the nervous Orochimaru slightly relieved. If Minato took action, it would be hard to say who would win or lose in the end. Seeing this, Orochimaru didn't hesitate. He looked at the crazy face of the third Hokage opposite with a ferocious expression and said, "In that case, let's start fighting. Sarutobi teacher." Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru controlled the two Hokage to attack the place where Sarutobi Hiruzen was. Minato stood quietly in place, watching the fight between the few people, without any intention of taking action. Orochimaru didn't take action against him, and he was too lazy to take action. What he wanted to do now was to leave here and go to a place to complete the sign-in to get the sign-in reward. Maybe there would be a critical hit reward and rewards from other worlds. Orochimaru, who was controlling the two Hokage, was thinking about other things in his heart. It was obvious that he was reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation, and the one he summoned was the fourth Kazekage Raza of the Sand Village. But why did it become the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze? This was definitely not summoned by himself. Could it be that someone else summoned the fourth Hokage? Chapter 6. Minato's resurrection was beyond his control. Fortunately, Minato's personality had changed. If it was the previous Minato, he would definitely stop him from destroying Konoha. Maybe he died once, and his thoughts changed after he was resurrected again. However, Orochimaru, the fourth Kazekage Raza, was very curious about how Minato was replaced. But he just thought that Namikaze Minato might have some trump cards or unknown secrets, just like Orochimaru himself. For the sake of caution, he didn't know what Namikaze Minato might have, so he didn't do anything. Minato, who was watching the battle, had no intention of taking any action. He just stood there quietly and watched the two fight. In Minato's eyes, the current battle felt like a chicken pecking at each other. And the third generation and the first and second generations fought a war. What does this have to do with him? What he wants to do now is to complete the system sign-in and get rewards. He is resurrected now. There will definitely be a lot of troubles to deal with later. If he helps the third generation Hokage now, I don't know what kind of moths he will do later. On the night of the nine-tailed fox several decades ago, the original Minato didn't know why, and because he had no help, he performed the forbidden ninjutsu, the Shiki Fusion, to protect Konoha. His soul was sealed in the belly of the god of death, and his wife Uzumaki Kushina also died at the hands of the nine-tailed fox. The reason was not only the ungrateful Uchiha Obito, but also the high-level officials of Konoha village, Konoha's F4, and of course the original owner was also a fool brainwashed by the will of fire. In order to protect Konoha village, not only did he die, but his wife also died, leaving behind a little baby, that is, Uzumaki Naruto. He was also regarded as a nine-tailed demon fox by the villagers of Konoha village. It can be said that Minato is a qualified Hokage, but not a qualified father and husband. It's better to wait and see the situation before taking action. Now his resurrection is a variable and an exception, even if he helps the third generation Hokage defeat Orochimaru at this time. He will also be recruited by various departments, and he still needs to become a Hokage before the next plan can be carried out. But if he waited a little longer, after the situation on the battlefield changed, the third Hokage might have some problems, and the outcome would be different. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Water style, Water Array Wall. The battle between the two sides continued, and Minato was extremely surprised when he saw the battle between the two. He didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to have such strength. The peak strength of a ninja is between 20 and 45 years old, and his chakra is the largest, and his body is at its peak. But now the third Hokage is old, and he still has such strength, which makes Minato extremely surprised, and he can't help but look up to the third Hokage. I remember that the third Hokage seemed to be 69 years old when he died in the original work. It seems that Shimura Danzo also died in the hands of Uchiha's second pillar 4 years later. The Kunao stabbed Susanoo, and the sealing technique sealed a bridge. These were all done by the first generation of NAMIKAZE. As for the two Konoha advisors behind, they are both old enough to be over 100 years old, and they are still alive in Boruto. As for the first and second Hokage on the other side, although most of their strength has been sealed, they are not simple either. When Minato first crossed over, he merged Minato's body and strength, plus the captain-level spiritual pressure obtained from the system. With the addition of Raijin Jaka, he doesn't know how strong he is now. Looking at the strength of the first Hokage, Minato was still a little shocked. Although he knew that the first Hokage was very strong when he watched Naruto before, he was still a little surprised to see it with his own eyes. The opponent is now in the impure world reincarnation technique performed by Orochimaru, and the strength he exerts is less than 2/10 of his peak strength. Although the third Hokage is old and his strength has declined, he is still at the level of Kage, and he still fights back and forth with the third Hokage. The third Hokage is called the ninjutsu doctor and is proficient in the 5 chakra attributes. It can be said that the current third Hokage is definitely the best in the current ninja world. If he mastered the power of the 9 tails and activated the Kurama mode, he should be able to fight against the peak strength of Senju Hashirama, but now it seems that he is still a little short. After all, although many fans called the god of death stronger than the Hokage when watching Bleach in the previous life, there is still no comparison. Besides, apart from the Shikai and Zankodachi of Raijin Jaka, he seems to have no ghost arts. Minato murmured in his heart. I don't know if I can defeat the first generation Hokage in his prime when I activate my Bankai. But Minato was not worried after all, he has a plug-in system, and as long as he works hard to sign in, he will definitely become stronger. The third Hokage Minato didn't take it to heart, and he could easily defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen with his current strength. The people outside the barrier exclaimed when they saw the battle inside. Is this the strength of the first and second Hokage? Everyone was a little shocked to see the magnificent chakra of the first and second Hokage. And today they really know what the god of ninja is. Besides, this is still in the case of impure world reincarnation. The strength of the first and second Hokage cannot be exerted to 1/10 of their full strength. If they can exert their full strength, Kakashi couldn't help whispering. Is this still a ninja? But why hasn't the fourth Hokage taken action yet? The voices of the people came through the barrier. Fourth Hokage, please help the third Hokage, he is almost dying. Minato looked at the battlefield. After a long battle, the third Hokage's chakra was almost exhausted. The right leg fracture consumed a lot of chakra, and the body could not keep up with the rhythm of the battle. He is really old. Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the ground and said with some emotion. After this battle, even if the opponent did not die, he would be seriously injured and could hardly fight at a high intensity. Under the joint attack of the first Hokage, the second Hokage and Orochimaru, he had already become a spent force. Looking at Orochimaru on the opposite side, he stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and slowly said, Orochimaru, it's my turn to appear. Now change people. Chapter 7. As for why Minato didn't deal with Orochimaru at the beginning, he was waiting for now, waiting for such an opportunity. Because only in this way, the third Hokage would abdicate after this war, and he could regain power. If he helped at the beginning, the battle would end soon, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely still sit firmly on the position of Hokage. At that time, there would be the Elders' Council to pressure him, although he didn't care. But he was still very unhappy in his heart, and lived in Konoha for a while. If they know what's good for them, let them live a little longer, and if they dare to make trouble, send them to the Pure Land to see the Six Paths Sage. Sometimes strength is important, but the hearts of the people are equally important. If not, Hatake Sakumo would not have committed suicide because of rumors. Minato's action made Orochimaru slightly stunned, and then he stared at Minato Namikaze with a gloomy face, and a hoarse voice came out of his mouth. Are you going to stop me? Minato. Minato was stunned, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, good guy, is Orochimaru so brave? Looking at the arrogant Orochimaru, he couldn't help but say. Orochimaru, have you become so arrogant? This is not the battlefield. Minato and I were companions on the battlefield. I know your strength very well. Orochimaru said with a smile. Minato said indifferently after hearing this. What do you want to say? The Anbu ninja outside saw the fourth Hokage take action, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. With the strength of the fourth Hokage, he will definitely be able to turn the tide and defeat Orochimaru. The ninjas outside couldn't help but discuss. Why did Orochimaru say that just now? Is the fourth Hokage not his opponent? A civilian said in horror. At this time, another civilian heard the words and continued. Have you forgotten that the fourth Hokage's most powerful thing is speed? It can be said that he is a master of flying thunder god, and he is almost the fastest man in the ninja world. The fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village once said, after the death of the fourth Hokage, his speed can be said to be the fastest in the ninja world, and no one is faster than him. But the fourth Hokage is famous for the Flying Thunder God technique, which is praised as breaking through darkness and light, and is named Golden Flash by the people in the ninja world. At this time, an Anbu immediately said the words that once civilized the ninja world. But if we put aside the Flying Thunder God technique, the teacher's strength will be greatly reduced. But the teacher still has the Sage Mode and the Raise Nan, so he may not be powerless against Orochimaru. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw Kakashi, and then remembered that Kakashi was originally a disciple of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Immediately, everyone reacted and said, "Then the fourth Hokage has no advantage against Orochimaru, because the space in the barrier is too narrow, and the Flying Thunder God technique cannot be used in actual combat." At this time, Kakashi added again. "Besides, to perform the Thunder God technique, a special Flying Thunder God kunai needs to be customized, but now the teacher has just been resurrected, let alone the Flying Thunder God kunai, I am afraid he doesn't even have ordinary weapons." Yes. The fourth Hokage has just been resurrected, where can he get a special Flying Thunder God kunai? Anbu ninja said with concern. Another Anbu ninja continued. The face under the mask also looked a little ugly. If this is the case, I'm afraid that the fourth Hokage may not be his opponent. Everyone was angry and cursed. Is Konoha going to be destroyed? Obviously, everyone could not accept this ending. Just then, a group of 3 people rushed over, and the fourth Hokage thought he would win. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and saw a boy about 12 or 13 years old running over, followed by a boy with a cold face and a pink-haired girl. The 3 people who came were Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Nejiru, and Sakura. "Teacher Kakashi, we are here," Naruto said a little out of breath because of the intense rush. Seeing this, Kakashi hurriedly asked the 3 people, "Why are you here?" "After we solved the problem there, we heard a huge explosion in Konoha village, and the 3 of us hurried back," Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. The 3 of them looked inside the barrier, and Sakura, who was standing next to them, immediately set her sights on Minato Namikaze. With little stars in her eyes, medium white star, she couldn't help but let out a scream and said, "Wow, so handsome." Naruto also looked quickly and saw Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, and the 3rd Hokage, as well as the 1st Hokage and the 2nd Hokage, and finally set his sights on Minato Namikaze's body. Inside the barrier, the foundation of Konoha is you, the villagers of Konoha, and never our Hokage, Minato said to the Anbu ninja who had just cursed. This sentence made all the Anbu ninjas speechless. They looked at Minato in disbelief, and admired him in their hearts. Is this the other party's vision? Orochimaru was dumbfounded when he heard this, and said to Namikaze, "Minato, I have to say that Minato, you are really a genius. You have such a strong strength and such a high mind. I don't think you have such a high awareness when you were that age." Minato smiled warmly at Orochimaru, "Thank you for the compliment." Orochimaru looked at Minato with admiration and said, "This is not what I said. This is Jiraiya's evaluation of you, I just conveyed it on his behalf." But then Orochimaru changed the subject and said, "Minato, don't stop me. After I kill Sarutobi, Konoha is still yours. If it doesn't work, I can help you get rid of the elders. Besides, Konoha has your only relative, this is your and Kushina's child. You don't want him to get into trouble." Orochimaru continued without waiting for Minato to speak. Minato did not show any anger when he heard this, but just wondered if Orochimaru was a time traveler. Otherwise, how could he know the special threatening language of the villain in the novel of the previous life? For example, "Madam, you don't want anything to happen to your husband." Although this sentence is not so fierce, it is indeed very useful for threatening people. Then Minato looked outside and saw a blonde boy in the crowd, that is, the protagonist of Naruto in Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, who is also the cheap son of the original owner of this body. Seeing Minato looking at him, Uzumaki Naruto gave Minato a thumbs up, smiled, and shouted. "Come on, 4th Hokage, defeat that dead face." Minato smiled warmly and gave Uzumaki Naruto a thumbs up. Chapter 8. Naruto found that Minato Namikaze was smiling at him, and he danced with joy and said to Sakura and Sasuke beside him, "Did you see that? The 4th Hokage smiled at me." Sakura was immersed in the ecstasy and ignored Naruto, and Sasuke just looked at him coldly without answering Naruto's words. Orochimaru said, "Minato, how do you feel about seeing your son?" "Feeling? It's okay." Minato looked at Orochimaru and said lightly. "Orochimaru, give up. I understand your plan. Now it's enough." Orochimaru said, "What are you talking about?" Minato didn't answer but said to himself, "You have never given up on Konoha, but you feel that Konoha is already rotten now." Namikaze Minato ignored Orochimaru's increasingly gloomy face and continued. "Because the high-level guys in Konoha have become the termites of Konoha, and your teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen has been devoured by the desire for power, your feelings for Konoha are strange, and your feelings for Sarutobi Hiruzen are like a father, so you want him to die. You want your teacher to die in a war to defend Konoha, so you remember that it's up to you to being the villain. This is why the poor ninjas and civilians in Konoha basically didn't suffer many casualties. You attacked Konoha, and the 3rd Hokage fought desperately. In order to protect Konoha, he died in your hands, and thus won the title of Konoha Hero. Because you know that the 3rd Hokage doesn't have many years left to live, you want to give him a perfect ending. This way you can hide some of the shady things that the 3rd Hokage did behind the scenes. You don't want him to die of old age like this, but want to give him a heroic ending. I have to say that Orochimaru, you are really a filial son." Hearing Minato's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, "Is what Minato said true?" "Orochimaru, I really didn't see it wrong about my favorite disciple. Even if he left Konoha village, he was still thinking about Konoha and his teacher." "So you think so?" "Orochimaru." Orochimaru looked at Minato Namikaze with a gloomy face and said, "Fuck Minato Namikaze, you are such a bastard." Minato laughed, "Orochimaru, you are actually angry, this is not like the you I know." Minato heard Orochimaru's roar but was not angry. Instead, he smiled at him and said, "What do you think? You don't think that you can conquer Konoha with just the few people in the Sound Village? As a former Konoha high-level official, you should know this. Although the strength of Konoha village is not as good as before, it is still very strong now. With Shimura Danzo, these 2 Konoha advisors and many Konoha elite jonin, it is impossible to take over Konoha village with the few crooked people in Otagakure." After taking a look at Orochimaru who was increasingly feeling unwell, Minato continued. "So you reached an agreement with Shimura Danzo. If the 3rd Hokage died, Shimura Danzo would be the most likely person to become the 5th Hokage, so the 2 of you hit it off." Of course, Minato didn't know whether Orochimaru and Danzo had cooperated, but he didn't know, anyway, he should just blame Danzo for any mistakes. After all, this was the first Daikoku. Just as Orochimaru was about to speak, Minato said, "Don't tell me you're after the Sharingan. That thing is easy for you to get, isn't it?" As Minato spoke, Orochimaru's face turned livid. "You really haven't changed, Orochimaru. Damn Minato Namikaze, there's no point in talking, just do it. Let me see your strength." Orochimaru waved his hand in anger, and the 1st Hokage, the 2nd Hokage, and Orochimaru rushed towards Minato Namikaze. He didn't intend to let Minato continue. No matter what, his original plan was like this, to let his teacher, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, die in the name of the hero of Konoha. With a bang, Minato took a step forward as the 3 attacked. Suddenly, everyone felt their bodies suddenly sink, as if a mountain was pressing on them. The people around them could not move, and raised their heads with great difficulty to look at Minato, with incredible looks in their eyes. A powerful chakra burst out from Minato's body, like a flood of beasts roaring past, and the chakra spread out in all directions, whether it was the ground, the surrounding bricks and tiles, or the surrounding dust. At this moment, everything was blown away. Even the 4 Otagakure ninjas who were maintaining the 4 red yang formation outside were all forced to kneel on one knee, gasping for breath, so that the Konohagakure ninjas who were farther away from the battle were not blown away by this powerful chakra. Kakashi and others outside tried their best to resist this pressure. Uzumaki Naruto and others beside Kakashi looked at the people in the barrier with pale faces. Uchiha Sasuke, who was standing by, felt this pressure and was very angry, because this power reminded him of that man, and he clenched his fists unconsciously. Not only did he think in his heart, if this power was mine, I should be able to kill that man. Other ninjas didn't know how strong Minato Namikaze was, but Kakashi, as Minato Namikaze's disciple, knew how strong Minato Namikaze was when he was alive. He felt that it was much stronger than decades ago. As for Orochimaru, who was in the center of this chakra, he stood in place, his body trembling slightly, and was trying his best to resist this power. What power is this? Orochimaru raised his head with difficulty and said to Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru couldn't believe that this terrifying power was the chakra emitted from Minato Namikaze's body. Chapter 9. What Minato Namikaze didn't know was that since the system rewarded him with the spirit pressure of the god of death, his chakra amount and the nature of his chakra had also undergone earth-shaking changes. Orochimaru's already pale and weak face became even paler. He looked at Minato Namikaze with an incredible look, and his tone was full of fear. What on earth is going on? Why is Minato Namikaze's chakra so rich? Such chakra is so rich that it can be seen with the eyes. This power makes him a little unbearable. You know, he is a shadow-level strongman, Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas? There is Minato Namikaze in front and Uchiha Itachi behind. These 2 guys have surpassed him. Now Minato gives Orochimaru the feeling that he is invincible and is not at the same level of power. Fuck! Drops of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Orochimaru gasped heavily. I don't know if it was too much pressure that caused hallucinations or something. In short, this is something he can't accept. There is Minato Namikaze in front and Itachi Uchiha behind. Are they so powerful? Orochimaru thought to himself. What Orochimaru didn't know was that when Minato accepted the spiritual pressure of the Shinigami given by the system, his chakra was much more than before, and even the nature of the chakra had changed. What's more, Orochimaru had experienced several reincarnations, and his soul was already fragile, not to mention that Minato's chakra was mixed with some spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure is used to attack the soul among the Shinigami, so Orochimaru is so unbearable. These 2 people were his juniors, and now they have all surpassed him. It is really a great irony to put the title of one of the 3 ninjas and the Cold King on himself. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. It's too outrageous that he can't bear just a burst of chakra. Orochimaru can't accept it. He is Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. He is still a veteran cage-level strongman. Not to mention that Minato has been dead for more than 10 years, his strength has not weakened but strengthened. He has lived for decades longer than Minato. He has also practiced for many more years than him. He knew when Minato became Hokage, but he felt that Minato was only capable of being Hokage, that's all. What Orochimaru couldn't accept was that when they were both captains, they didn't realize how powerful the other was, but why is the other's strength so strong now? Or Minato can still practice in the belly of the god of death, which is impossible. Even novels don't dare to write like that. I'm sorry, Orochimaru, the 3rd generation can't die now, so I, Minato Namikaze, will protect the 3rd generation Hokage. Minato's eyes were very calm. Orochimaru roared angrily when he heard this, damn it! Damn it! You really deserve to die. His body slowly straightened up. A huge pressure was on him, but such pain was nothing to him. What really made people unable to bear was the pain in their hearts, not the pain in their bodies. Orochimaru stood up slowly under the huge pressure, and forced a smile and said, "Haha! You are indeed a genius," that Jiraiya praised. "Fuck, you still don't give up." Namikaze Minato couldn't help but said as he looked at Orochimaru's shaky appearance. Now the situation has basically been controlled by himself, but despite this, Orochimaru still refused to give up. Yes, Orochimaru is one of the 3 ninjas, and this is not just talk. The 3 ninjas are not just a name. Orochimaru stood up straight, shouted loudly, and put his hands together. In an instant, the first and second generation Hokage, who were in the idle state, responded. Water style, water rush. Wood style, tree world descends. Under the control of Orochimaru, the 2 of them performed ninjutsu and rushed towards Minato Namikaze. A huge tornado-like attack quickly hit Minato Namikaze's face. At the same time, the first generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, turned his body outward, and a large number of trees suddenly emerged from the ground. In an instant, the location where several people were located was submerged by trees. Minato was a little surprised to see this. According to common sense, although the first generation Hokage and the second generation Hokage are very powerful, it is not all their strength. Because the strength that can be exerted by the impure world reincarnation is less than 2/10 of its heyday. The power that I just released was unable to suppress it. Could it be that chakra has no suppressive power on the body of the impure world reincarnation? Or maybe my pressure has an effect on the impure world reincarnation, but it was all restored in an instant. It is precisely because their bodies can be continuously restored that they don't care at all. At the same time, Minato jumped to avoid the water jutsu of the second Hokage and landed on a dead tree. With a bang, he suddenly raised his right hand and hit Minato Namikaze. Minato dodged it nimbly, and kicked the Senju Hashirama in front of him with his right leg. With a bang, the kicked Senju Hashirama turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. It turned out that Minato had just kicked the wood clone of Senju Hashirama. Shashasha. At the same time, the raised nan that Minato had just condensed in his right hand hit the sneak attack of Senju Tobirama. Boom boom boom. With a loud bang, the surrounding trees were hit by his attack, and debris flew everywhere. Senju Tobirama was also hit and retreated rapidly. He had just blocked the attack of Senju Tobirama, and turned to respond to Senju Hashirama. The 3 of them fought dozens of times in a short time. Wow, these 2 brothers cooperated well. Minato secretly admired them. The moment one of them attacked, the other was responsible for blocking his attack. No matter what position Minato was in during the battle, these 2 guys could seamlessly connect, defend their attacks and attack them again. Minato used his spiritual pressure perception this time. In his perception, Minato found that the battlefield was filled with a lot of life energy, or to be more precise, wood escape chakra. The opponent relied on wood escape chakra to judge his position. At the same time, he told Senju Tobirama on the side that the 2 of them attacked him. The 2 were brothers, so the cooperation between them was naturally unnecessary. It seemed that it should be over. He didn't want to waste time like this anymore. After all, he still had to sign in at various places to improve his strength. At the same time, the 2's attacks also arrived, and Senju Tobirama's sword also stabbed at Namikaze Minato's chest. Minato closed his eyes slightly, and a powerful chakra instantly blocked the attacks of the 2 and wrapped Minato inside. Minato felt this force and couldn't help but be surprised that this force was the natural energy of the Naruto world. Orochimaru couldn't help but swear when he saw this scene, "Fuck, this is Sage Mode. Realistic. I'm not very familiar with Sage Mode either." Minato said lightly when he saw this. Chapter 10. Senjutsu is a kind of natural energy. In the 3 holy places, this natural energy is mastered and studied by the 3 holy places and the 3 great sages. Thus, the sage mode was developed. The sage mode can convert one's own chakra into senjutsu chakra, thereby enhancing one's chakra perception and the power of one's own ninjutsu. The ninjutsu performed by the senjutsu chakra converted from natural energy is much stronger than before. Many people know this, and Orochimaru, as one of the 3 ninjas, cannot be unaware of it. After all, his summoning beast Manabu comes from the Ryokai cave of the 3 holy places, and Orochimaru also knows about the sage mode of the Ryokai cave. But Orochimaru did not learn it, because the trial of the Ryokai cave is very cruel, and there is no way out. Once failed, there is only the fate of being eaten. This is one of the reasons why Orochimaru did not learn it. Orochimaru dreams of achieving immortality. Of course, Orochimaru will not do such a dangerous and uncertain thing. Seeing the sage mode performed by Minato Namikaze made Orochimaru lose his composure because of his 2 good friends Jiraiya and Tsunade. One of them learned the sage mode of the Toad Holy Land, and the other created his own yin seal that can store chakra in the body, which is the 100 healings technique. Only he did not learn the sage technique, which became the eternal pain in Orochimaru's heart. Minato saw Orochimaru's confused expression and said that this was a basic operation. As Jiraiya's disciple, it was normal for him to know the sage mode, right? Before he finished speaking, Minato attacked the 3 people. Minato dodged the attack of the first generation of Hokage and a huge wind ball appeared in his left hand in an instant. Sage technique, Big Ball Raise Nan. The sage technique Big Ball Raise Nan directly smashed the second generation of Hokage's impure world reincarnation body to pieces with one strike. Then he sent the first Hokage flying with a roundhouse kick and shouted, "Wind style, Rasen Shuriken." That's right, Minato used the S-level ninjutsu Wind style Rasen Shuriken developed by his own son, but unfortunately he had never used it again in the Boruto era. The first Hokage's body turned into ashes, and Minato turned to look at Orochimaru on the opposite side. Orochimaru saw Namikaze Minato looking at him. He couldn't help but tremble all over, and then Minato flashed in front of Orochimaru and kicked him. Orochimaru couldn't dodge and was kicked backwards and hit the barrier. Orochimaru looked at Minato as if he was looking at a monster. He didn't even see how fast he was just now, and how he appeared, and he was directly knocked out. In fact, it is no exaggeration to say that his instant body technique is no worse than Uchiha Shisui's, and even better, but he used the Flying Thunder God technique to become famous in the ninja world, thus earning the title of Golden Flash. Then, Minato disappeared. Orochimaru looked serious and used defensive ninjutsu. Summoning technique Triple Rashomon, 3 doors-like masks tightly protected Orochimaru. He blocked Minato's attack. This was the first time he used such a move to block Minato's attack, but there was no other way. Because Minato's attack was too fast, Orochimaru could not judge from which direction Minato would attack, so he had to use this method to block the attack. Damn it! It's not over yet. After all, the first and second Hokage are the bodies of impure world reincarnation, and they are immortal and have infinite chakra. Even if Minato could seriously injure the 2 Hokage, they should have recovered after such a long time. Seeing this, Minato looked at Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage who were recovering. With a cold shout, a strange and majestic force emanated from his body, and the golden fairy chakra mixed with the fiery red spiritual pressure crushed the 3 people. The first and second Hokage who were recovering slowly stopped recovering and slowly began to dissipate. Not long after, they turned into a handful of yellow soil. As the bodies of impure world reincarnation were broken, the 2 souls slowly rose into the air. Then Hashirama Senju exclaimed, "It's really good. The 4th Hokage will be handed over to you next. Tobirama and I will leave." Tobirama Senju, who was standing aside, did not speak when he heard this. He snorted coldly and disappeared with Hashirama Senju. Needless to say, he knew that he had returned to the Pure Land. Orochimaru's eyes were dull as he looked at the scene in front of him. The impure world reincarnation was actually cracked. This was simply a fantasy. His heart sank. He thought about how to deal with Minato Namikaze and even how to escape. He had already thought about it. In this situation, without the help of the first and second Hokage, he was definitely not a match for Minato Namikaze and might even die. Because Orochimaru just felt that when Minato Namikaze released his chakra to forcibly disperse the body of the impure world reincarnation, his soul was actually greatly damaged, even more than the damage caused by the illusion when fighting Uchiha Itachi. Watching the souls of the two Hokage return to the Pure Land, Minato also said with a clear conscience, this can be considered a good thing, sending them to the Pure Land. Then Minato looked at Orochimaru, and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was lying on the ground and had not yet gotten up. Thinking about whether to send this old thing to the Western Paradise now. Minato struggled for a while, but still did not take action to get rid of the third Hokage. Looking at Orochimaru on the side, Minato did not want to kill Orochimaru. Besides, Orochimaru's means of saving his life are one of the best, and it is not so easy to kill. It is also uncertain whether Orochimaru has any backup. Besides, Orochimaru is a ninja scientist in the Naruto world, and he might need him in the future. Orochimaru, go. Take your men away from Konoha village, Minato said in a calm voice. Orochimaru was stunned when he heard this, and then his face was full of anger. You are really annoying. In Orochimaru's opinion, this was Minato's mockery of her, saying that you are not my opponent, I will spare your life, and you should get out of here quickly. This made her feel uncomfortable. You know, this is her junior. Now it is difficult for her to resist the pressure alone, let alone fight with Minato. Minato's strength was no worse than hers before, and his strength had reached the ranks of cage-level strong men. Now more than 10 years have passed, and the strength of the dead Minato has not only not weakened, but also increased. The power that burst out from Minato just now was absolutely not an ordinary power. My soul almost collapsed. Minato also knew the Sage Mode and Sage Chakra. Ahem. It's you. Namikaze Minato, this kind of magnanimity is much better than that idiot Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru said slowly. For such a corrupt village, he actually killed his own relatives to show his magnanimity. Orochimaru turned around and looked at the third Hokage lying on the ground. Obviously, he had not given up and planned to kill the third Hokage. Minato saw Orochimaru's thoughts and said lightly, I'm here. You can't kill him, and what's the use of killing him now? Chapter 11. Hearing this, Orochimaru loosened his tightly clenched hands, his face returned to calm, and he walked to the side of the barrier and a low voice sounded. But I still hope you can give him a perfect ending. Orochimaru spoke hoarsely. I will, but you have to pay the price for doing something wrong, right? Minato said with a smile. Orochimaru stopped when he heard this, turned around with a gloomy face, and looked at the smiling Minato Namikaze. He always felt that Minato Namikaze had changed now. The smile that made people feel warm in the past was gone in Orochimaru's eyes, and the warmth of the past. On the contrary, he saw a chill that was several times colder than his own, and the boundless murderous intent. It was obvious that this person had changed into a wolf in sheep's clothing. Orochimaru looked at Minato Namikaze, who was looking at him with a smile on his face, and muttered to himself. Yes, you have to pay the price for doing something wrong. Orochimaru also nodded secretly, obviously agreeing with what Minato said. This is also the basic cognition of people. But some things cannot be judged by right or wrong, but your decision may not succeed, just like me, Orochimaru said slowly. Didn't you say it? I am the fourth Hokage of Konoha village. No one can disobey my decision, and no one can overrule my judgment. If there is, send him to the Pure Land to see the Six Paths Sage. I believe no one will look forward to seeing the Six Paths Sage, Minato said slowly in a cold voice. From Minato's mouth, Orochimaru heard waves of chills, still so sure, still so calm. The person in front of him made Orochimaru feel strange and familiar. The reason for the strangeness was that this person had changed, and became ruthless in doing things. The familiarity was the familiar moves and the familiar smile. Yes, because you are the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru nodded slightly, waved his hand and asked his men to untie the barrier. His 4 Otogaku ninjas stood behind Orochimaru instantly. There was also a white-haired young man wearing glasses. This guy should be one of the masterminds behind the Fourth Ninja World War. Sensing Minato's sight, Kabuto Yakushi, who was next to Orochimaru, suddenly felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar and trembled all over. It was not until Minato's sight shifted elsewhere that Kabuto Yakushi felt much better. Minato slowly walked towards Orochimaru on the opposite side. Seeing this, Orochimaru quickly made an attacking move. Minato saw Orochimaru's attitude and shook his head and said, "I have already said that I will let you go. You can go, but you have to wait a while." Minato walked to Orochimaru, and the system's prompt sound rang. It was found that the target Kabuto Yakushi could be signed in. "Did you sign in?" Minato smiled at the corner of his mouth when he heard this, and silently said in his heart, "Sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the elementary palm magic." The cold mechanical sound of the system came, and Minato was slightly disappointed when he heard it. Why is it the palm magic? It's still an elementary palm magic, but it was also within Minato's expectations. After all, the current Kabuto Yakushi is not the Kabuto sage during the Fourth War. This guy is still rubbish now. Then Minato moved away from Orochimaru. Minato looked at everyone with a serious expression. "Okay, disperse," he said. It turned out that at the moment when Orochimaru removed the barrier, the surrounding Anbu ninjas and some civilian ninjas surrounded him. It seems that they want to capture Orochimaru alive. Even if Orochimaru is not in good condition now, it is not something that some cats and dogs can deal with. If they are allowed to besiege Orochimaru, it will definitely increase casualties. In response to this, Minato asked them to retreat. They, the Anbu ninjas and civilian ninjas, still want to keep Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, cold-hearted. Are they thinking too much? 4th generation, sir. Orochimaru is a traitor, we can't let him go. And he seriously injured the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. We can't let Orochimaru and his men leave. One after another, the Anbu ninjas told Minato Namikaze not to let Orochimaru go. This really had the flavor of forcing the emperor to abdicate. Seeing this, Minato's eyes also darkened, looking at his familiar subordinates and his disciples. I couldn't help shouting, "Kakashi, Shiranui Genma," and the same foot. Minato Namikaze's eyes fell on the people whose names were called out at the same time. Seeing this, several people hesitated for a moment and then moved away. Kakashi hesitated for a moment and moved away. After all, the person who was speaking was his teacher, who was also the 4th Hokage of Konoha. The other party had the right and ability to let him move aside. Kakashi felt that if he had to choose one person to be the Hokage between his teacher and the 3rd Hokage, it would undoubtedly be his teacher Minato Namikaze. Kakashi called out to the next to him. Naruto Uzumaki and others stared at Minato Namikaze in a daze, and then Uchiha Sasuke ran away. As for the others, bang, bang. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze once again released his immense chakra, forcing all the Anbu to kneel on one knee. Orochimaru quickly protected the Otogaku ninja behind him, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and struggled to resist this force. Drops of cold sweat ran down Orochimaru's pale and weak cheeks, and a hoarse voice came from Orochimaru's mouth. How much of your strength is Minato's current burst of power? The surrounding roofs were also blown away by this powerful force, and the entire house was also blown to pieces by this force. Minato heard this and groped his chin with one hand and replied, 50% of the power. Orochimaru was shocked to hear Minato say this, but he still laughed dryly on the surface, only 50%. After hearing what Orochimaru said, Minato said helplessly, after all, they are too weak. It is impossible for them to withstand 70% of my chakra like you. If I use the chakra I used against you before, they can't bear it at all. After all, my goal is just to get you out of here. Hearing what Minato said, Orochimaru smiled on his pale and sick face. The golden vertical pupils stared at Minato closely, and turned away with the Otagakure ninjas. At this moment, the unconscious Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood, attracting the attention of countless Anbu ninjas. Chapter 12. Minato Namikaze saw Orochimaru had left with his men and stopped releasing his chakra. He turned to look at the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was surrounded by the Anbu ninjas. Minato walked closer but did not reach out to help Sarutobi Hiruzen on the ground. Instead, he said indifferently, the third Hokage is old and was injured in the battle with Orochimaru. Just send him to the ninja hospital. The Anbu ninjas who were supporting Sarutobi Hiruzen were sweating and did not dare to look up at Minato Namikaze, because the feeling Minato gave them just now was too terrifying and they were still feeling a little uncomfortable. They quickly lowered their heads and responded, "It's the Hokage." Everyone understood that only a small part of the third Hokage's injuries were caused by the battle with Orochimaru, and the rest were basically caused by Minato Namikaze releasing his own chakra. But everyone knew very well that no one would take the initiative to bring up this matter, because it was not their turn to manage this matter. Besides, even if they were asked to manage it, would they dare to manage it? Minato's actions just now have already shown that the fourth Hokage stood on the opposite side of the third Hokage. This is a fight between Hokages, and they cannot intervene. After watching a few people leave, Minato returned to the Hokage building, walked to the Hokage's office, and sat in the position of Hokage. You want to ask why Minato didn't go to see Uzumaki Naruto? Come on, besides, Naruto was not born by himself and Uzumaki Kushina, but only the son of his predecessor, but Namikaze Minato will still fulfill his obligations as a father. After all, no matter what, this body is Naruto's father. Another reason is that Naruto is too saintly, which makes Minato a little disgusted. Are you telling the truth, Mr. Kakashi? Naruto asked Kakashi excitedly. The fourth Hokage is my father. I am not a fox demon or a monster. Harano Sakura on the side was also incredulous. She didn't expect that the guy who made trouble every day was actually the son of the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke was also surprised when he heard it. Obviously, he didn't expect that Naruto, the last one, would be the son of the fourth Hokage. Who is the fourth Hokage? This is the Third Ninja World War. Isn't it the Golden Flash Namikaze Minato who became famous in the ninja world? Kakashi looked helpless. How about this, you and I go to see the teacher and ask him if you are his son. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and rushed to the location of the Hokage building. Kakashi hurriedly followed him when he saw this. After all, he also had a lot to say to the teacher. Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura followed and soon arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. Kakashi knocked first. Hearing the knock, Minato stopped working and said to the door, "Come in." Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto arrived at the Hokage's office. Naruto saw the man with golden hair and a gentle smile on his face and asked tremblingly. "Fourth Hokage, you are my father, right?" Minato was a little surprised to hear this. He didn't expect Naruto to ask so directly. He glanced at Kakashi beside him. Seeing this, Kakashi lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. Then Minato put his elbows on his chin, looked at his son, and asked with a smile, "Do you want me to be your father?" Naruto heard Minato say this, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know how to speak for a while. He was afraid that the man in front of him would tell him that he was not his father. Minato saw what Naruto was thinking. He walked up to Naruto and touched his head. He looked into his azure blue eyes and said word by word, "I am your biological father." Naruto couldn't hold back any longer and threw himself into Minato's arms. He couldn't hold back any more tears and burst out. He couldn't help but ask loudly, "Why did you leave me? Why did my mother leave me too?" Listening to Naruto's somewhat collapsed speech, Minato felt a little uncomfortable. "I heard from teacher Kakashi, you sealed the 9 tails into my body back then. Do you know how I have been through these years? For 12 years, do you know how I have been through these 12 years? Speak. I eat expired bread and drink expired milk every day. Why couldn't you be selfish with your mother and survive for me at that time? In this way, I am no longer an orphan, and I am no longer the demon fox in the mouth of the common people of Konoha. In this way, I am the son of Hokage in their mouths for these 12 years. Why? Why did you seal the 9 tails into your son's body?" Minato seemed to sense Naruto's emotions, or maybe it was the influence of the previous body, this body, that made him say involuntarily, "Naruto, I'm sorry, it was Dad's fault. Mom and Dad shouldn't have left you. I just wanted to seal the 9 tails into your body. I believed that you could master this power and become a hero of the village, but I didn't expect that it indirectly harmed you. Now that Dad is back, you are no longer an orphan." Naruto's excitement gradually subsided when he heard Minato's words. Naruto also felt his father's love and guilt for him, and knew how hard it was to get this hard-earned fatherly love. If it weren't for Dad's resurrection, he would still be an orphan now. He didn't expect that he was the son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, whom he had always admired. So, Naruto raised his tear-stained little face and looked at Minato. "From today on, I am a child with a father. My father is the 4th Hokage. Let's see who dares to call me a monster or a demon fox." Chapter 13. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki's happy look, Minato also laughed unconsciously, and then reached out to touch Naruto Uzumaki's head. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in Minato's mind, "Wakaka. It's been a while since I last saw you, and you already have a son." Minato's thoughts were instantly immersed in the system. "By the way, System Elf, you're awake. Won't it take a long time for you to wake up?" Minato's somewhat puzzled voice sounded. Hearing Minato's question, the System Elf said slowly, "I just like to sleep and there's nothing wrong. The system mall is open. Do you want to come in and take a look?" Minato looked at the system panel immediately after hearing this, and sure enough, he saw an additional system mall below. Going in, he saw Devil Fruit, Sharingan, Byakugan, Would Release Blood Boundary, Otsutsuki Blood Boundary, Samsara Eye, Golden Samsara Eye, 6 Megatama Samsara Eye, Tensei Eye, and the little-known Kon Unami Eye. Seeing this, Minato couldn't help but praise, "Wow, this must have been dug from Ishaiki Otsutsuki." Then he looked down. The era of the beauty contact lenses ended, and the era of tattoos began. Then Minato asked the system, "You have something?" The system elf heard this and raised its head proudly and said, "Of course, this system can allow you to open the tattoo era in advance. Isn't it surprising?" Minato nodded in agreement, then looked at other worlds above, and after clicking in, he saw some weapons from other worlds. Skills and armor, such as the War Soul Blade and the Sky Dance technique in the Dragon Ball world, can all be exchanged with the system, but you need to exchange points to exchange them. 1 Megatama Sharingan 2 points. 2 Megatama Sharingan 5 points. 3 Megatama Sharingan 10 points. Mangekyo Sharingan 20 points. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan 40 points. Rinnegan 80 points. 6 Megatama Sharingan 120 points. 9 Megatama Sharingan Samsara Eye 180 points. Wood Style Blood Limit 40 points. A-Level Ninjutsu Fire Style Great Fire Extinguishment 12 points. A-Level Ninjutsu Fire Style Great Fire Extinguishment 12 points. Looking at these two ninjutsu, I couldn't help but sigh, this is Madara-sama's signature ninjutsu. In my previous life, when I was following the anime Naruto, Uchiha Madara was resurrected by Kabuto Yakushi during the Fourth Ninja World War. When fighting against the Ninja World Alliance, a fire-style ninjutsu was used by Madara-sama with the power of S-level fire style. The Ninja Coalition used a squad of water-style ninjas to barely hold off. You can imagine how strong the chakra was. Then they flipped to other worlds and looked at it. Rubber Fruit 150 points. Zanpakuto 100 points. Air Dance 120 points. 10 times Kaioken without side effects 160 points. Super Saiyan Bloodline 350 points. Super Saiyan 1 150 points. Super Saiyan 2 250 points. Super Saiyan 3 350 points. Currently only updated to Super Saiyan 3. The system will update the later stages when it is in a good mood, the system elf said lazily. Minato was speechless, but he didn't take it seriously. Instead, he asked, "How do you get these points?" Host, as long as you sign in on a person every day, or sign in at a place, you can get points. The system elf slowly explained to Minato. Before Minato spoke, the system elf said again, "You can get 5 points for signing in on a person once, and 10 points for triggering a critical hit. The points you get from signing in at a location and signing in at a person are the same." Minato felt that this was okay. It's not bad to be able to catch a bug this way. Minato smiled. At this time, the system's voice sounded, "Host, please don't daydream. Bugs can be caught, but the rewards you get each time will be reduced. And remind the host that the stronger the person who is signed in, the easier it is to trigger a critical hit reward." Minato nodded when he heard this, and he was not disappointed. After all, the system also said that there would be new functions later. Maybe there will be a function of traveling through time and space. The system signs in on Uzumaki Naruto. Namikaze Minato's faint voice sounded. Ding! Sign in successfully and get the critical hit reward and get the ghost path of the world of death. Minato was delighted when he heard the pleasant voice of the system, and his eyes flashed with unknown brilliance when he looked at his cheap son unconsciously. He thought to himself, the ghost path of the world of death. This his strength has become stronger by more than a little bit. Is it detected that the sign-in character has signed in? Just as Minato was thinking secretly in his heart, the mechanical sound of the system came again. Sign in. Minato said directly without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for signing in and successfully obtaining the lightning attribute chakra. As the system prompt sounded, Minato felt that a huge amount of knowledge was passed into his mind. This is the use skills and methods of Ghost Way and the chanting spell. Then a strange chakra attribute appeared in his body. The original chakra attribute of his own had wind and earth chakra attributes. It is well known that the number of chakra attributes determines the number of ninjutsu that a ninja can learn. For example, if there is fire attribute chakra, you can learn fire escape ninjutsu. Then Minato looked at Kakashi and said, "Let your other 2 students come in." Kakashi nodded and walked out. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura still waiting outside, he said that the 4th generation Hokage wanted to see you too, so go in. Kakashi felt confused and didn't know why Minato wanted to see Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura. At this time, the door was pushed open and a boy and a girl about 13 years old walked in. After they came in, they first looked nervously at Namikaze Minato who was sitting in the Hokage's seat. Then they looked at Uzumaki Naruto. The 2 looked at Uzumaki Naruto with complicated feelings. Obviously, the conversation just now was heard by the 2. Uchiha Sasuke didn't expect that the 4th generation Hokage was Uzumaki Naruto's father. Harano Sakura was also shocked. The father she despised was actually the 4th generation Hokage. Minato looked at the 2 and smiled gently, "Don't be nervous. I called you here this time because I have something to ask you." Uchiha Sasuke's heart was slightly calmed down when he saw this. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto said, "Sasuke Sakura, don't be nervous. My father is the 4th generation Hokage." Minato's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and he thought to himself, this kid is really a tiger. You won't tell others in the future, my father is the 4th Hokage. Minato hurriedly said, okay Naruto. Naruto nodded slightly and stopped talking. At this time, the system's voice also sounded. Chapter 14. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining a 1 Magatama Sharingan and fire a tribute chakra. The cold mechanical sound of the system sounded. Suddenly, Namikaze Minato felt a stinging pain in his eyes, which slowly disappeared after a while, and at the same time, a force flowed through his body. Minato knew that this was the fire attribute chakra he had obtained from Uchiha Sasuke, and all these rewards were better than nothing. What's the use of a 1 Magatama Sharingan? Minato secretly complained. At this time, the voice of the system sounded again, congratulations to the host for signing in Uzumaki Naruto, triggering the critical hit reward to get 10 points. Signing into Uchiha Sasuke gets 5 points, and you get 5 points for signing in once. In the system wall, a 1 Magatama Sharingan only costs 2 points, and a 2 Magatama Sharingan only has 5 points. If you want to change, you have to change to skills or bloodlines from other worlds. Because there were several people present, Minato did not show the Sharingan he had obtained, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Minato saw that the rewards he had obtained from the two were almost the same, so he let Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura go out. After all, there was nothing to sign in on Sakura, and the system did not give any prompts to sign in. As the only 2 male protagonists in the Naruto anime, Uchiha Sasuke's rewards were a bit too bad, and then he looked at Uzumaki Naruto on the side. His eyes lit up. How could I forget that my cheap son still had a 9-tailed demon fox sealed in his body? This guy must be able to get a good reward. Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him. He turned around and saw that his father was looking at him. He also smiled at Minato and said, "What's wrong, Dad?" Minato smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was nothing. Then he looked at Naruto and said, "By the way, Naruto, do you want to know why you are called a demon fox?" Looking at Minato, he said, "Dad, I want to know why. Although I heard from Kakashi that there is a 9-tailed demon fox sealed in my body before I met you, I still want to see it with my own eyes." Minato saw Naruto's somewhat childish face and his firm eyes, put his palm on Naruto's shoulder, and the two of them entered the sealed space directly. As soon as they arrived at the sealed space, the two opened their eyes and saw themselves in a corridor full of stagnant water, with dim lights shining above their heads. Even though Minato Namikaze had seen the environment inside the sealed space in anime in his previous life, I couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of me, because the environment was so bad. If anyone was sealed in a dark, damp and ghost place, they would not feel good. When I read the Naruto fanfiction in my previous life, I saw from other novels that some said that this environment was caused by the 9-tailed fox. Now it seems that this is nonsense, but Minato didn't know what was going on, and the two walked forward side by side. Not long after, I saw a big door on the side, in which a huge orange cat was sealed. Oh, no, it was a fox. Seeing Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki, the 9-tailed fox opened its pair of red vertical pupils as big as lanterns. The pair of lantern-sized eyes stared at the blonde young man in front of him, and a powerful chakra burst out forcefully. Seeing this, Minato took a step forward, and the same powerful chakra collided with the red chakra of the 9-tailed fox. The 9 tails spoke human words from its huge mouth, and looked at Minato Namikaze and said, "Are you a human or a ghost? Didn't you die in my hands more than 10 years ago?" Looking at the 9 tails in front of him, Minato did not answer the 9 tails question, but said, "9 tails, I came here today to discuss something with you." The 9 tails was stunned at first, and then asked, "How do you know my name?" Minato smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you. In order to seal you, I divided your chakra into yin and yang, but the other part of you is still sealed in my body and has not woken up. Then I used the 4-symbol seal and the 8-diagram seal to seal you into Naruto's body. After I performed the Shiki fusion, I also thought I was going to be sealed into the body of the god of death. I didn't expect that I would be saved by the legendary sage of 6 paths. He told me the names of your tailed beasts. Kyubai's eyes flashed with nostalgia when he heard this, and then he asked, Minato, tell me what you want to see me for. Minato didn't say much nonsense when he heard this, and directly stated the purpose of his trip. Kyubai heard the conditions mentioned by Minato and laughed, you are really ridiculous. Do you think I am so stupid? You said that the old man resurrected you, that's right. Do you think I'm stupid? Although I don't know how you resurrected, I know you were definitely not resurrected by the old man. As for my name, maybe you heard it from other tailed beasts. Minato heard what the 9-tailed beast said, and secretly sighed that he didn't expect this fox to be quite smart. Looking at the 9-tailed beast in front of him, which was as big as a hill, Minato and Uzumaki Naruto walked to the iron gate that sealed the 9-tailed beast. Looking at the 4-symbol seal on it, he said to Uzumaki Naruto beside him, go and tear off the seal on it. The 9-tailed beast in the door saw this scene and couldn't help but sneered, Namikaze Minato, are you going to remove the seal of this uncle? Minato raised his head when he heard the words, looked at the 9-tailed beast in front of him and said, of course, what else do you think? Then just when he was about to tear off the seal, a hand suddenly grabbed Naruto's hand that was tearing off the seal. A familiar and gentle voice sounded, Naruto can't tear the seal, the 9-tailed beast will run out. Naruto saw someone grabbing his hand, looked up and shouted, Dad, then shook off Chakra Minato and grabbed his hand. Nothing will happen with me here, Minato's voice sounded faintly. Chakra Minato turned his head to look next to Naruto, and saw a person who looked exactly like himself standing next to him. Minato noticed Chakra Minato's puzzled look. He explained, you also saw that I am you are just my chakra, but now I am resurrected. Then he looked at Naruto, who got a signal from Namikaze Minato and reached out to grab the seal, wanting to unlock it. Chakra Minato was about to stop him, but was stopped by Minato. He said, do you know how Naruto has been doing in the past 12 years? The villagers all called him a demon fox, and now he just wants to gain power, so do you still want to stop him? Chakra Minato heard this and struggled for a while but still argued, the 9 tails will still run out like this, and the 9 tails will destroy the village. Minato was very disappointed with Chakra Minato when he heard this, and looked at Chakra Minato and said, between the village and Naruto, did you still choose the village? Then Minato directly attacked and dispersed them. The reason why Minato stopped persuading and chose to attack directly was because in the original work, Minato was a qualified Hokage, but not a qualified husband and father. He didn't understand such a simple truth that a village can only exist after a family. Chapter 15. Uzumaki Naruto watched his father break up Chakra Daddy, and his heart was calm. Although he didn't like killing, he didn't like to make enemies. But I also long for powerful strength. I hope to be recognized by the villagers. When I grow up, I will become a man who can become a Hokage. Chakra Daddy actually prevented me from gaining powerful strength. He is just the chakra left by my father 12 years ago, and my father has been resurrected now. Then Uzumaki Naruto removed the seal of the 9 tails, and the violent chakra of the 9 tails rushed out, almost condensing into substance. Seeing this, Minato took a step forward, and a huge amount of chakra also rushed into the sky, and the golden chakra and the dark red chakra collided with each other. Naruto, who was standing by, looked at the figure standing in front of him, and his heart was slightly warmed. He murmured in his heart, is this the back of my father? The chakra of his father alone was comparable to that of the 9 tails. The 9 tails was very shocked that Minato Namikaze could actually offset 60% of his chakra. You know, although it is not his heyday now, he is much stronger than the other tailed beasts. After all, when I divided the chakra, I gave myself a lot more. Now the other half of my power is sealed in the body of Minato Namikaze. Hasn't this guy died all these years? Why is the strength still improved so much? I guess the Nine Tails will never know until his death that this Minato is no longer the Minato of the past. This is the Minato who travels through the system. Minato felt the amount of chakra of the Nine Tails and was calm. It can only be said that the Nine Tails is worthy of being a tailed beast. This amount of chakra can only be compared with the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. If I hadn't signed in at that time to get double the amount of chakra, I really wouldn't have had as much chakra as the Nine Tails. Minato also knew that although his chakra amount did not increase much after gaining spiritual pressure, there was a substantial change. Chakra seemed to suppress the enemy's soul. Looking at the nine-tailed fox in front of him, Minato said lightly, "Really good chakra." Hearing Minato say this, he was furious and couldn't help cursing, "You damn guy." At the same time, the huge fox claw slapped Minato, followed by a puff of smoke. Seeing this, the nine-tailed fox's huge pupils shrank slightly. This was a substitute technique. The nine-tailed fox hurriedly looked around to find the figures of Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki. Just when the nine-tailed fox was still looking around for Minato Namikaze, Minato's teasing voice came from above, "Nine-tailed fox, have you become stupid after not seeing you for so many years?" The nine-tailed fox heard the voice from above, and the huge fox head was about to raise its head, and heard Minato speak indifferently, "Did I ask you to raise your head?" Minato's cold voice stimulated Kyubai's nerves crazily. Then Kyubai was about to shake his head to throw off Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki on top of him, but before he could make any move, Minato took the lead and stepped heavily on Kyubai's head. Kyubai's huge head was stepped on by Minato and fell directly to the ground, making a deafening noise. At this time, 9 golden chains locked Kyubai tightly. Minato was puzzled when he saw this. Suddenly, he remembered that when he watched anime in his previous life, it seemed that there was not only his own chakra left here, but also Kushina Uzumaki's chakra. If nothing unexpected happened, the chakra chain just now should be the attack from Kushina Uzumaki. At this time, Minato turned his head and saw a woman with red shoulder-length hair and waist-length hair slowly walking over. The woman looked about 20 years old, and her body looked a little illusory, which should be caused by insufficient chakra. When he walked in front of the two, Minato realized that the facial features of the woman in front of him exquisite and beautiful, with a pair of bright eyes, she looks lively and romantic. She wears a white short-sleeved t-shirt under her snow-white neck, and a light green long skirt outside, which sets off her curvy figure. Minato was stunned for a moment when he looked at Uzumaki Kushina. He knew that Uzumaki Kushina was very beautiful in the anime, but he didn't know that after he traveled through time, he saw that the real Uzumaki Kushina was even more beautiful than the anime. Uzumaki Kushina smiled slightly after seeing the two of them, and then said to the struggling Nine Tails, "Don't call you a stupid fox." Then she looked at Naruto with a soft look. Naruto felt the other's gaze, and was stunned for a moment, then said to Kushina, "You are so beautiful, big sister." He showed a carefree smile. Uzumaki Kushina was stunned at first, and then a beautiful smile appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. Minato behind her did not go up to interrupt the conversation between the two. After all, the mother and son will recognize each other later. Kushina continued, "Naruto, you can call me sister, because I am your mother." Naruto was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then stared at Uzumaki Kushina in front of him with his azure eyes, and asked nervously, "Are you really my mother?" Uzumaki Kushina was very confused, but still nodded to confirm. This is when Uzumaki Naruto turned his head to look at Namikaze Minato behind him, wanting to confirm it. After all, he first knew today that his father was the 4th generation Hokage of Konoha, Namikaze Minato. And his father was resurrected and could be with him, and now he saw his mother in the sealed space again. All this seemed so unreal. Namikaze Minato saw Uzumaki Naruto's eyes fall on him, and a warm smile appeared on his face and he nodded slowly. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina in front of Uzumaki Naruto looked behind Naruto and saw Minato smiling at Minato, who smiled back after seeing it. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't hold back the tears anymore and threw himself into Kushina Uzumaki's arms. His tears soaked the clothes on Kushina Uzumaki's chest. Kushina Uzumaki also hugged Naruto tightly. After a while, the two separated. Then Naruto began to tell Kushina about his experiences over the years, how the villagers treated him, and how the third Hokage gave him 1,000 taels of living expenses every month. Kushina Uzumaki gradually frowned. She thought about it and said, "My son still needs the help of the third Hokage." She and Minato had a big yard, and they had done so many A-level tasks, and even S-level tasks were not rare. The rewards for these tasks alone were more than 10 million, which was the property left by Minato and himself to their son. With so much property, they would not be rich, but at least they would not have to worry about food and drink. Thinking of this, Kushina Uzumaki looked at her son with her beautiful eyes and continued, "Son, tell your mother where you live." Uzumaki Naruto heard his mother's question, although he didn't know what it meant, but he still answered honestly, "I live in a simple wooden house." Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help it anymore, her long red hair flying. Roared loudly, "Third-generation old man! You bastard, I sealed the 9 taels for Konoha." Chapter 16. I sealed the 9 taels for Konoha, and finally died at the hands of the 9 taels with Minato. I also followed Minato's advice and sealed the 9 taels in my newborn child, in order to leave a hidden strength for Konoha. What happened? Not only did my son not become the son of a hero or the son of a Hokage, but he was also called a demon fox by the civilians of Konoha. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Kushina's nose was sore and she went up to hug Uzumaki Naruto in her arms. She choked up and said, "Naruto, Mom is sorry for you. Mom shouldn't have left you like this back then, but Mom is dead. Now the chakra left in the sealed space is almost exhausted. It will disappear soon. Your father's chakra is about to disappear." Naruto was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then broke free from Uzumaki Kushina's arms and said, "No? Dad has been resurrected. It was Dad who brought me into the sealed space. He said he would bring me powerful power." Uzumaki Kushina heard this, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and then an incredible voice came out of her mouth. "You said your father was resurrected, how is this possible?" At this time, Namikaze Minato came over and asked softly, "Kushina, are you okay?" Kushina couldn't help it anymore when she heard this, and threw herself directly into Namikaze Minato's arms. Minato slowly hugged the woman in his arms, feeling a little unreal. That's right. After all, it's just chakra and a small amount of soul. Then Uzumaki Kushina raised her head. The beautiful face was charming. Then Uzumaki Kushina said to Namikaze Minato, "Take good care of Naruto, and make sure that old man Sandai has a bad death." At this point, Uzumaki Kushina's beautiful face showed a trace of anger. Uzumaki Kushina thought in her heart, there are also those Konoha high-ranking officials. Uzumaki Kushina knew that the reason why she and Minato died on the night of the 9 Tails rebellion was not only because of the masked man, but also because of the Konoha village high-ranking officials. They didn't want them to live at all. The old man Sandai just wanted to regain power. There is no need to mention the root organization. Shimura Danzo is an ambitious man, and the root organization is his private army. Only obeying the orders of the root leader Danzo Shimura. As for other ninja families, Kushina Uzumaki of the Uchiha clan also guessed a rough idea. It is estimated that they were under house arrest and were not allowed to go out. This also puzzled Kushina Uzumaki. Your Uchiha clan is at least the founder of Konoha village and a large clan on par with the Senju clan. Isn't it your top priority to protect Konoha? Anyway, no matter what, I have to seek justice for my son. She also believed that Minato Namikaze had already seen this, and it was just a responsibility to the village. Hearing Kushina say that she wanted to seek justice for herself, Naruto smiled and said, "No need, Mom, now Dad has been resurrected and has become the 4th generation Hokage of Konoha again." Then Minato told how he came out and how he was resurrected. Of course, he didn't say anything about the system and spiritual pressure. At this time, Kushina Uzumaki looked at Minato with a pair of beautiful eyes curiously, puzzled. "You really resurrected?" Minato Namikaze looked at Kushina Uzumaki's cute appearance and said, "Of course it's true." Kushina Uzumaki nodded, and then her eyes dimmed as if she had thought of something, and she said slowly, "But my chakra is about to disappear, and I'm afraid I won't be able to see it again." Minato said indifferently, "What's the difficulty? As long as there is a constant supply of chakra, it will be fine." "Right." Kushina Uzumaki's bright eyes flickered slightly when she heard the words, and the two of them tacitly put their eyes on the 9 tails. The 9 tails noticed the wolf-like eyes of the two. "I couldn't help but tremble all over, and cursed at the two of them. Fuck, I couldn't help but curse at the two of them, 2 bastards." Then the two walked side by side towards the 9 tails. Seeing the two walking towards him, a trace of fear flashed in the 9 tails' eyes. The two stopped, and Minato said to Uzumaki Naruto on the side, "Take your mother to wait aside." Naruto nodded slightly when he saw this, and pulled Kushina to walk away. Kushina was slightly stunned when she saw this, and then reacted and said, "Do you need my help?" Uzumaki Naruto smiled and said, "Dad is very strong, that big fox must be my father's opponent." Although Naruto didn't know how strong his father was, he was able to defeat the 3rd Hokage, who couldn't be defeated by Orochimaru. His father must be very strong, right? After all, the 3rd Hokage is the strongest Hokage. Naruto thought so in his heart. Uzumaki Kushina wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Minato. A powerful and gentle chakra wrapped the two and sent them far away. Uzumaki Kushina was slightly shocked when she saw what Minato Namikaze did. She thought unconsciously, how much chakra is needed to do this? Uzumaki Kushina knew that Minato Namikaze was very strong. But he couldn't suppress the 9 tails by himself, otherwise the two wouldn't have died because of sealing the 9 tails. What's more, Minato died in these years. How could he be so strong? Uzumaki Kushina kept thinking in her heart. At this time, due to the distance of Uzumaki Kushina, the chakra chain that bound the 9 tails also slowly disappeared. Then the 9 tails' huge palm slapped towards Minato, who dodged the 9 tails' huge claws. Seeing this, the 9 tails fired a hollow dog cannon in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato rushed to help with a raise nan, and defeated the hollow dog cannon. Then, Uzumaki Kushina's voice sounded. "Minato, be careful." The 9 tails opened its bloody mouth, and a huge amount of chakra condensed in its mouth. Minato's face showed a hint of excitement. "I haven't used the ghost way since I got the world of death." Then the huge-tailed beast ball flew towards this side. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but close her eyes, unable to bear to see Minato being blown to death. Minato stretched out a powerful palm and recited the 81st slash of Binding Path. Then a white barrier rose into the sky, and at this time, the 9 tailed beast ball collided with the slash, making a deafening sound. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina and Naruto behind him stared blankly. After a while, Uzumaki Naruto reacted and kept cheering. "Awesome, Dad is really awesome, Dad's move actually blocked the 9 tails attack." Uzumaki Kushina was also awakened by Naruto's cheers. "Minato has become so strong." She couldn't help but praise. "What you just casually performed was a one-hit unprinted ninjutsu." Then Minato said, "9 tails, is this all you can do? If so, it's time to end it." 9 tails was furious when he heard this, and saw Namikaze. Minato turned around and said as he walked, "Hard path 90 black coffins." Black and purple energy rose around 9 tails' body, and 9 tails even felt that he couldn't move, and couldn't help but roar. Damn it! This attack made him, the leader of the tailed beasts, feel the danger. Soon, the Nine Tails was covered by a black coffin several dozen meters long. After a few breaths, the Nine Tails figure appeared from it. It was as big as a mountain and fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Uzumaki Kushina on the side looked at Minato in front of him with a pair of beautiful eyes and asked, "Is this really a ninjutsu? This power is too strong." Looking at Uzumaki Kushina, Minato smiled calmly and said, "Of course." At this time, he called the two to walk towards the Nine Tails. The 61 binding method 6-foot light prison. 6 huge pieces of light bound the Nine Tails tightly. At this time, Minato walked in front of the Nine Tails and pressed one hand on the Nine Tails' head. The seal suddenly released, and the palm of the hand slightly pulled outward, and a red chakra was thrown into Uzumaki Kushina's body. Uzumaki Kushina's illusory body also became solid, and another chakra was thrown into Uzumaki Naruto's body. Chapter 17. With the infusion of chakra, Uzumaki Naruto's aura became stronger and stronger, and his body was also wrapped in a layer of golden red chakra. Uzumaki Kushina, who was standing by, saw this and her beautiful eyes were full of envy. Minato also saw Uzumaki Kushina's expression and said to her, "I will give you stronger power after you are resurrected." Uzumaki Kushina asked excitedly, "Can I be resurrected too?" Minato nodded, and Uzumaki Kushina jumped up happily after getting a positive answer. Then Minato walked to the Nine Tails who was lying on the ground and said, "You will not suffer any loss if the Nine Tails lends its power to Naruto, and you don't want to be controlled by Uchiha Madara in the future." The Nine Tails' huge red animal pupils shrank slightly when they heard this, and then they said tremblingly, "What did you say?" Minato smiled and said, "I said Uchiha Madara is not dead yet." Then he continued, "Kushina's chakra supply is left to you, no problem." Kyuubi trembled and said, "No problem." Minato nodded and continued, "Kyuubi, I am not a capitalist who only knows how to exploit. When the time comes, I can let you out and give you freedom." Minato painted a big pie for the nine-tailed. Kyuubi nodded hurriedly when he heard the word freedom, and said excitedly, "Are you telling the truth? Did you lie to me?" Minato was happy when he heard the words. This nine-tailed is really a real person. At this time, the clear and pleasant voice of the system elf sounded, "Do you sign in when you find a sign-in target?" Minato was delighted when he heard the clear and pleasant voice of the system elf. "Do you need to ask this?" "Of course I signed in," the system signed in. "Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting a special reward," the system's somewhat mechanical electronic synthesized sound sounded. "What special reward?" Minato asked with some doubt. A humanoid card appeared in Minato's hand. "Do you want to use it?" The system's mechanical voice sounded again. "Not for the time being." Minato thought, "I don't know what this thing is." "Don't panic, let's talk about it after we get out of the system space in Naruto's body." Then Uzumaki Kushina said, "Kushina, I'm leaving, goodbye." Naruto saw this and hurriedly said goodbye to Uzumaki Kushina. "Mom, goodbye, I'll come to see you when I have time." The nine-tailed beast lying on the side pouted and muttered softly, "Ah, if it weren't for my chakra, Uzumaki Kushina would have disappeared long ago." But when the nine-tailed beast thought of the strength of Namikaze Minato, he was a little scared. "No, this is not called being scared, this is called following the heart." At the same time, he didn't want to fall under the control of Uchiha Madara again. After saying that, Uzumaki Kushina also disappeared and fell into a deep sleep again. Seeing this, Minato and Uzumaki Naruto left the sealed space at the same time. They opened their eyes at the same time and returned to the Hokage's office. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura saw the two open their eyes and asked hurriedly, "Fourth Hokage, what happened to you just now?" "Oh, nothing, just went to see a friend." "All right, you all go back." Minato waved his hand perfunctorily, he didn't have time to chat with them here. The three of them retreated after hearing this. After watching the three people retreat, Minato retracted his gaze, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his eyes became indifferent and ruthless. By the way, what is the system's special reward? Congratulations to the host for using the special reward and obtaining the Dragon Ball World's magic skill, 10 times Kaio Fist without side effects. The system's emotionless voice sounded again. Minato was very surprised when he heard this. Wow, they are still playing some tricks. This is simply a critical hit reward. But did they change the name? Minato didn't care. After all, if it weren't for the system, he wouldn't be able to revive, let alone gain such a powerful force. 10 times the Kaioken with no side effects is an invincible skill in the Naruto world. It can instantly increase his chakra 10 times and his strength 10 times, an all-round improvement. I feel that my current strength has definitely reached the peak of the Super Shadow. After all, I have the spiritual pressure of the Super Captain. There is also the oldest heat-type Zanpakuto, the Blade Jaka. Once this thing is turned on, I guess Otsutsuki will have to kneel down and call him daddy. Namikaze Minato's eyes flickered slightly, and he made a self-talking voice. The next goal is to clean up the root organization. Shimura Danzo is a borer of Konoha village, the darkness of the ninja world. Chapter 18. Konoha's 5.5 Hokage, the first generation of NAMIKAZE, the one-eyed bandage man, the sexy son brother, etc. This guy can be said to be the one with the most titles in Konoha. Compared with titles, even the ninja gods Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara only have one title. This time, Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan did not see any of the root supporters. Did they all go to play mahjong? This time, I must find Shimura Danzo to make trouble for him. I just said that I was going to the root to make trouble, but this person hasn't gone yet. The ninjas of the root have come to me, and the ninjas around me haven't dispersed yet. These guys have different masks from the previous Anbu. The masks of the Anbu are just in the shape of animals, and the masks worn by these guys have animals, and even some masks are smeared with paint. These guys are ninjas of the root, they are really worthy of being NAMIKAZE. Minato muttered as he looked at the guys in front of him. Minato's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he walked out of the Hokage's office. As soon as he got outside, he saw the 7th team outside and said to him, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato Namikaze disappeared in front of several people. Kakashi saw this and put away the pornographic book in his hand, and said to the three people, "Let's go. Let's go outside and see if there is any new situation." The three of them looked at each other and ran outside. The appearance of these guys made the busy Anbu ninjas slightly stunned, and they all looked over in surprise. Kakashi, who had just arrived here, frowned, and was obviously thinking, wondering why the ninjas of the root would appear here. Because the ninjas of the root are directly under the command of Shimura Danzo, even the 3rd generation Hokage cannot order them. It can be said that it is the private army of the root leader Shimura Danzo. However, when Orochimaru attacked Konoha, he did not take action, nor did he send any root ninjas. Now the large number of root ninjas obviously came for their teacher Namikaze Minato. Thinking of this, Kakashi reached into the ninja tool bag with his left hand. As long as they dared to attack their teacher, it's okay to kill these guys myself. Although I may not be able to beat them. The 3rd Hokage is now seriously injured and in the hospital, and he can't care about Minato at all. There was a person who originally stood in front of Minato. The root was ordered by Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo and the 3rd Hokage were not only classmates. He was also a disciple of the 2nd Hokage and a longtime friend of the 3rd Hokage. It can be said that his prestige in Konoha is not lower than that of the 3rd Hokage. If Danzo appeared, he would definitely be able to fight against the current Namikaze Minato on equal terms. In this way, Namikaze Minato's situation is not very good, but Kaka doesn't know that the Namikaze Minato he is worried about is not afraid even if Uchiha Madara is in front of him, let alone a mere Shimura Danzo. What? You want to stop me? Minato Namikaze looked at the root ninjas in front of him. These people dared to block his way and sight. It must be said that Shimura Danzo was really a little stupid. He dared to send people to cause trouble without knowing the strength of his opponent. At this time, one of the root ninjas stepped forward and said, Minato Namikaze, Danzo, please go to the root. Minato Namikaze frowned when he heard it, and then looked at the root ninjas and said, Danzo asked you to take me there. Yes. The leading root ninja had no emotion in his words, as if there was no problem with his words. Minato Namikaze suddenly laughed, and this laughter made everyone present confused. After a few breaths, the laughter gradually disappeared, and Minato's eyes became extremely cold and his mouth made an indifferent voice. You really don't know how to live or die. As soon as the voice fell, the leading root ninja instantly fell to the ground, holding his neck. Slowly, a red blood mark appeared on the neck of the root ninja, and hot blood slowly flowed out. The following root ninjas killed Namikaze Minato with expressionless faces. Seeing this, Minato smiled helplessly and turned to rush towards them. In just a blink of an eye, several root ninjas fell to the ground and didn't know whether they were dead or alive. These root ninjas didn't know why Namikaze Minato dared to kill them so decisively until they died, but they forgot one thing: Minato was still the Hokage of Konoha, and they openly provoked the fire. This is a death in vain. This scene made the ninjas present couldn't help but think of a sentence: the golden flash that cuts through the darkness of the ninja world can even travel through time and space. At this moment, everyone seemed to understand the meaning of this sentence, and also understood why this sentence was written in the textbook of the ninja world, because it was so fast that it was impossible to see. Is this the strength of the golden flash Namikaze Minato? Some people couldn't help but sigh. Using the Flying Thunder God vertical style and kunao, dozens of the elite jonins of the root were killed instantly. You know, let alone dozens of elite jonins, even 3 elite jonins can hold back a cage-level strongman. He turned around and sucked the Flying Thunder God kunao, and all of them were in Minato's hands in an instant. These Flying Thunder God kunao were all his things, and he would still need them in the future. They were just some jonins of the root. It seemed that Danzo really thought he was easy to bully. By the way, let's go to the root and see what we can get, but let's take a look at the system mall first. After opening the system mall, he saw the points in the mall. He had signed in on Naruto to get a critical hit reward of 10 points, and signed in on Kakashi to get 5 points. He got 5 points from Uchiha Sasuke and 10 points from the Nine Tails to get a critical hit reward. Now the total points are only 30 points. Looking at the rewards in the system mall, Namikaze Minato felt helpless. Chapter 19. The 2 Megatama Sharingan in the system store only needs 5 points, the Manjiki Sharingan only needs 30 points, and the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan still needs 10 points. It is obviously not as cost-effective to exchange the Manjiki Sharingan as the Eternal Eye. If you use it too much, your eyes will go blind. If you want to change it, you should change it to the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, or to the ability of the other world. After all, the system spirit has said that the system store may be upgraded and updated from time to time. Maybe there will be better things in it. After all, I have received a lot of rewards that surpass the system store just by crit sign-in. Just when Minato Namikaze was still looking at the system store and thinking, a voice came, interrupting Minato, who was thinking. Turning around, I saw Kakashi and asked, "What's wrong?" Kakashi looked at Minato and said, "These ninjas are all from the root. It's okay for you to kill them like this. What can this be? They are just a group of tools." Minato said disdainfully. Kakashi suddenly looked at Minato and said, "Teacher, I don't know what I can do for you now." Minato turned his head and stared at Kakashi seriously when he heard what Kakashi said, and suddenly smiled and patted his shoulder. "But if you want to help me, Practice hard. Make yourself stronger, I believe you can, because you are my most proud disciple. Minato said to Kakashi, and then turned and disappeared. In another dark and humid underground base, an old man over 50 years old sat in the first chair, with his upper body wrapped in bandages and his one eye that had been left outside, showing a cold light. This one is the leader of the root, the sexy son brother Shimura Danzo. At this time, a ninja of the root walked into the base below and glanced at the old man sitting in the upper position. Reporting to the root ninjas sent by Danzo, all were killed by Namikaze Minato. Danzo stood up from his seat when he heard that. You said that all 7 or 8 of you elite root ninjas were killed by Minato Namikaze. How dare he do that? At this time, Yamanaka Feng on the side hurriedly said, Danzo, please calm down and listen to what they said first. At this time, Danzo gradually recovered. He slowly said, what did you say? The root ninja slowly said, let's talk about Minato Namikaze. Danzo asked you to go see him. Danzo frowned and continued, Minato Namikaze attacked Wagia later. Then several root ninjas present rushed towards Minato Namikaze. A golden light flashed, and 7 or 8 root ninjas fell down. Danzo was furious when he heard that. You are a bunch of idiots, are you idiots? Even Orochimaru was forced away by Minato Namikaze. This time, he originally wanted to ask Minato Namikaze to support him as the 5th generation Hokage. As a result, he was not invited by this group of subordinates, and he was offended by them. Danzo was just insidious, not stupid. He had been watching the fight between Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze from the side. Now he was sure that he might not be able to beat Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze came to the courtyard where he and Kushina lived before. No one had lived here for a long time. The courtyard was full of weeds. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze formed seals with both hands and performed the shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones appeared, some cleaned the weeds in the courtyard, and some cleaned the dust in the courtyard. Minato Namikaze came directly to the living room and couldn't help sighing when he saw the familiar decorations inside. Time has really changed. Everything has changed in the blink of an eye. I came to my and Kushina's room and looked at the whirlpool above. Kushina and I couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Soon, Minato Namikaze had finished everything. As soon as he walked out of the door, he was slightly stunned. Fuck, I want to buy ingredients, but I have no money. Minato stretched out a hand and rubbed his swollen head, and said helplessly, it's really a rich man, it's hard to be a man without money. Forget it, go out and get some game first. Soon Minato came back with 3 fish and 3 hares in his hand, cast a small fireball to set up the fire, and skewered the fish and hares with wooden sticks and roasted them on the fire. Just when Minato Namikaze was roasting food happily, the system upgrade sounded. Ding! Found a place to sign in, do you want to sign in? Minato said happily in his heart, sign in. Ding! Sign in successfully triggers a critical reward to get a mysterious gift. Do you want to use it? Minato's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. This system is really weird. It plays tricks all day long, and it also has a sense of ritual in life. He silently thought in his heart, and saw a burst of light, and then the light dissipated, and then he saw a girl with short black hair and a haggard face, wearing a white prison uniform, muttering, where is this? Am I going to die? When Minato saw this, the fish in his hand fell to the ground. He stared at the girl in front of him and said to the system, what is going on? The system's voice came faintly, this is a special card and I don't know what's inside. At this time, Minato looked at the girl in front of him and said slowly, are you okay? This girl is none other than Rukia Kukaki, who is in the world of death. I don't know how this system got her into the world of Naruto. The girl slowly opened her eyes, looked at Minato with a pair of purple beautiful eyes and said, you are brother Minato. Rukia, who was wearing a white prison uniform, had tears in her purple beautiful eyes. She threw herself into Minato's arms. Minato didn't know what to do when he saw this, and hurriedly asked the system, "What the hell is going on?" The system elf pouted and said, "I gave you a beautiful girl as your wife, and you are not happy." "I am a married man," Minato argued. The system elf said with disdain, "Your wife is not a virgin. Besides, she is the wife of your previous life. You two are not of the same soul. You both have a 12-year-old son. The one I gave you is a beautiful girl with a perfect body. You don't want her, right? If you don't want her, I will send her back." Minato said quickly, "Don't send her. Can't I take her?" Minato continued, "What I want to ask is why she called me Brother Minato. Of course I did it. I modified her memory. In her memory, you two were very good friends in the world of death." The system said proudly. "You can even entrust your life to her." Minato was sweating profusely when he heard it. This system is too perverted. It's just driving at the slightest disagreement. Chapter 20. In the system's narration, Minato knew that this false memory was the past of himself and Rukia Kukaki in the world of death. Minato looked at the petite and cute Rukia in front of him, and reached out to pat the girl's slightly trembling back. Obviously, she was not as calm as she seemed when facing real death. Then Minato asked the system, "That system? Is there a character panel for Rukia Kukaki?" At this time, the crisp and pleasant voice of the system elf sounded. "Of course there is some for Hyuka." The system's panel gradually changed and slowly formed a character panel. Character, Rukia Kukaki. Ability, Death God Transformation. Kido, Mastery. Battle Spirit Sword Sodi Shirayuki. Mastered Shikai. Status, Recovering. Loyalty, 100. Evaluation, loyal to the host until death, willing to do anything for the host. Minato fell silent after looking at the evaluation given by the system. In his previous life, he was just a college student. As for the girl who has no money, the girl can see him, after all, he has no money. In a society that values money, women talk about money with people who have no money, and talk about feelings with rich people. Now think about it, it's really ironic. Minato couldn't help thinking in his heart. In his previous life, he had nothing except his parents, but now he has traveled to the world of Naruto and not only has a strong and handsome body, but also a wife and a cheap son. Now the system has sent me another Rukia. To be honest, Minato is not a person who doesn't know how to be grateful. Minato knows that everything he has now is given by the system, so he won't scold his system at every turn. As for the protagonists in the novels I read in my previous life who always scolded their systems as trash and dog systems, Minato just wants to say that without the help of the system, your shitty protagonist Halo is useless. Minato dispersed his thoughts and sank into the system. The system spirit looked at Minato and asked a little puzzled after he came in. "How did you get in?" Minato looked at the system spirit and said, "Thank you, system." The system spirit was stunned at first, and then a relieved smile appeared on his face and said, "Go back." Minato opened his eyes and returned to reality. At first glance, he saw a cute and delicate little face appeared in front of him. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Minato curiously. Minato looked at Rukia Kukaki who was still wearing a white prison uniform. I couldn't help but frowned, stretched out my hand and took Rukia's soft and white jade-like hand and walked into the room. Rukia saw this scene, and her beautiful little face flushed. She said shyly, "Brother Minato, if you want, I can serve you." Minato's heart moved slightly when he heard Rukia's words, but he still suppressed the desire in his heart and said, "What are you thinking about? There are clothes inside, change them. I'm a little uncomfortable with the prison uniform you're wearing." Rukia's cute little face showed a hint of shyness when she heard this, and Minato patted his head with his right hand and quickly closed the door of the room. Rukia also took off her prison uniform when she saw this, revealing her upper body, with bandages wrapped around her chest, making her originally barren chest flat. Soon the door of the room was opened, a little head popped out of the door and saw Minato, then slowly opened the door, and Minato turned around. Seeing what Rukia was wearing now, his eyes lit up slightly, and he looked up and down at Rukia, who was now wearing a white t-shirt on her upper body, a pleated skirt to her knees on her lower body, a pair of white and tender calves tightly wrapped in a pair of white stockings, and a pair of white rabbit cotton slippers on her feet. Finally, his eyes fell on Rukia's chest, because the clothes on her upper body were actually propped up by Rukia. Minato estimated that it was at least B grade, the size of a steamed bun. Rukia on the opposite side saw Minato's eyes fixed on her, and slowly lowered her head, playing with the corners of her clothes with her hands, and then Minato looked at a long bandage placed on the bed behind Rukia. As if he understood something, he said to Rukia with a serious look, "Don't wrap your chest anymore in the future, okay? It's not good for your body development." After that, Minato reached out and took Rukia's hand and walked outside. After the two finished eating grilled fish and grilled hare, Minato was going to the Hokage's office to handle official business. He wanted Rukia to rest at home, but Rukia refused on the grounds that she wanted to understand this world. Helplessly, Minato could only take Rukia to the Hokage's office, and in the way, Rukia was curious about the shops around her, looking left and right, but Minato was helpless. Because he had just been resurrected and had no money, otherwise he would not have gone to the river to catch fish or rabbits. The poor people of Konoha around greeted Minato after seeing him, "Hello, fourth Hokage." Minato also responded to these civilians one by one. At this time, someone with sharp eyes saw Rukia standing with Minato. I couldn't help but secretly admire Minato. The Hokage is the Hokage. You see, the first thing he did after resurrection was to find himself a little wife, but these words were only dared to be complained in his heart. Some showed Minato a smile that all men understand. Minato was also amused and helpless when he saw the attitude of the Konoha civilians. Chapter 21. Amid the cheers of many civilians, Namikaze Minato brought Rukia to the Hokage's office. Seeing this, Rukia showed curiosity on her face. A pair of beautiful eyes looked around everything and saw Minato sitting in the position of Hokage. I couldn't help but ask, "Brother Minato, is this where you work?" Minato nodded slightly and then looked at the girl in front of him. Minato suddenly thought of a question and asked, "Do you still have your power now?" Rukia blinked her bright purple eyes and slowly said, "Power? Still. But I don't know why, since I came to this world, there has been a strange power slowly restoring my lost power of death." As Rukia said this, a slender knife with snowflakes appeared in her hand. Minato nodded slowly when he heard this. Of course, he knew what was going on with Rukia's power. It must be the system that did it. After all, Rukia is a special reward given by the system elf, and the system must be responsible. Then Rukia continued. I seem to have reached the captain level spiritual pressure, so I can use the Zanpakuto's Bankai. Minato grasped the key point of Rukia's words. Wait. Rukia slowly closed her mouth and waited for Minato's question. Then Minato said, "You just said you can perform Bankai." Rukia nodded her head and said, "Since I came to this world, I feel that I have mastered the Bankai of the Zanpakuto." Minato nodded slowly and knew that all this was probably done by the system. This system is so considerate that Minato wants to give her a 5-star praise. In this way, if Rukia releases Bankai, her strength can at least reach the Super Shadow level. This is his personal maid, and now she has another identity, his top guard. Just when Minato Namikaze was thinking about what tasks to assign to Rukia in the future, the door of the Hokage's office was knocked. Minato tidied himself up and slowly sat down in the position of the Hokage. He said to the Anbu ninja outside the door, "Come in." The Anbu ninja heard Minato's words and slowly walked in and knelt on one knee. Minato curiously looked at the Anbu female ninja with a rabbit mask on her face. The female ninja had long purple hair and a slim figure. Minato remembered that when he watched the Naruto anime in his previous life, there was a purple-haired Anbu female ninja whose name seemed to be Uzuki Yujao, and there seemed to be a kidney-deficient boyfriend named Moonlight Gale. Rukia looked at Uzuki Yujao, who was kneeling on one knee in front of her curiously, wondering what she came to Minato for. Uzuki Yujao's pretty face under the mask said calmly and coldly, "Hokage, Kakashi's team encountered an attack by Orochimaru in the Forest of Death." Namikaze Minato's face gradually turned cold when he heard this, and he was also thinking in his heart, what is going on, why is Orochimaru here? Suddenly, Minato thought of something. Could it be that his resurrection caused some changes in the plot? But then he thought of his current strength in the ninja world where the 6 paths cannot be revealed. Even the god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju, and the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, he is not inferior. When he watched the anime Bleach in his previous life, Captain Yamamoto's war spirit sword was very powerful. Once the Bankai was released, the entire Soul Society would probably be destroyed. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato cast his eyes on the Anbu female ninja Uzuki Yujao below and said, "I know, you go down first." Anbu female ninja Uzuki Yujao heard this and said, "It's Lord Hokage." Then he disappeared. Watching the Anbu ninja disappear, turned his head to look at the girl Rukia and smiled slightly, saying, "I have something to deal with, do you want to go and see it?" Rukia nodded excitedly when she heard this. She had been in this world for several hours, except for walking on the street after coming out of Minato's house. She hasn't taken a good look yet. She also wants to know what the ninja battles in this world are like. Compared with her own power of the god of death. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Thinking of this, a pair of beautiful purple eyes looked at Minato and smiled and said, "Of course I went." As she said that, she rushed to the place where the battle took place. Minato saw that Rukia disappeared directly, and also turned into a flash of light and rushed towards the battlefield. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 sounds of breaking through the air came, and 2 figures appeared on the battlefield. As soon as they arrived at the battlefield, the crisp and pleasant voice of the system elf came to his mind. Minato was happy when he heard it. The reward came, and he found that he could sign in at the sign-in location. Minato heard, "Say sign in silently in my heart." Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the curse seal technique. After hearing this, Minato nodded and a curse appeared in his mind. How to use the seal? This sign-in is meaningless to Minato because he can't use it, but later some of it can be passed on to his subordinates. Then Minato returned to reality from the system. In fact, Minato stayed in the system for so long, but only 1 second passed in reality. Looking at the figure in front of him, Minato smiled, and Rukia beside him looked at everything around curiously. Chapter 22. At this moment, Rukia, who was curiously looking around, suddenly made a sound, but her voice was a little more serious and indifferent, saying that someone was injured over there. Then she pointed in a direction, and Minato looked in the direction of Rukia's finger, and saw a boy who looked about 12 or 13 years old leaning weakly against a big tree. Minato looked carefully and found that the boy was Uchiha Sasuke, and a red-haired girl next to him was holding a kunai and was on guard around tightly. Seeing this, Minato flashed in front of Sakura. Sakura appeared in front of her with a tall figure, and then Rukia, wearing a death suit and holding a war spirit sword, also walked over slowly. Sakura saw that it was Namikaze Minato, and hurriedly exclaimed, "Hokage, you are finally here." Then he said, "Hokage, please take a look at Sasuke, what happened to him? We were taking the Chunin exam in the Death Forest just now, and then we were attacked by Orochimaru. In the back, Orochimaru bit Sasuke's neck." Minato also understood what was going on, and then what about Naruto? Then Sakura hurriedly said, "Naruto is fighting with Orochimaru, but Minato Namikaze is not worried at all, after all, he is now resurrected, and Orochimaru would not dare. Moreover, he has no hatred with Orochimaru, and then looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was leaning on the side, and slowly walked to Uchiha Sasuke's side, looking at the strawberry planted by Orochimaru on his neck. Oh no, it's a curse seal. Slowly took a breath and sealed the vertical style with both hands, 4 symbol seal, and pressed directly on the curse seal on Uchiha Sasuke's neck, and then the curse seal was replaced by the pattern of the 4 symbol seal. Realistically, if Uchiha Sasuke was not the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, Minato actually didn't want to care about him. Although Indra's chakra and Ashura can open the samsara eye by combining with each other, they can also obtain the power of the 6 paths in Madara's mouth, but this kind of thing is meaningless to Minato. Because I have a system, I still prefer the power of science. After all, it is a star-level power, and there is also the Super Saiyan transformation. Just the transformation of Super Saiyan 1 can increase my power by 50 times. Besides, even if there is no Saiyan power, there is still the power of the god of death in the world of death, and there may be the power of hollows in the future. The power of the Quincy, and so on. At this time, Sakura looked at Minato with a worried look and asked Hokage Sasuke, "Is he okay?" At this time, Minato looked at Sakura with a face full of anxiety, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "You haven't married yet, you care about her so much," and then slowly said, "There are some side effects." Without waiting for Sakura to answer, he continued to say that after all, this is the curse seal developed by Orochimaru, the first scientist in the ninja world. Ordinary people really can't solve it, unless they find Orochimaru, but Orochimaru will not help Sasuke to solve it. This thing was developed by Orochimaru from Chugo. At this time, Rukia came over and said to Minato, "Brother Minato, this little brother seems to have some injuries on his body. Do you need me to treat him with Kaido?" Hearing her words, Minato looked at her curiously and asked in surprise, "You also know Kaido?" Rukia nodded and continued, "Because I was often injured, I learned Kaido from Captain Shige no Hana." "Oh, is that so?" Minato replied, and Sakura on the side saw that there was a beautiful girl standing next to Minato. Rukia saw Sakura looking at her, smiled at Sakura, and then stretched out her right hand, and the spiritual pressure on her body surged out. Then she began to chant the Kaido spell, and gradually, as the Kaido spell was chanted, Rukia's left hand appeared green light, and as these lights merged into Uchiha Sasuke's wounds, they also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The recovery of the wound also made Uchiha Sasuke wake up from his coma. This was where he saw clearly that the person in front of him was the 4th Hokage. He hurriedly said to Minato, "Lord Hokage, please go and save Naruto." At this time, Sasuke also saw Rukia. Minato nodded slightly when he heard it, then looked at Rukia beside him, and rushed towards the direction of Uzumaki Naruto, Orochimaru on the battlefield. Chapter 23. On another battlefield, Uzumaki Naruto, who was in a state of disgrace, was facing Orochimaru. Seeing the wounded Naruto, Orochimaru could not help but admire him. "You are indeed Minato's child. You have such a large amount of chakra at such a young age." Naruto was not happy to see this, but looked at Orochimaru angrily and asked, "What are you going to do?" Orochimaru chuckled and said, "It's nothing, I just want to accept a disciple." Naruto frowned when he heard this, obviously thinking about the credibility of Orochimaru's words just now. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was thinking, a gentle female voice sounded in Naruto's mind, "Naruto, don't believe him, Orochimaru is lying to you." The voice was Naruto's mother Uzumaki Kushina. He obviously had other purposes for doing that. Naruto couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he heard this. It's good to have more people. At this time, the rough voice of the Nine Tails sounded, "Naruto, I will lend you my power." At this time, Naruto said to Uzumaki Kushina, "Thank you, mother, thank you Nine Tails." Kushina chuckled and told Naruto to be careful, and then disappeared. Naruto looked at the Nine Tails, and the Nine Tails slowly said, "Your mother needs to consume chakra to appear," so she went back. Naruto nodded, his consciousness returned to the outside world, and a strong chakra burst out of his body. This chakra blew the surrounding trees rustling, and the dust on the ground was blown into the sky. The golden nine tails chakra also rose from Naruto's body. Seeing this, Orochimaru showed a look of shock on his pale and sick face. Then a hoarse voice came out of his mouth, "I can't believe it. The boy who is called a demon fox actually mastered the power of the nine tails." Then Orochimaru burst out with powerful chakra and terrifying murderous aura, and then shouted, "Ninjutsu, snake hand!" Then Naruto jumped to avoid it. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto has not practiced with Jiraiya yet, and now he has only mastered the multiple shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Naruto put his hands together and shouted, "Multiple shadow clone technique!" Then hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto appeared on the battlefield and attacked Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru did 2 backflips and left the battlefield. Then he made a seal with his hands and shouted, "Ninjutsu, 10,000 snakes!" Dense little snakes of power came out of Orochimaru's mouth. Seeing this, Naruto quickly jumped back and avoided Orochimaru's attack. At this moment, Orochimaru's face changed, and he turned around and wanted to run. A familiar voice sounded, "Orochimaru, I just arrived and you are leaving. This is too disrespectful to me." Naruto turned around and saw Minato and said happily, "Dad, you are here." Orochimaru's pale and sick face was dripping with cold sweat. The last time he fought with Minato, Orochimaru felt that Minato did not use his full strength against him. It can even be said that he did not use his true strength. This time, Orochimaru felt that Minato's strength was more terrifying than the last battle. "Orochimaru, long time no see." Minato looked at Orochimaru and greeted him with a smile. Orochimaru heard the words and quickly agreed on the surface, "Yes. Long time no see." He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Damn long time no see, we just met today and yesterday. If he couldn't beat me, he would have fought a long time ago, why would he talk to Minato here?" Orochimaru calmed down and quickly noticed the girl next to Minato. Orochimaru's intuition told him that the girl next to Minato was very scary and definitely not a good person. Because Orochimaru suddenly found that he could not detect the chakra of the other party, but the person who could stand with Minato could be an ordinary person. Orochimaru was still thinking about how to escape. At this time, a loud noise broke out in the forest not far away. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Can I go now?" Minato glanced at Orochimaru and smiled and asked for permission. At this time, the system's voice sounded. "Found a person who can sign in, Orochimaru, do you want to sign in?" Minato was stunned when he heard this, and then he was happy in his heart. "Good guy can sign in repeatedly, this is a bug." Quickly said to the system, "Sign in." The system also came back and responded to Minato, "Ding, sign in successfully to obtain the Ryukadong Sage mode." This made Minato unable to do it. Didn't Orochimaru still not know how to do it? How could he sign into the Sage technique of Ryukadong? Alas! Regardless, I can only say that the system is awesome. As soon as the words fell, a strange power was injected into Minato Namikaze's body by the system, and at the same time, he also mastered the practice method of Ryukadong immortal art. With the infusion of power, Minato also activated the immortal mode of Ryukadong. His body was covered with light green immortal art chalk. Pulling the package, 2 white horns appeared on the forehead, a light green line appeared on both sides of the cheeks, the sky blue eyes also turned into golden vertical pupils, and the light green chakra around them also appeared like little snakes and swirled around Namikaze Minato. Minato felt the power in his body and couldn't help but sigh. It's really a good power. Unlike the Miyaboku Mountain Senjutsu, the Ryukai Cave Senjutsu has a strong recovery and self-healing ability. The Miyaboku Mountain Senjutsu is the perception of chakra. The people around him showed different reactions when they saw Minato's appearance. Rukia looked at Minato curiously with her beautiful eyes, wanting to know the reason for Minato's appearance. Chapter 24. Naruto, who was standing by, looked at Minato with shining eyes, with a look of admiration on his face, as if he was looking at my dad. Orochimaru was shocked to see the sage mode on Minato, and he didn't know why Minato could use the sage mode of Ryukido. He couldn't even use this, and Minato couldn't help but say when he saw Orochimaru's surprised look. "Want to learn? I can teach you." Orochimaru's throat rolled and he said subconsciously. "Are you serious?" "Of course it's true, but I have conditions." Orochimaru's heart sank when he heard this, but his face was still calm. Looking at Minato, he asked calmly, "What conditions?" Minato didn't hesitate to say directly, "I invite you to be the head of Konoha's scientific research department." Orochimaru was stunned when he heard this, and then a smile appeared on his pale face, and he looked at Minato and said in a hoarse voice, "But I am a rebel ninja of Konoha." Minato smiled and continued, "Those are not what you need to worry about, you just need to tell me whether you agree or not." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. "What if I don't agree?" Orochimaru asked tentatively. Minato knew what Orochimaru was thinking, and smiled and waved his hand and said, "If you don't agree, then don't agree." But Orochimaru couldn't speak and continued, "But I have told you the sage mode of Ryukidon. If you don't agree, you will miss this opportunity. If you want to learn the sage technique of Ryukidon from me again in the future, it will not be so easy." This means that if Orochimaru wants to learn from him again in the future, he will have to pay more. Orochimaru began to think deeply after hearing what Minato said, and Minato did not forget to add the last fuel to the fire. Watching the dilemma of the immortal, Orochimaru Minato continued to speak. "As far as I know, once the immortal arts of Ryukai Cave are started, there is no turning back. The consequence of failing to learn the immortal arts of Ryukai Cave is to be eaten by the White Snake Immortal or the three god princesses of Ryukai Cave." Orochimaru was a little surprised to hear what Minato said, and couldn't help asking, "How did you know?" Minato did not answer Orochimaru's question but said to himself, "You didn't go for this reason. Orochimaru, you don't want to be eaten for learning the sage mode of Ryukai Cave." Orochimaru was horrified when he heard what Minato said, and an unprecedented fear rose in his heart. This fear was not about strength, but that the other party knew everything about you, even your inner thoughts, while you knew nothing about the other party. Orochimaru had to admit that Minato had changed and become stronger, and his mind had become more thoughtful than before. It even scared him, the cold-hearted Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. "You know, this has never happened before, even when fighting against Hanzo of the Salamander." Orochimaru suppressed the fear in his heart and asked Minato Namikaze, "How did you know all this?" Minato knew all this because he watched the Naruto anime in his previous life. Minato smiled indifferently and said, "Orochimaru, don't worry about how I know it. If you want to learn fairy arts, come to the forest outside to find me." After saying that, without waiting for Orochimaru to speak, he took Rukia and Uzumaki Naruto to the place where the battle took place. After a few jumps, he disappeared. Orochimaru looked at the background where Minato Namikaze disappeared and shook his head and sighed. The ninja world may be changing, and then jumped onto the tree and disappeared. On the other side, a huge raccoon cat roared wildly, "You damn guys, all of you, die for me." A huge palm hit the ninjas of Konoha. Kakashi saw this and made seals with both hands, "Earth escape, earth flow wall." A wall of earth rose from the ground and blocked it slightly, giving everyone a chance to perform ninjutsu. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Fire escape, dust hiding technique. Konoha great cyclone, Konoha strong cyclone. Illusion binding killing technique. The attacks of the ninjas hit Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, and a puff of smoke was stirred up. Temari and Kankuro were worried when they saw Shikaku being attacked, because it was their brother Gaara who was being attacked. Although he was controlled by the one-tailed Shikaku, Minato and the other two rushed over. Naruto shouted, "Teacher Kakashi! Rukia looked at Uzumaki Naruto in surprise, and then looked at Minato beside him, as if to say, "Is this really your son? I didn't know he was so hidden. If he was on the mission, something big might happen." Minato was helpless, and he was speechless about his cheap son. Minato was wondering if it was the influence of Ashura's chakra. Kakashi heard this and asked Naruto, "Have you seen Minato, teacher?" Naruto said, "My father is behind me. Sasuke and Sakura have been rescued." Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. This monster was the one-tailed Shikaku of the Sand Village. He continued, "I'm here, you stinky raccoon cat." Shikaku became even more violent when he saw the appearance of Uzumaki Naruto. He roared at the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, "You stinky fox, you bastard." Of course, Naruto knew that the one-tailed Shikaku was scolding the nine-tailed in his body. He looked at Shikaku and said, "You guy, let me show you how powerful I am." Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. After a burst of smoke, hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto appeared on the battlefield and attacked Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. The rest of them also used various ninjutsu on Shikaku. During the battle, Minato Namikaze found that Naruto didn't seem to have any other ninjutsu except the multiple shadow clone technique and Raise Nan. This won't do. After all, this is his own cheap son. All he can do is use the Raise Nan and the multiple shadow clone technique. Chapter 25. Minato thought so and made up his mind to teach Naruto a few more ninjutsu after the war was over. Unfortunately, he didn't know why he couldn't teach Naruto and others his spiritual pressure. When he asked the system replied, "Different worlds and different power systems cannot be used directly with each other. The reason why you can use the ghost way is because this system directly infuses the power of the god of death into your body. All the power that appears in the system is given by this system and you can use it directly." The system's faint voice came. Without waiting for Minato to ask, he continued, "But other people? You need something else." At this time, the system elf recommended, "The system has launched new products? You can go and have a look." Minato's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he looked at the only 35 points on him and couldn't buy anything. At this time, Minato found that there was an extra scroll of Chakra Ghost Way learning scroll in the system. Minato's mouth twitched when he saw this. This system is doing pyramid selling. Minato clicked on the item introduction, Kido Scroll Chakra version, which contains the training methods of Had, Kide, and Fud, which can be practiced using chakra. Minato saw that it took 120 points to buy the scroll, and he didn't know when he could save enough points. The chakra version of Kido was a little weaker than the spiritual pressure version. But it's better than nothing, so Minato returned to reality from the system space. I saw Uzumaki Naruto bite his thumb and quickly seal his hands. He slapped his hands on the ground, and a formation with runes appeared on the ground. There was a bang and a burst of smoke. When the smoke dissipated, a huge toad appeared on the battlefield, holding a huge long sword and a pipe in his mouth. Seeing that it was a little devil who summoned him, he couldn't help but complain. "It's you. Little devil, you summoned me again, tell me what's going on." Gamabunta said impatiently. "The toad boss is the stinky raccoon cat in front of him," Naruto said excitedly after hearing this. Seeing this, Gamabunta couldn't help but complain in his heart, 13 years ago, I was summoned to fight the tailed beasts. I didn't expect that 13 years later, it would be like this again." Looking at the one-tailed Shikaku on the battlefield, Minato, who was observing in secret, frowned and thought. It seems that his crossing did cause a butterfly effect. In this battle, he thought that Orochimaru would lurk for a while because of his appearance. But what he didn't expect was that Orochimaru came out to make trouble so quickly, and also made the one-tailed Jinchuriki go berserk. I remember watching the anime in the Death Forest in my previous life. Only Naruto fought against the one-tailed Shikaku. Now I don't know what's going on. The leading teachers of Konoha seem to have gathered here and fought against the one-tailed Shikaku. It seems that what should happen will still happen, but it's a matter of sooner or later. I can't just rely on knowing the plot. In this case, I might as well take the initiative to change some things. At the same time, I have to find a place to sign in quickly to get rewards and improve my strength. On the other side of the battlefield, Naruto, you are really a bastard. You actually let me fight such a monster, you really think highly of me. Gamabunta said with some dissatisfaction. On the battlefield, Gamabunta and one-tailed Shikaku were facing each other. Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing on Gamabunta's head, hurriedly said, "Don't you have Kakashi and others here, Boss Gama?" He complained in his heart, "Besides, my father is also watching in the dark. The nine-tailed beast was killed instantly by my father's unmarked ninjutsu, not to mention the one-tailed Shikaku, the worst of the tailed beasts." Gamabunta heard Uzumaki Naruto say this and glanced at Kakashi and others around him. He snorted coldly and said nothing. He looked up at Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing above him with a serious face. It was obvious that he also felt it was very difficult. Suddenly, the belly of the one-tailed Shikaku swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wind style, air bomb. Just an air cannon was fired from the mouth of the one-tailed Shikaku. The air cannon alone was 4 or 5 meters in size. Such power could not be endured by a cage-level ninja. Even a cage-level ninja would definitely feel uncomfortable if he was hit by such a blow, let alone a jonin or a chunin. The destructive power of the wind-style air bomb was very strong, and the speed was also very fast. In just a blink of an eye, it reached Gamabunta. "Fuck, it's too fast, there's no time to dodge." Gamabunta couldn't help but feel a little regretful. In desperation, he had to cross the long sword in his hand across his chest to block the attack. Boom! The huge explosion was deafening. The power of this air bomb should not be underestimated. It directly hit the huge and dense forest. A big pit exploded in the forest, and there was no grass growing for dozens of meters around. Kakashi and others around had already left the place after seeing this. Hey! Naruto also had a look of surviving a disaster. Just now, when he was in a life and death situation, he almost used the power of the 9 tails in his body. Gamabunta was confused and hit the target in a wrong direction. However, it was impossible. The opponent's attack was all directed at him. And it was about to hit him. When he looked up, he saw a big pit on his right. How could it be so bad? "Bunta, have you become so slow now? How can this be possible?" Minato's somewhat flat voice sounded. While Gamabunta was stunned, a teasing voice came from above his head. Hearing this, Gamabunta's huge body stiffened slightly. This voice sounded a little familiar. Then he looked up and saw Namikaze Minato looking at him with a smile. Gamabunta was so scared that he couldn't help but burst out with a swear word, "Fuck, are you a human or a ghost?" Chapter 26. Uzumaki Naruto was a little unhappy when he heard this and yelled at Gamabunta. "What are you talking about? This is my dad, how can he be a ghost? Dad, why are you here? I saw you were in danger and I rushed over." Naruto felt warm when he heard this, and Gamabunta beside him realized that you are really Minato and not a ghost. Minato felt funny when he heard this. "You are a toad afraid of ghosts, who would believe it if you tell others?" Minato smiled and nodded on the surface to confirm his identity again. Gamabunta couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard Minato's reassurance and asked Minato. "Minato, didn't you die in the Nine Tails Rebellion 13 years ago? How could you be resurrected and appear here again?" Minato was helpless when he heard this. How could he explain it himself? "I can't say that I am a time traveler and I also have a system. The time traveler and the system are Minato's biggest secrets. No one can tell it, not even the closest people." So Minato decided to tell a lie to cover it up, and then he told the story of how he was resurrected by Orochimaru and how the third Hokage was seriously injured by Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto on the side also said quickly. I can testify, Toad Boss, because I was at the scene at the time, and Kakashi teacher can also testify. How could Gamabunta not believe that the guy standing on his head was Minato Namikaze after hearing Minato's words? After all, in this ninja world, there is probably no one else with such a fast speed except Minato Namikaze. At the beginning, he also signed a contract with this guy, and the two fought side by side for countless times, but even so, Gamabunta still couldn't imagine it. Minato looked at the one who was lost in thought and couldn't help shaking his head and said, "You should deal with the guy in front of you first." Minato turned around and looked at the little trash in front of him. Oh no, it was Shikaku. The other party's wind escape just now was transferred away by himself with Flying Thunder God, so it didn't hurt Gamabunta and Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the one-tailed Shikaku in front of him, there is also a figure above his head. Obviously, the other party has fallen into the art of dozing. In this case, the one who controls the body now is Shikaku, right? Fuck. Who disturbed my battle? You don't know how to live or die. The one-tailed Shikaku began to roar in an angry voice. Shikaku was furious when he saw that his attack suddenly disappeared. This was his own battle, and someone dared to interfere in his battle, so he shouted in the opposite direction. After shouting, he found that there was a figure above Gamabunta's head, looking at the person who attacked. Shikaku felt a little familiar, as if he had seen the other party somewhere, but he couldn't remember the details, so he stopped thinking about it and shook his huge head. Minato couldn't help but be curious when he saw this. This guy actually still remembered me. It seems that this raccoon cat has a good memory. In the Third Ninja World War, the Sand Village threw the old one-tailed Jinchuriki Banfuku into the battlefield in order to protect the Wind Country. But for some reason, during the Third Ninja World War, the one-tailed Shikaku went berserk, and it was finally controlled by the 4th Kazekage Raza. Still can't remember. In that case, let me help you. Minato said indifferently. I saw that Minato's hand was frantically condensing wind attribute chakra, and a wind attribute chakra ball appeared on Minato Namikaze's right hand. Seeing this, the one-tailed Shikaku's huge eyes shrank slightly. This technique is followed by a face full of shock. You are Konoha's golden flash Minato Namikaze, how did you come back to life? Then he seemed to react and said tremblingly. Seeing this, Minato did not comment, and a faint and somewhat cold voice sounded. It seems that you should remember it. Naruto, who was standing by, couldn't help but put his hands on his waist and laughed heartlessly when he saw the reaction of the one-tailed Shikaku. That's right, the raccoon cat is scared. This is the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Don't be so nervous. I won't eat you. Minato teased. Aren't you dead? How did you come back to life? Are you a human or a ghost? The one-tailed Shikaku looked at Minato Namikaze with a serious look. Minato felt helpless when he heard this. Why did everyone ask him if he was a human or a ghost when they saw him? Then Minato smiled and said. It's time to end. Kaka around saw this and hurriedly called out to Kurenai, Asuma, and others to get away from the battlefield. Naruto Uzumaki saw this and quickly lifted the summoning technique and saw Rukia waving at him. He remembered that she came with his father, so he ran to Rukia's side without any worries and continued to cast the ghost barrier. Light green, the light spread from Rukia's body, forming a circular green protective shield. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the light green protective shield in front of him curiously, poked it with his finger, and then punched the protective shield in front of Rukia's astonished eyes, causing a series of fluctuations. Naruto on the side jumped up in pain because of excessive force. Rukia couldn't help but hold her forehead. Is this really the son of Minato? Why doesn't he look so smart? That's a ghost barrier. Did you hit it directly with your hands? Then Rukia walked to Uzumaki Naruto's side and stretched out a white and tender hand like jade. Chapter 27. Minato saw that everyone was moving away from the battlefield, looked up at the one-tailed Shikaku in front of him, and smiled. Sorry, I don't like looking up at others, so please fall down. Then he saw Minato disappear in front of the one-tailed Shikaku, who exclaimed. What do you mean disappeared? Why didn't I feel this guy's chakra? This guy is there. The one-tailed Shikaku's huge raccoon head looked back and forth. It seemed to be looking for Minato's figure, and then a cold and ruthless voice sounded, Raise Nan. A chakra ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter hit the one-tailed Shikaku's body fiercely, and the huge force knocked the one-tailed Shikaku's huge body to the ground fiercely. All the trees on the ground around were destroyed, and a large pit of more than 20 meters on the ground was formed. Then the Raise Nan exploded with a huge explosion, which was deafening, and a burst of broken branches and thick smoke was raised. The Konoha ninjas around couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. Is this the strength of the fourth Hokage? Just the aftermath of the battle made us feel terrified, let alone fighting. On the other side, Rukia in the barrier looked at Naruto with surprise. This guy didn't even shout. Then Rukia said to Naruto beside her, You don't seem surprised at all that you defeated this guy called Shikaku. At this time, Naruto laughed, You don't know that there is a guy in my body who is much more powerful than this monster. Rukia looked puzzled when she heard this, because she had just arrived in this world not long ago and was not very familiar with the so-called ninja battles in this world, so she hoped that Naruto in front of her could tell him about it. Naruto saw Rukia asking him and that this sister seemed to have a special relationship with his father, so he told Rukia. Especially when talking about Minato killing the 9 tails in seconds, Naruto cleared his throat, turned around, imitated Minato, and continued. The 9 tails was killed in seconds after the 9 tails was killed in seconds. Rukia couldn't help but sighed. I didn't expect that brother Minato was so strong. The high-level kid chanted by the broken beasts killed the strongest existence among the tailed beasts in seconds. Thinking of his current spiritual pressure, let alone the 9 tails black coffin chanted by the broken beasts, his current spiritual pressure can only use the kid and bind below the 85 broken beasts. On the other side of the battlefield, Minato slowly landed on the battlefield not far away. When the dust cleared, everyone saw a scene on the battlefield. I saw that the body of the one-tailed Shikaku was pierced by the explosion of the Raise Nan, and half of his upper body was pierced. The yellow sand in his body slowly flowed out along his body. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Yui Kurane. The fourth Hokage is so strong. We fought that monster for a long time but didn't cause any damage to him. Kakashi saw this and asked himself, I underestimated the teacher's strength. I didn't expect that he used his full strength when he was resurrected that day. Asuma, who was smoking a cigarette, also expressed his opinion. It seems that the fourth Hokage didn't use his full strength when Orochimaru attacked Konoha last time. Oh, this is youth, see? This is the battle of real men, I will also come to Konoha Tornado. Kakashi saw this and thought to himself. Not good, he quickly blocked in front of Might Guy, damn, there are 2 big guys fighting over there. We 2 little trash should not go over there, okay. Might Guy heard Kakashi say this and thought that what Kakashi said was right, so he said loudly. I understand Kakashi, you are really my eternal opponent. Kakashi shook his head helplessly when he saw this. The sand on the body of Shikaku gathered quickly, and soon the half of the body that was smashed by Minato with the Raise Nan was restored to its original state, and a pair of brown raccoon eyes stared angrily at Minato Namikaze in front of him. You guys really deserve to die. A huge roar came out of his mouth, and then a huge palm hit Minato, who smiled slightly when he saw this. This is interesting. Then he took out a long sword from the system space and chopped at the claws of the one-tailed Shikaku. The huge arm was cut off the moment it came into contact with the long sword in Minato's hand. Of course, the long sword in Minato's hand was forged in the Konoha blacksmith shop, because Minato felt that fighting with Kunao was too short. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. As a good citizen who received compulsory education in the 9th grade in his previous life, he certainly knew this truth. A few more sword lights flashed across the one-tailed Shikaku, and another arm was chopped off. The tail behind it was also chopped off. Only then did the one-tailed Shikaku regain its senses. Wisdom. A pair of brown eyes stared at the blonde man in front of him, and suddenly felt that he seemed to be no match for him at this point in the battle. Thinking of not hurting the other party at all, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. So the one-tailed Shikaku opened his bloody mouth and gathered black ions in his mouth. After a while, a black sphere was gathered. Go to hell! You damn guy! Then everyone was shocked when they saw this expression. It was the tailed beast Jade. Everyone couldn't help but worry about Minato in their hearts. Then they saw Namikaze. Minato's eyes were still calm and flew towards Minato with the tailed beast Jade. I saw Namikaze. Minato chuckled and slowly raised his right hand and said, "The 81st Severance of Binding Deo." I saw a 3-foot air force rising from the ground, piercing through the sky and earth and blocking Minato. The huge tailed beast Jade collided with the white air wall and made a deafening sound. The violent energy spread to the surroundings, and even the trees were swayed by this force. Seeing this, the one-tailed Shikaku burst into laughter. Golden Flash! Minato Namikaze is just like this? He was still killed by my tailed beast ball. Just as the one-tailed Shikaku was daydreaming, a frivolous voice sounded. Is this your full strength? Not so good? Too weak. The smile on Shikaku's face froze when he heard it, and his laughter also stopped abruptly. Looking towards the smoke-filled place, a figure slowly appeared and walked out of the smoke. It was Minato Namikaze. After seeing that Minato had endured his strongest attack and was unscathed, he began to panic in his heart, although his strength was the bottom among the tailed beasts. Chapter 28. But it is not something that a mere ninja can compare to. Suddenly, I thought of a tall and mighty man with a hedgehog-like hair draped over his shoulders and a pair of scarlet eyes with strange patterns, releasing a fascinating light. I just looked at that guy and lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I was sealed up. Then I thought about my 9-tailed beasts, which were traded like goods and sold to other ninja villages. What about me? I was sold to the Sand Village, and then the people of the Sand Village used some bullshit iron armor seal to seal me in the body of an old monk named FANFIC. In this way, I became a war weapon of the Sand Village. Now this guy who is fighting with me is also a pervert. He has been fighting with me for so long and his chakra has not decreased at all. Thinking of this, Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, had a bold idea in his heart. Maybe there is also a tailed beast in this guy's body, otherwise how can the chakra last so long? Although I don't know how this guy used the tailed beast ball just now, it definitely consumed a lot of chakra. How could Minato know that what he used was not a ninjutsu at all, and it didn't consume chakra at all? Minato looked at the one-tailed Shikaku in front of him with interest, wanting to see what other tricks this raccoon cat had that he hadn't used yet. Just then the system's voice sounded. Ding! A sign-in target was found, do you want to sign in? Minato couldn't help but look at the system's prompt sound, and thought that this guy could trigger the system to sign in. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato said to the system, sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and the amount of chakra obtained increased by 50%. The system's voice sounded again. Seeing that the amount of chakra obtained was increased, Minato didn't feel disappointed, and then he felt that his chakra was more than before, a full half of chakra. As the chakra surged, Minato Namikaze released a powerful chakra uncontrollably. As the chakra surged, the chakra had been materialized visibly because of the chakra doubled reward from the previous sign-ins. The golden chakra soared into the sky and formed a circular light column. The trees within 100 meters around were pressed to the ground by this force, and the one-tailed Shikaku was pressed to slide back dozens of meters. Kakashi and others saw this and quickly performed Earth Escape ninjutsu to defend. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. In an instant, a half-meter thick and 4-meter high earth wall rose from the ground, blocking everyone in front of them. Rukia on the other side was also surprised when she saw this. Asked the excited Uzumaki Naruto next to him, "Is this the chakra you said you need to perform ninjutsu?" Naruto nodded excitedly when he heard this, and Rukia nodded slightly. "Fuck. This is the chakra that a human has, more than my chakra. This guy is a monster. I, one-tailed Shikaku, am measuring this with my chakra. I am willing to call you Shitanla." As Minato retracted his power, the surrounding smoke and dust fell to the ground. Looking at the one-tailed Shikaku in front of him, he smiled and said, "I'm sorry that my chakra suddenly went out of control just now." The one-tailed Shikaku glanced at Minato with his raccoon eyes, thinking that you are a bad guy, I don't believe you. Then he slowly disappeared. Minato was slightly stunned when he saw this, and then he reacted and smiled. This guy, one-tailed Shikaku, admitted his fear and ran away. The spectators on the side were stunned when they saw this, and they rubbed their eyes quickly, fearing that they had seen it wrong. Then Kakashi was the first to react and said, "Let's go. Let's go and take a look." At this time, the Sand Ninja team, Temari and Kankuro, who were watching from a distance, saw this, looked at Minato and hurried to the unconscious Gaara. After checking Gaara, they found that he was not in danger of life, but just exhausted from fighting. Then he thanked Minato Namikaze in front of him, "Thank you, the fourth Hokage." He bowed slowly to Minato again. Minato didn't feel strange when he heard the other party call him the fourth Hokage, because when he was fighting with the one-tailed Shikaku just now, Shikaku revealed his identity. So Temari and Kankuro knew that they were the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Now Temari was worried, afraid that the man in front of them would not let them leave. This man is not even the opponent of the monster in Gaara's body. Didn't you see that the one-tailed Shikaku was scared and released the tailed beast and returned to Gaara's body just now? Minato smiled and waved his hand to signal the other party to leave. Open. Temari looked deeply at the sunny and handsome man in front of her. She signaled Kankuro next to her, picked up the unconscious Gaara on the ground, then jumped up and jumped onto the tree. Before leaving, she did not forget to look at Minato, then turned around and disappeared in the distance with a few jumps. At this time, Naruto came from a distance, and his voice was shouting, "Dad, you are so handsome." At the same time, he waved his hands and danced. Rukia saw Minato's beautiful purple eyes, looked up and down at Minato, and asked with a worried look, "Brother Minato, you are not injured?" Chapter 29. Seeing Rukia in front of him, she felt warm in her heart, and she couldn't help but pat her little head with her hand, and then she said to Kakashi, Mitarashi Anko and others who came over, "It's over, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato Namikaze took Rukia and Uzumaki Naruto and disappeared. Seeing this, Kakashi also said to everyone, "Are your students okay? I still have to go find Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura." After saying that, he disappeared from everyone's sight in a few jumps without waiting for everyone to answer. Sarutobi Asuma, who was holding a cigarette in his mouth and looked like an uncle, couldn't help but say, "Let's go back too." Everyone returned to the village after hearing this. Minato Namikaze saw that it was getting dark, so he took Uzumaki Naruto and Rukia to eat. Walking on the street, everyone saw Uzumaki Naruto next to Minato, and they all showed disgust. He was also constantly cursing and talking in a low voice. Minato was so powerful that even though the other party was talking in a low voice, Minato could hear it clearly. He couldn't help but frowned, and his heart sank. He felt that his predecessor was really a stupid fool. It was a waste of a good woman like Kushina. She actually lost her life for such a village. As a time traveler, Minato knew what kind of life Naruto had lived in the past 12 years. It can even be said that he was not as good as an orphan in an orphanage. Turning his head to look at his son, he saw Naruto walking in a daze. His tender little face was full of loneliness, and his pair of blue eyes had lost their former color. Minato was not a saint, and he would not repay evil with kindness. Now these poor people insulted Naruto indiscriminately, and even scolded him, the fourth generation Hokage. At this moment, Minato suddenly stopped, and his chakra burst out suddenly, causing the ground around Minato and the other two to shatter. The spider web-like cracks spread around, and then the terrifying killing intent was released. The poor people of Konoha who were whispering about it turned pale under the cover of this killing intent, and their minds were in a trance as if they were going to be in hell in the next moment. Minato became famous in the ninja world in the Third Ninja World War. I don't know how many people he killed. These killing intentions were honed from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Besides, Minato really planned to kill these guys. Just when these villagers were about to have a mental breakdown, a hand suddenly pulled the corner of Minato's clothes, then looked up at Minato and said, "Okay, Dad, let's go eat." Minato glanced at Rukia beside him, and Rukia smiled and nodded. Minato looked at the Konoha civilians lying on the ground indifferently, and then called the two to walk forward. Everyone looked at Minato's back as he walked away, and said with resentment, "Damn it, the fourth generation of Hokage. The third generation Hokage never cares about these things." If Minato knew what the Konoha civilians were thinking, he would definitely say that the third Hokage certainly wouldn't care about that. The mastermind behind all this that led to Naruto's tragic ending was the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. And his old partner, the NAMIKAZE Danzo. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just come out of the ninja hospital, was sitting at home, surrounded by three old guys, who were Sarutobi Hiruzen's old classmates and Konoha's advisory elders, Mito Kato and Udaten Koharu, and Shimura Danzo, who was known as the Dark of the Ninja World. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long puff of smoke and said, "Minato is back now. What do you think of this? And I feel that there is something fishy about Minato's resurrection." Seeing that his three friends didn't answer, he continued, "I feel that Minato is different now than before. He is a bit more sharp and mature than before." The three were speechless after hearing this. Minato had only sealed the 9 tails and died, but his soul still exists. After being locked up in the belly of the god of death for so long, isn't it normal for him to have some changes? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, looked at his three friends, looked at him with sympathy, and couldn't help but said, "Are you listening to me?" Shimura Danzo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his only remaining eye. Looking at the three people, he said, "I don't know what you said. I only know that today in the Death Forest, according to the spies of the route, the information monitored was that Namikaze Minato defeated the one-tailed beast Shikaku of the Sand Village alone in the Death Forest." Everyone's face sank when they heard this, and Udaten Koharu hurriedly asked, "What should we do? She doesn't want Minato to step down like this after he comes back. She hasn't sat in the position of the Konoha elders group long enough. Because she is an elder of Konoha all these years, she has given herself the family gained a lot of benefits, making it an important family in Konoha, and the key is that they don't have to go to the battlefield." Chapter 30. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that several of his old classmates were looking at him. He felt helpless but still said, "Let's wait and see what Minato wants to do." "Hiruzen, you are too weak. Do you know that today Minato Namikaze released murderous intent against the civilians of Konoha in the village?" said Shimura Danzo angrily. Seeing this, Udaten Koharu and Mitaman did not speak. It was obvious that these two old comrades wanted to wait and see. Danzo snorted in dissatisfaction, but did not say anything else. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Danzo questioning him like this, and for a moment his old face was a little embarrassed and said gloomily, "Danzo, don't forget that I am the Hokage." "Humph, Hiruzen, you will regret it," Danzo said with an ugly expression on his face as if he had urinated. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Danzo surrender, his face was a little better, and then he said, "Everyone should ignore Minato for now, and wait and see what happens. I believe everyone has seen it." Tanane Koharu and Mitaman nodded quickly, and then said, You should have seen that Minato's personality has changed to a certain extent. I don't know if he will attack you. Danzo snorted coldly, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Shimura Danzo with his old eyes, and then he said that Danzo didn't let you spread Naruto's identity back then, but you didn't listen. Now Minato is back, guess what he will think? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had a gloomy look and a cold face, and suddenly laughed, and the laughter gradually disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Shimura Danzo burst into laughter, and said with a gloomy face, Danzo, what are you laughing at? Then Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, I laugh at your shamelessness, you are really worthy of it, Hiruzen, you are really both a boss and a boss. Hiruzen, don't think I don't know. If you hadn't done it deliberately, Uzumaki Naruto's identity would never have been spread, and he wouldn't have been praised as a demon fox by the common people. After all, you are the strongest Hokage in Konoha's history. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki trust you very much. They entrusted their only child to you. But you, how did you do it? You want to be the only light in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. You not only occupied the house that Minato and his wife left for Uzumaki Naruto. Even Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the commissions for the tasks they have done over the years, have been plundered by you. Danzo's words can be said to be true to his sadness over the years and Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocrisy. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him, and Shimura Danzo's eyes were a little surprised. He didn't expect that his old friend had such an IQ. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and felt a little wrong in his heart and continued. What is that look in your eyes? Then Sarutobi Hiruzen said, I just didn't expect you to be able to guess some of my thoughts. Danzo secretly complained when he heard this. We have been classmates and old comrades for decades. How could I not know some of your thoughts? Then Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Danzo will give you a tip. Don't investigate privately or cause trouble for Minato. Danzo snorted coldly when he heard this, and left without saying anything. Seeing this, Koharu Utane, who was standing by, greeted Mito Kato and left as well. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen was left in the compound. Minato brought Uzumaki Naruto and Rukia home, only to find that he had no money. Although his house was coming back, he had no money now. What should he do? It seems that he has to find a chance to get back the rewards for the tasks done by his predecessor from the old man of the third generation. I remember that he seemed to have done several S-level tasks, and there were countless A-level tasks. I actually have no money now, which really fulfilled the words of the sledgehammer player in the previous life game. A man with money is a man, and a man without money is hard to be a man. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I used the Flying Thunder God technique to get 100,000 Ryo in the Hokage's office. I saw the civilians in Konoha looking at me with fear on the street, but Minato didn't care. He went into the store, bought some vegetables and fruits, and went back. After dinner, Minato fell into deep thought. There were only 2 rooms in the 3-person room. Minato smiled at Uzumaki Naruto, who smiled and greeted the 2 of them. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, Sister Rukia. Then he ran outside. Seeing this, Rukia also waved at Naruto. Rukia blinked her beautiful eyes at Minato and smiled and said, Brother Minato, I'm going to rest first. See you tomorrow. Minato smiled and went back to his room. The next morning, Minato woke up and put on his clothes, and saw Rukia coming out of the kitchen with 4 fried eggs and 2 slices of ham. Then he said to Minato, Brother Minato, please sit down first. I will fetch the porridge in the kitchen. Minato looked at the food in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Isn't this the life he wanted in his previous life? A wife, children, and a warm bed, don't they all have it now? It's a pity that he traveled through time too late and didn't experience the first-hand experience of Uzumaki Kushina. Thinking of this, he looked at Rukia who was holding eggs for him, and an evil thought arose in his heart. Seeing this, Minato quickly stopped and calmed his mind. After a hurried breakfast, he performed Flying Thunder God and arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. As soon as he walked into the Hokage's office, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others. Konoha F4 was sitting there calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the first Hokage throne. Two elderly men and women were already sitting on both sides of the sofa. There was also an old man with bandages all over his body and a cane at the door. Seeing this scene, Minato couldn't help but curse inwardly, "What a bunch of old people." Chapter 31. As soon as Minato walked into the Hokage's office, he heard a sarcastic voice. "Minato, do you know the rules? And who did you just call an old man?" When Minato heard this, he showed a warm smile on his face and waved his hand, saying, "Elder Utane, don't misunderstand me." Before Utane Kohara could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Minato's faint voice. "I'm not talking about you, I'm saying that everyone here is a bunch of old men." As Minato said this sentence with a smile, the Hokage's office fell into silence. At this time, a roar sounded, "You bastard, do you know what you are saying?" It was the silent Mightyman Yan who spoke. Minato glanced at him, and it was this glance that made him feel endless chill. Feeling Minato's gaze, Mightyman Yan stopped talking. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gloomy face, "Minato, do you still know what rules are?" Minato's face suddenly darkened when he heard this, and then he slowly said, "Rules, from now on my rules are rules, whoever agrees or disagrees." Minato's cold eyes slowly fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. When Utane Kohara was about to speak, she was stopped by Mito Kato and beside her, and her eyes signaled not to be impulsive. At this time, Utane Kohara reacted and realized that she was impulsive. Turning to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo beside them, they saw that their faces were extremely gloomy. The eyes looking at Namikaze Minato were mixed with a trace of anger, and then he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Minato, you are wrong, you know that I am not against you being Hokage, but there are other reasons. Think about it, you haven't been a Hokage for so many years, and some things may have been almost forgotten." After the four people's remarks, Minato saw that these four guys were all his enemies. But Minato didn't care, after all, these guys were already in his expectations, right? Speaking of this old guy Shimura Danzo, how can he be so patient? When reading other Naruto fan fictions, this is a man who has been struggling to become Hokage all his life. It can be said that he is a little smart, the kind of wise but foolish, otherwise he would not have died without becoming Hokage. It can be said that this guy deserves the title of the Dark of the Ninja World, right? It can be said that there is no real villain in Naruto, Danzo is definitely a villain, and Danzo has the final say on whether the ninja world is in chaos or not. In addition, there is this guy Obito. To put it nicely, he is the most affectionate in the ninja world, and to put it bluntly, he is a dead-licking dog. He killed his teacher for a woman. What a bastard! But I won't talk about Uchiha Itachi, a beast who killed his father and mother. I really don't know why anyone likes such a person when I read novels in my previous life, which makes Minato very confused. At this time, the system's voice sounded, the sign-in target Shimura Danzo was found. "Do you want to sign in?" Minato was delighted when he heard this and hurriedly said, "Sign in." Ding! Sign in successfully and get the Mangeki Sharingan Koda Amatsukami. Minato listened to the somewhat mechanical busy tone of the system. Minato was delighted when he heard it. Fuck, Mangeki Sharingan, the most important thing is Koda Amatsukami. This is the strongest illusion in Naruto. As the system's voice sounded, Minato felt a little stinging in his eyes and then became warm. Because the system's cover, Konoha F4 did not find the abnormality in Minato's eyes. This power came and went quickly. Minato slowly opened his eyes and slowly looked at Shimura Danzo, showing a warm and slow smile. He couldn't help but sigh that this Danzo and the third Hokage really can't be killed. After all, who can refuse to experience babies? However, the two old guys, Udaten Koharu and Vitamin N, didn't even provide him with any rewards. How can this be? In this case, I have to find a chance to deal with these two guys, otherwise they will hang around in front of me every day, which is disgusting. Danzo saw Minato smiling at him, and couldn't help but secretly thought. Could this guy have noticed me? I didn't take the initiative to provoke him. Suddenly Danzo remembered that he asked his men to invite Minato Namikaze to his route yesterday to discuss important matters. Unexpectedly, the people under his command were a bunch of good-for-nothings. Not only did he fail to invite them, but he also offended them. Danzo is not stupid, otherwise he would not have asked the root ninjas to monitor the battle between the Konoha village ninjas and the one-tailed Shikaku yesterday. It happened that he also discovered the scene of Minato Namikaze suppressing the one-tailed Shikaku. After listening to the report from his men, Danzo was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. At least he could not suppress the one-tailed Shikaku, even the weakest-tailed beast. It's just that Danzo doesn't. What we know is that the reason why he knows so much is because these are what Minato wants him to know. So Danzo, who has always been stubborn, did not rashly bark at Minato. After all, he still wants to be Hokage. But I also hope that Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen will fight each other and both will be hurt, and I will reap the benefits in the end. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, but we must always follow. Minato smiled slightly when he heard this. Of course, this is possible. After all, can the third-generation Hokage be the elder of Konoha? Is Konoha F4 complete in this way? But what they don't know is that the reason why Minato asked them to listen is just to listen. Chapter 32. After finishing speaking, Minato glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Third generation sir, I hope you can abide by what I said. After all, I am alone now." Minato did not wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak and continued, "You still have your own clansmen. I know you will definitely not care about what I say." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was extremely gloomy when he heard this. He knew that Minato was threatening him. Just like what Minato said at the beginning, there was only one voice in Konoha, and that was him, Namikaze Minato. But Sarutobi Hiruzen still asked unwillingly, "Minato, what do you want to do?" Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen without any emotion, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tighten for no reason. Namikaze Minato saw that this old man was still pretending to be crazy and stupid, and he didn't know why, so he said directly, "You don't want the Sarutobi clan to be exterminated." Then he said, "By the way, it seems that your son's girlfriend is also good-looking. It seems that her name is Yui Kurane." Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his face turned pale and he said, "Minato, are you serious?" Minato turned around and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Don't make me sound like a bad guy. After all, I am the fourth Hokage of Konoha, and the survival of the Sarutobi clan depends on your decision. Of course, you can also attack me, and bet on whether I can kill all of you present." As he spoke, Minato released a terrifying murderous intent that pressed towards everyone present. Everyone felt this murderous intent like a sea of corpses and blood, and their faces turned pale, and they were shocked in their hearts. How many people did Minato kill? The reason why Minato did not use chakra was because he did not want to destroy this place. After all, this place will be his territory in the future. Then Minato said, "What should be done about these two guys, Yuta Eni Koharu and Mitomunde En, who insulted the Hokage?" Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, but because of Minato Namikaze, he did not speak out the terrifying murderous intent that he had just released. Hearing Minato say that again, Koharu Udaten and Mitoman could no longer sit still and yelled, "What are you talking about, you little bastard?" Then Minato flashed in front of the two and bumped his fists with them. Before they could react, they flew backwards and crashed into the street. The huge explosion attracted countless civilians, and ANBU ninjas from Konoha and Kakashi and Naruto Uzumaki also rushed over. Seeing the two elders of Konoha lying on the ground, they were all surprised and didn't understand what happened. They were very surprised. At this time, everyone saw a golden flash appear in front of everyone. Only then did the civilians and ANBU ninjas react that it was the fourth Hokage who made the move. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed over and said, "Minato, stop it." Then Shimura Danzo also rushed over and said, "Everyone is for Konoha." Namikaze Minato smiled slightly when he heard this. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw his words and made Minato stop his hand and then said, "Minato, you know that Minyan and Xiaochun are the elders of Konoha and are responsible for Konoha's political affairs, so you can't do anything to them." When Minato heard Sarutobi Hiruzen say this, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha, ha ha." The civilians and ANBU ninjas around him didn't understand why Namikaze Minato laughed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was very ugly when he heard this. This was the second time that Minato laughed at him. And in front of so many Konoha civilians and ANBU ninjas, he made himself embarrassed, but fortunately he was a ninja bear. He could still withstand this mockery. He took a deep breath and his chest rose and fell violently, suppressing the anger in his heart. Then he said, "What are you laughing at?" Minato gradually stopped. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Minato was a little suspicious. Then he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "So what you mean is that they need to be reused so they can't be killed? Then if someone makes a big mistake, can they be killed?" Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this and asked with a gloomy face, "What big mistake?" Hearing this, Minato touched his chin with one hand and said, "For example, I follow the example of the third Hokage and kill all the Hyuga clan members with the elders of Konoha village." Without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak, he continued, "In that case, am I guilty of a heinous crime and should I die?" Everyone was shocked when they heard what Minato said, and their faces showed surprise. The Hyuga clan members on the side were frightened when they heard what Minato said. Many people were horrified and had expressions of fear on their faces. Some were from the Yamanaka clan, some were from the Abarame clan. NARUTO suddenly said. Minato changed the subject, and Sarutobi the Uchiha clan and the Shimura clan. Every family member around who was named by Minato was shocked, not knowing what Minato meant. Then Minato released a shocking news. "If I am killed, the Sarutobi clan should have nothing to do with it. After all, you old guys killed the Uchiha clan." As Namikaze Minato told the truth about the destruction of the Uchiha clan, the civilian ninjas and civilians of Konoha village began to discuss it. "Is this true? Didn't the Uchiha clan get killed by the filial son Uchiha Itachi?" "Yes. I didn't think about it carefully at the time, but now I think about it, it seems to be true. Even if Uchiha Itachi is so powerful, it is impossible for him to destroy the Uchiha clan." Chapter 33. Yes. We didn't think about it carefully at that time, but now it's true. No matter how powerful Uchiha Itachi is, it's impossible for him to kill the entire Uchiha clan by himself. The civilians of Konoha village began to discuss quietly below. And what the fourth Hokage said just now, could it be that everyone was talking and whispering below, and they came to a chilling conclusion in their hearts, that is, the Uchiha clan was exterminated by the third Hokage and the elders. How else to explain that although Uchiha Itachi is a genius of the Uchiha clan, it is impossible for him to exterminate the Uchiha clan by himself? After all, the Uchiha clan has thousands of people. Not to mention the Uchiha clan, there are also veteran elite jonin, Uchiha Fugaku, and the elders of 2 elite jonin, and so many elite ninjas. If the third Hokage and the Konoha elders take action, it is not certain, after all, the third Hokage is the strongest Hokage in history. Listening to the whispers of Konoha civilians and ANBU ninjas, and the topics they talked about, Sarutobi Hiruzen's bottom line has been touched, and he must not let this news spread. In the past, it felt good to hear Konoha civilians call themselves the strongest Hokage in history, and this result was also intentional by him. For his influence in Konoha, even the textbooks were modified by himself to become the author of the book, that is, the strongest Hokage in history, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this way, he spread his will of fire. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold voice sounded, and his anger emerged, but it did not mean that the other party would admit it casually. Then he said in a deep voice, "Everything the Hokage did was for Konoha." As this sentence fell, Danzo, who had been silent, also spoke. Hiruzen was right. Everything my roots did was for Konoha. Minato looked at Danzo, who was speaking with some surprise. He did not expect the one-armed bandaged man to speak. Then he said, "Minato, you know that each family is part of Konoha. They are indispensable, and every excellent ninja is also indispensable." Minato was very disdainful when he heard this, and looked at the third-generation Hokage and said, "Oh, really?" Minato looked very casual when he heard what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. He turned to look at the people around him, and then looked at Kakashi and others. Uchiha Sasuke was still lost in thought because of what Minato Namikaze had just said. Then Minato said, "Haha, really, did you use your brain when you said that? Have you considered the Uchiha clan? Have you considered the Senju clan? Are you worthy of me, Kushina? Are you worthy of our trust in you? It's fucking indispensable." Minato's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face blush. Hearing Minato's words, Naruto was very puzzled. Why did his father keep nagging him? He also heard what his parents said in the sealed space. But didn't the third Hokage give him living expenses every month? What Naruto didn't know was that because of the influence of Ashura Chakra, Naruto's negative emotions and hatred were so weak. Otherwise, if it was a normal person, he would have turned black if he was treated like this. Then Sasuke in the crowd was shocked when he heard what Namikaze Minato said, and then anxiously said, "Hokage, are these all true?" Minato glanced at him and said, "I said that the destruction of the Uchiha clan was caused by the Konoha high-level officials. Uchiha Itachi was just a scapegoat, but he really deserved to die. He killed his parents and the whole clan, turning you from the second young master of the Uchiha clan into an orphan, all for the purpose of making you hate him and gaining powerful strength." Due to the violent emotional fluctuations, Uchiha Sasuke's dark pupils turned into scarlet 2 Magatama Sharingan, which spun wildly in his eyes and gradually turned into 3 Magatama. Minato was a little surprised to see this. He didn't expect that what he said would actually make Uchiha Sasuke open the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Minato was thinking what would happen if he let Uchiha Sasuke open the Manjiki Sharingan or lent the power of the 9 tails to Uchiha Sasuke when they fought a brotherly war. It should be very interesting. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help it anymore. "Minato, what nonsense are you talking about? As the Hokage of Konoha village, how could I possibly assist the S-rank rebel Uchiha Itachi?" And when he spoke, he showed an angry expression on his face. What's going on? If he is determined to die by Minato, how can this Hokage end? Besides, Uchiha Itachi didn't know what was wrong with him. He destroyed Uchiha and wanted to find the murderer and us. What does it have to do with the Konoha high-level officials? You should go find Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Shimura Danzo, who was secretly observing from the side, also stood up and said, "I don't know why you said that the demise of the Uchiha clan is related to us, but I tell you, everything I and Hiruzen did was for Konoha. Even if you are the 4th generation Hokage of Konoha, you have to give an explanation if you say that the Konoha elders exterminated the Uchiha clan without any evidence." At this time, Kakashi in the crowd frowned and thought, how did Minato know after being dead for so many years? Chapter 34. Kakashi couldn't figure out how his teacher knew these unknown secrets, but he didn't think of asking Minato. Because everyone has their own secrets. Although the current teacher looks sunny and handsome like before, he gives people a feeling of being the only one. The previous teacher would not say such words. Naruto looked at his father and didn't understand what Minato Namikaze was going to do, but he didn't say much. Asuma's face was gloomy when he saw this, but he didn't dare to speak casually, and didn't see the two Hokage advisors of Konoha. I don't know what happened, and I was beaten by Minato Namikaze and lay on the ground, and I don't know whether I am dead or alive. Didn't you see that he hasn't been sent to the ninja hospital yet? I only dared to look at Minato not far away with angry eyes. If eyes can kill, Minato doesn't know how many times he has died. Even if Minato knew, he wouldn't care. After all, as Uchiha Madara said, there is no such thing as adults and children. In fact, what he didn't know was, if it wasn't for Minato Namikaze, who wanted to get rewards and points from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the two old men would have been sent to the Pure Land to meet the Six-Path Sage by Minato long ago, so it would be their turn to complain here. Suddenly Minato thought that they couldn't die so easily, and they should be disgraced and despised by all the ninjas in the village, starting with the death of Konoha White Fang Hotaki Sakumo. As the leader of the route, Danzo helped Sarutobi Hiruzen deal with some things that were not allowed to be seen in the dark. The old man with a cane and bandages on his body was Shimura Danzo. Ordinary people could not see Danzo on weekdays, so everyone only knew that there was one person who protected the village, and the death of Hotaki Sakumo was caused by the rumors created by Shimura Danzo. Minato saw that Danzo dared to speak and thought, let you, a fellow, also taste the harm of the rumors of the Konoha civilians. Minato pressed his hand and said, everyone be quiet. I know that everyone is a little confused about my protection of Uzumaki Naruto this morning. I will tell you the reason later. The Konoha civilians looked at each other and started to discuss. Soon, everyone said to Minato, we originally intended, the fourth Hokage. Minato smiled slightly when he heard it. By the way, let me introduce you to everyone. Namikaze Minato said to the Konoha civilians. The leader of the route, Shimura Danzo, is responsible for training ruthless assassination ninjas, and the ninjas under his command can disobey the orders of the Hokage and belong to the private army of the route leader, Shimura Danzo. Seeing that everyone was whispering, Minato smiled slightly and pressed his hands down to signal everyone to be quiet. Seeing this, everyone stopped discussing and looked at Minato Namikaze, expecting the Hokage to tell them some unknown secrets. Minato certainly didn't know what everyone was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely say, everyone is really smart. The ninjas of the route are all ruthless tools. No, they are ruthless killing machines, without any emotions. And in order to control these ninjas of the route, Shimura Danzo sealed them with the seal of the tongue. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Minato continued, first, it is convenient to control and prevent the subordinates from betraying and revealing the secrets of Shimura Danzo. Anyone who wants to reveal Shimura Danzo will be quickly killed by the seal of the tongue to prevent the secret from being leaked, so it is normal that you don't know him. Everyone took a breath when they heard that there was such a department. Fuck, there is another department like this. Killing machine without emotions. Fortunately, the fourth generation Hokage told us, otherwise we really didn't know there was such a department. But should such a department exist, no information can be disclosed. As long as the name of Shimura Danzo is mentioned, one will die directly. As Minato said these words, everyone began to discuss frantically. After all, this kind of thing is a bit difficult for the civilians of Konoha to accept. Danzo listened to everyone talking about him behind his back, and he couldn't help but feel angry and cursed in his heart. What a bunch of stupid idiots! Just because Minato said a few words, these guys started talking about themselves. Shimura Danzo saw that everything he did would be told by Minato Namikaze, so he said in a deep voice. After all, the route is in the dark to protect Konoha. Some things are not suitable to be handled, so the route needs to deal with some things that are not in the light. Everything I do is for Konoha. Turning his head to look at Minato Namikaze opposite him, Danzo showed a cold expression and said indifferently. Whether it is Minato Namikaze has not been confirmed yet. Golden Flash Minato Namikaze is the 4th Hokage of Konoha, but he died in the Nine Tails Rebellion more than 10 years ago. This is something everyone knows, so you are definitely not Minato Namikaze. This time Orochimaru joined forces with the Sand Village to attack Konoha, and Minato Namikaze was indeed reborn in Orochimaru's forbidden technique, but you did not leave Orochimaru behind after you were resurrected. How do you explain this? Minato smiled slightly when he heard this, and didn't care about what Danzo said. He just wanted to ruin their reputation. It didn't matter if they couldn't be ruined. At most, he would just kill them all. Chapter 35. Killing them is a little troublesome, but it's not a big deal. Shimura Danzo said this and looked at Minato Namikaze opposite him. Minato looked at him indifferently. Shimura Danzo wanted to see what Minato would do after he said this. Seeing this, Danzo continued, "You haven't explained how you were resurrected. And as for what you said about the destruction of the Uchiha clan, it was done by the Konoha elders, which is even more nonsense. The destruction of the Uchiha clan was caused by the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, 6 years ago. What does it have to do with us? Besides, this happened 6 years ago. How did you know about it? If I remember correctly, you seem to have been dead for more than 10 years. Danzo stared at Minato Namikaze, as if he was afraid that Minato would run away. You didn't know about this at all. How did you know all this? Before you let Orochimaru escape, I doubted whether you were the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Minato had to admit that the old guy Danzo was still quite capable. He explained the matter in a few words and made sense. The civilians started to whisper again. Minato seemed to hear that everyone was talking about why the 4th Hokage defeated Orochimaru and didn't kill him. He also let Orochimaru escape. In addition, the genocide of the Uchiha clan happened a few years ago. How did the 4th Hokage know about it? You know, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze had already died at that time. How did he know about the process? This sentence is the biggest loophole. However, Minato did not intend to explain, because there was a bombshell that was not revealed later. Danzo looked at Minato Namikaze, without any panic, and his heart sank. Danzo was very afraid of Minato Namikaze's power, especially after hearing his subordinates report that Minato Namikaze drove away Shikaku. Danzo was even more afraid. Because of the things he did with Sarutobi Hiruzen, if Sarutobi Hiruzen fell, it would be uncertain whether Shimura Danzo would still have such great power, so Shimura Danzo had to seize this opportunity and not let Minato become Hokage again. At this time, Kakashi saw this and watched his teacher being discussed by everyone. Kakashi was very entangled, not knowing whether to help the village or his teacher. Looking back on the years, he lived in a daze, thinking of his father, thinking of Rin, thinking of his best friend Obito, thinking of his teacher's wife Uzumaki Kushina. Kakashi secretly decided that he must help his teacher this time. Kaka slowly walked out of the crowd, walked in front of Minato and looked at everyone and said, "Don't be confused, because I told Minato about this matter. On the eve of the genocide, I was also sent out to kill the Uchiha clan, but in the end I was just watching and didn't hurt anyone in the Uchiha clan." Danzo's heart sank when he heard this, and he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him, hoping to give himself a reasonable explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he shouted, "Kakashi, do you know what you are talking about? When did I ask you to carry out such a mission?" Minato Namikaze was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he reacted and nodded slightly to Kakashi, indicating that he could leave. Kakashi sighed helplessly when he saw this, and didn't understand why he was always prevented from speaking. Minato Namikaze turned his head and looked at Uchiha Sasuke in the crowd. "You only know that it was Uchiha Itachi who exterminated the clan, and you also know that what I just told you was that it was the Konoha Elders group who assisted in the extermination of the clan, but it was Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo who gave the order." Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed in his heart, "Minato, you are really a bastard." Minato ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's roar, but continued to say to the civilians of Konoha village, "Do you know the reason why the Uchiha clan was exterminated?" Everyone thought for a while after hearing this and then said, "It was not Uchiha Itachi who went crazy and massacred the Uchiha clan." After hearing this, Minato slowly spoke, "All this is a conspiracy of the Konoha high-level officials. They are afraid of the power of the Uchiha clan. You don't know that the Uchiha clan's 3 Magatama Sharingan will open the Mangeki Sharingan as long as they experience the death of their relatives. They are afraid of the Uchiha clan and are afraid that the second Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, will appear." Then Namikaze Minato said, "Do you know why the Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo from our Konoha village failed in his mission? Do you think that ninjas who fail to complete their missions are wastes?" Everyone started to discuss after hearing this. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side seeing this, his face was terribly gloomy. He didn't expect Minato to know so much. Then Minato changed the subject and said, "A ninja who fails to complete the mission is a waste, but a ninja who doesn't cherish his partners is even worse than a waste." Minato looked at everyone's emotions and continued. "When Hitaki Sakumo went on a mission, it was our third Hokage and Shimura Danzo who leaked Hitaki Sakumo's whereabouts. It can be said that Hitaki Sakumo was killed by the two of them. He is a hero of Konoha." Chapter 36. Everyone took a deep breath and said in confusion, "Didn't Hitaki Sakumo fail in his mission and commit suicide because he was too ashamed to live anymore?" Minato's warm smile gradually disappeared, and he said in a cold voice, "It was you who really killed Hitaki Sakumo, the hero of Konoha, with your malicious abuse and your cold words. He performed so many missions for the village that were close to death. Remember during the Second Ninja World War, Hitaki Sakumo made a name for himself with a short sword and the unpredictable Hitaki swordsmanship. He even won the title of Konoha White Fang in the ninja world, and killed enemies who were terrified. It was even rumored that they could give up their missions when they met Konoha White Fang. It can be seen how much influence White Fang had. He was such a powerful person who made great achievements in the Second Ninja World War. He died under the calculations of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha elders, because Hitaki Sakumo was not a Hokage, but because of his outstanding military exploits. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to give the half-sleeved Hokage shirt representing the Hokage to Hitaki Sakumo. Everyone with a discerning eye knew that Hitaki Sakumo might be the next candidate for the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen is now at the peak of his life, so how could he give up the power of the Hokage, even if he wanted to train the Hokage? He also had to be easy to control, and Konoha and even Sarutobi Hiruzen could risk his life to support a puppet Hokage. In this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen could retreat behind the scenes, and the elders were the same, so they designed to frame Hitaki Sakumo and took the opportunity to suppress Hitaki Sakumo's prestige. Unexpectedly, Hitaki Sakumo, who could not bear the rumors, committed suicide in his own home with his own White Fang short blade. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a little regretful in his heart while he breathed a sigh of relief, because Konoha lost a cage-level strongman, which was not conducive to deterring other villages. Asshole! Minato, do you know that it was me who pushed you to the position of Hokage against all odds? You are so ungrateful for slandering me. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer hold back and cursed at Minato. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato showed a mocking smile on his face and his voice gradually turned colder. You old thing, you still have the nerve to say that you let me be the Hokage back then, wasn't it because I was young and easy to control? Being the Hokage of Konoha village in public, I am actually a puppet of your Konoha high-level officials in secret. In the Third Ninja World War, I made a name for myself in the ninja world as the Golden Flash, and defeated the combination of the Hidden Cloud Village on the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud Village. The entire battlefield was won. In order to cover the evacuation of the younger generation of his own village, the third generation of Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village fought with the army of the Hidden Rock Village for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally died of exhaustion. And you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage of Konoha Village, you don't lead everyone in battle and fight with other ninja villages, you just puff on your pipe in the back. You even call yourself to be in charge of the back, so you can be in charge of the back. What about Udaten Koharu, Mitaman and Shimura Danzo? What about those old guys? Oh, no, I'm wrong. Danzo seems to have gone to the battlefields of the Wind Country and the Wave Country to serve as the commander, which is really a joke. If it weren't for Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, assisting together, it might really be ruined by Shimura Danzo, that old guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little embarrassed when he heard this. It's just nonsense, how did you know these things? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed in his heart, these guys are really brainless. Danzo Shimura, who also had a gloomy face, came out and said, Hiruzen is not the real Minato at all, or someone else used the transformation technique to transform him. At this time, a teasing voice came, tisk tisk, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are a professor of ninjutsu. The owner of this voice was Minato Namikaze. The Flying Thunder God technique, except for the dead second Hokage Senju Tobirama, is me, Minato Namikaze. You said I was an imposter, what a joke. Besides, this is what you just said. As he said this, the chakra on his right hand gathered, and a chakra ball with the sound of wind was formed, which was the Raise Nan. Then Minato looked at the crowd and said, you should all be familiar with it. Raise Nan. Everyone saw this. This is the A-level ninjutsu Raise Nan created by the 4th Hokage. This is clearly the 4th Hokage. But why did the 3rd Hokage say that the 4th Hokage was an imposter? Wouldn't it be better if the 4th Hokage came back? This will make our Konoha village stronger, and we should be happy. At this time, the heads of the various families began to become active, and everyone understood this. It's a game. It also concerns the interests of each family, yes, the team, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, or the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the elders. Everyone thought of what Minato had just said, the hero of Konoha village, Hitaki Sakumo, and the exterminated Uchiha clan, and their eyes looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen changed slightly. It seems that this amiable, 3rd generation Hokage is not as friendly as he remembered, but rather so strange. Minato cleared his throat when he saw this, and was about to continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo on the side, cursed in their hearts. Then they exchanged glances. The 2 comrades in arms and best friends for many years knew each other's thoughts with just a glance, and then attacked Minato together. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Wind style, Vacuum Ball. Everyone exclaimed, be careful, Hokage. Minato had already noticed the 2's little tricks, but he just hadn't exposed them. Now the 2 of them actually attacked him together, and he added another crime of openly attacking the Hokage. Everyone saw Minato's indifferent and handsome face, with a smile on his face, and stretched out his hand, chanting the 81st duplication technique. Then the 2's attacks collided with Minato's duplication technique and made a loud noise, and then the 616th duplication technique, Light Prison of Staff. Chapter 37. In an instant, 12 golden light pieces flew out from Minato Namikaze's right hand and flew towards the attacking Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 2 were shocked to see this and quickly waved their weapons in their hands, trying to break the light pieces flying towards them, but they didn't expect that the light pieces were not martial and disappeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked to see this, and drops of cold sweat ran down his wrinkled old face. He looked around, alert to the surroundings and afraid that the light pieces would appear again. At this time, Shimura Danzo's voice sounded. Hiruzen, be careful behind you. I saw a fragment directly hit Sarutobi Hiruzen, and as Sarutobi Hiruzen was hit, all other parts of his body were hit and controlled. In an instant, because Shimura Danzo was distracted for a moment. His hands and feet were bound by 6 light pieces, and Minato saw that both of them were controlled. Clapping his hands, Uzumaki Naruto, who had been in the crowd, wanted to ask Minato Namikaze why he did that, but I didn't care anymore. Of course, when Naruto was in the sealed space, the Nine Tails had already told him about the insults he had suffered over the years, and the scenes of him being treated as a demon fox by the civilians of Konoha village were all played to Uzumaki Kushina in the form of a picture gathered by the Nine Tails using chakra. This also made Kushina furious, and she especially told Minato to teach Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd-generation old man, a lesson for daring to treat her precious son like that. Concealing her son's identity and spreading rumors that her son Uzumaki Naruto was a 9-tailed demon fox and a monster, made the civilians of Konoha village hate their son and even refused to buy food for their son. There was no way for Naruto, who was only 5 years old, to pick up unwanted or expired food from the trash can, and he usually drank expired milk. Whenever she thought of this, Uzumaki Kushina felt more distressed, and her resentment towards the 3rd Hokage gradually turned into hatred. She couldn't help but curse in the sealed space. This old thing, not only did he not help Naruto get rid of his identity as a demon fox, but he also embezzled the rewards for the missions that he and Minato had done for so many years. The house where he and Minato lived also became the property of the Sarutobi clan. The Nine Tails in the sealed space beside him was very excited to perceive everything that happened outside through Naruto's perspective, because the Nine Tails knew that there was a good show to watch, and then he said to the extremely angry Kushina beside him, "Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha village are really 2 idiots and villains. Do you know that many talented ninjas in Konoha village died at the hands of these 2 old guys?" "What did you say?" Kushina shouted out loudly. "Why are you yelling so loudly? I'm not deaf." The Nine Tails said to Uzumaki Kushina beside him unhappily. After hearing this, Kushina realized that she had lost her composure just now, and quickly said to the Nine Tails, "Sorry, Nine Tails, I just lost my composure when I heard what you said just now, so go on." The Nine Tails snorted proudly and thought to herself, "If it weren't for the resurrection of that bastard Minato, and that unknown ninjutsu, thinking about being covered by that black coffin, as the head of the tailed beast, she was suppressed and unable to move at all, and there was also the attack that hurt her soul, just thinking about it made the fox shudder. I don't know how Minato became so strong. I thought Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara were dead. As long as I go out of the sealed space, I can let myself roam freely in the huge ninja world, and no one can catch me anymore, but I didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. Now there is another Namikaze Minato. I can feel that this guy didn't use his full strength, and I was killed in seconds. What's the point of fighting?" In an instant, the Nine Tails felt that staying in the sealed space was not bad, so I didn't want to go out so much. Then he looked at Kushina and said, "Since you want to hear it, let me tell you." As the Nine Tails recounted the past years, the usually carefree Uzumaki Kushina was surprisingly quiet. Seeing this, the Nine Tails saw that Kushina was still so calm, and couldn't help but ask with some worry, "Are you okay?" In fact, in addition to being a little afraid of Minato Namikaze, the Nine Tails was more concerned about her. After all, Uzumaki Kushina was also the Nine Tails' previous Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kushina smiled reluctantly and said with a sad voice, "I just didn't expect that Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku were already dead, and the Uchiha clan was exterminated. The culprit of all this turned out to be Mikoto's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, the genius boy of the Uchiha clan. This is really a case of knowing a person's face but not his heart. Who would have thought that the well-behaved and sensible Uchiha Itachi would do such a beastly thing as killing his father and mother and slaughtering the entire clan when he grew up?" Kushina raised her head and looked at the Nine Tails and said, "Do you know that when Joey died in your hands, I actually regretted it because I wanted to be with my son and I didn't want to die, but it was too late." Joey said slowly, "If I return to your body, Xin glanced at Jiwei and said, "You still have a face to say, at that time, the Yangzhujian chakra was printed into your body, and the special blood of your whirlpool tribe may not be able to survive." Speaking of the 9 tails, here is also a meal. It was the consciousness of fire. In his heart, the village was the first one and Naruto, but it was just a gift. Chapter 38. Listening to Uzumaki Kushina's words, Kyuubi was surprised. He didn't expect Uzumaki Kushina to say that, because Kushina and Minato had a very deep relationship, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they would never change until death. But Uzumaki Kushina actually said that, but it was true. If it wasn't so, at least one of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina could have survived the night of the 9-tailed. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the current Minato and had an answer in her heart, but she couldn't confirm whether this was Minato. However, Uzumaki Kushina didn't tell Kyuubi these words. She glanced at the huge Kyuubi beside her and said, "We'll know if we'll see." Kyuubi didn't say anything more after hearing that. The huge head lay on the ground of the sealed space. He was also very confused and didn't know that Uzumaki Kushina actually had such a side, but Kyuubi didn't know that Uzumaki Kushina had been ridiculed by others since she was a child. But in comparison, she still had Grandma Mito and sister Tsunade, and then there was Minato, the person she liked. But seeing her son being treated inhumanely and not getting the treatment he deserved, Uzumaki Kushina completely gave up on the village and had resentment, which was why she said that. A pair of lantern-sized eyes watched the chakra gather into a picture, and looked at Kushina, who was concentrating on the picture and shook her head slightly. The two of them were watching the battle between Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo. Kushina was so excited that her fists clenched, and she shouted in the sealed space, "Minato, beat them hard for me." Kyuubi on the side nodded slightly at this scene, and said to himself, "This is the Uzumaki Kushina I know, carefree and fierce." Then he also looked at the screen in the void and saw the unprinted ninjutsu used by Minato to block the tailed beast ball. A trace of fear flashed in Kyuubi's eyes, and then he said to Uzumaki Kushina next to him, "Don't worry, these two idiots can't hurt Minato at all." Then Minato used another unmarked ninjutsu to control Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the sealed space, the man and the fox both showed a thoughtful look, and they felt happy when they saw the two people being bound. Then they saw Minato stopped attacking, which was a bit surprising. They didn't understand why Minato Namikaze didn't attack. The man and the fox looked at each other and stopped talking, and looked at the screen. On the other side, Minato glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, smiled slightly and said, "Don't be anxious. I just said a little bit and you can't hold it. How can this be? You have to stand up, why are you weak?" Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's unpredictable old face, Minato Namikaze felt secretly happy. Without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak, Namikaze Minato continued, "After all, you are the strongest Hokage in Konoha." When saying this, Minato deliberately emphasized the word strongest. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy when he heard it. Of course, he knew that Minato was mocking him. "The strongest Hokage in history, this is just for me to better train tools for myself. No, it should be to better spread the will of fire. Train a new successor to the Hokage for Konoha. After all, everything I did was for Konoha." The civilians of Konoha heard Minato's words and whispered, "Yes, the third generation is the strongest Hokage in history." "What the hell, the strongest Hokage in history? He was almost killed by the S-level rebel Orochimaru a few days ago. If it weren't for the fourth generation Hokage who suddenly appeared and turned the tide and beat Orochimaru back, I don't know what Konoha would have become now," some Konoha civilians said when they saw this. At this time, another guy said, "You said that the third Hokage is the strongest Hokage in history. Then a few days ago, the fourth Hokage suppressed the S-level rebel Orochimaru. And just now, when the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo attacked the fourth Hokage, the 4th Hokage subdued the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo with one move. Doesn't it mean that the 4th Hokage is the strongest Hokage in history? This is another Konoha civilian who said. That's true, otherwise how could he kill the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo in one move? Minato couldn't help twitching his mouth when he heard the discussion of the Konoha civilians. He looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was fixed in the air by him. He saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale when he heard the words of the Konoha civilians. He cursed in his heart, what a bunch of idiots, damn it. He frantically urged the chakra in his body to break free from the restraints. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Then he said to everyone, everyone be quiet. Everyone slowly he stopped and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen to hear what the strongest Hokage of all time wanted to say. Minato, are you really so heartless? I am Jiraiya's teacher, your master. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to play an emotional drama with Minato. Minato turned his head and looked at him with disdain, and then waved to Uzumaki Naruto in the crowd. Naruto, come here. Naruto came over slowly, looking at Namikaze Minato in confusion, not understanding why his father asked him to come over. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's faces changed drastically, and they shouted, Minato, what are you doing? Uzumaki Naruto still has some good feelings for the 3rd-generation grandfather who gives him 1,000 taels of living expenses every month. Namikaze Minato ignored the two's shouting, but said to everyone. Do you know who he is? A finger pointed at Uzumaki Naruto. The civilians of Konoha immediately replied, isn't he the 9-tailed demon fox? Chapter 39. When Minato heard the word demon fox mentioned by everyone, his face sank, and the words as cold as a knife came out of Minato's mouth. It made everyone present feel a little scared. This was the fear from the heart. Minato's cold eyes slowly swept over the people present, and said in a cold and ruthless tone. Uzumaki Naruto, the demon fox you are talking about is my son. As these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar, and then it was like a pot of boiling water, and they began to discuss wildly. What did we just hear? That demon fox is the son of the 4th Hokage. Hush, you keep your voice down and be careful to be heard by the 4th Hokage, but didn't it spread that Uzumaki Naruto is the 9-tailed demon fox? At that time, the 3rd Hokage did not stand up to declare that Uzumaki Naruto is not a demon fox. Yes. If it is not a demon fox, why didn't the 3rd Hokage stand up? And if this Uzumaki Naruto is a demon fox, why didn't he hurt everyone for so many years? Minato saw that everyone had almost finished their imagination, so he interrupted the discussion. Everyone, listen to me quietly. It seems that everyone has understood that someone deliberately concealed Naruto's true identity. Naruto is the son of Hokage and the hero of Konoha. Because Minato Namikaze said a few things before, which led to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to take action. Everyone felt that there was a problem. If there was no problem, why would the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo take action to stop it? It seems that the 3rd Hokage is not as bright and majestic as he looks on the surface, and that Shimura Danzo has a gloomy face. He is not a good person at first glance. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was tied up, saw this and realized that he could not let Minato talk anymore. If he continued to talk, he might not only lose his position as Hokage, but also be called a sinner of Konoha. He shouted immediately, "Don't listen to Minato's nonsense. The reason why I concealed Naruto's true identity was to protect Naruto, because Minato was praised by the ninja world as the fastest man in the ninja world. You can imagine how many enemies Minato had. The number of ninjas killed by Minato was at least 800, if not thousands. If you think about it carefully, he did have a lot of enemies." Seeing this, Minato sneered and said, "Bullshit, hiding your identity to protect Naruto is simply bullshit. People in Konoha village for so many years can't protect a young child, or has Konoha become so weak? You said it, Hyuga clan leader, your brother died because of the weakness and incompetence of our strongest Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato turned his head and looked at Hyuga and said suddenly. Hyuga Hayashi gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely after hearing what Minato said. Minato was very satisfied with this and continued, whatever sacrifices are for Konoha, I think it's all bullshit. It's not your Sarutobi clan that died, so of course you don't care. Speaking of Sarutobi Hiruzen, why don't you let your son die instead of Hyuga Hayashi? Don't you think so, Hyuga Hayashi? Minato once again put his words on Hyuga Hayashi. At this time, Hyuga Hayashi's face was gloomy, and his eyes were extremely unfriendly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing this, the bound Sarutobi Hiruzen looked extremely gloomy, but he didn't say anything. He now knew that the moment he fought with Minato, he was bound by Minato's no-mark ninjutsu. He turned his head to look at Shimura Danzo, who was also bound in the air like him, and snorted coldly. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was very unfriendly to him, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but snorted coldly and turned his head away. Seeing this, Minato continued. I believe everyone still remembers the night of the Nine Tails 13 years ago. Everyone was puzzled but nodded slightly. The major clan leaders of Konoha village also didn't understand why they mentioned the night of the Nine Tails 13 years ago. It was that night that many Konoha civilians and Konoha ninjas lost their loved ones. When everyone recalled it, a kind of hatred rose in their eyes, mixed with a trace of timidity. It seems that they still have a deep memory of the night of the Nine Tails 13 years ago. Even some of Konoha's jonins fell into memories, such as Konoha's elite jonins Ui Kurane, Akimichi Choza, and other jonins all remembered their fathers. Ui Kurane's father Ui Shinku and Akimichi Tofu's father all died on the night of the Nine Tails. Chapter 40. Seeing everyone lost in memories, Namikaze Minato looked at everyone in Konoha village without comment and said. In fact, Uzumaki Kushina and I didn't have to die on the night of the nine-tailed fox. Everyone was shocked when they heard Minato's words. They didn't understand why Namikaze Minato said that, but suddenly they thought of what Minato said before about what Sarutobi Hiruzen did, and felt that there was something fishy. As expected, everyone guessed correctly. Only a voice came. There is indeed a secret that you don't know. The third Hokage concealed it from you. The reason why the fourth Hokage died on the night of the nine-tailed fox was entirely because of someone. Minato looked at Hinata Hayashi with some surprise. He didn't understand why this guy would speak for him. At the same time, he thought about it and thought that through his reminder just now, he might have remembered his younger brother Hinata Hisashi again. This is why he took the opportunity to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen and show his goodwill to Minato. Look, my Hyuga clan is on your side, Minato Namikaze. In fact, the most important thing is what Minato said. Yes. Not only did he think in his heart. As the third-generation Hokage, you always say that you are for Konoha, why can't you give up your son Sarutobi Asuma as a hostage for Konoha? Instead, you help the people of the Hidden Cloud village to oppress the people in your own village. It's shit to be a Hokage like this. Hyuga Hayashi, you are a bastard, but you can't talk nonsense. I have been very kind to your Hyuga clan over the years. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words with a gloomy face and looked at Hyuga Hayashi coldly. Hyuga Hayashi snorted coldly when he heard the words, and the major families in Konoha village were shocked when they saw this, and they quickly thought that the Hyuga clan was going to take sides. Seeing this, the civilians of Konoha village began to whisper, yes, and this is what I was wondering about back then. I don't know why this matter has been left unresolved. You know, it was the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud village who wanted to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan first, and the head of the Hidden Cloud village was eager to protect the daughter and killed her. I remember that the third Hokage said that our Konoha village would pay money to solve it. Oh, so that's it. We were all deceived by the Hokage, just like the demon fox, just like Uzumaki Naruto, who is obviously the son of the fourth Hokage. Some Konoha civilians also slowly expressed their thoughts. The fourth Hokage died for Konoha village to seal the village, but his only son had to suffer such treatment. All this was done by the third Hokage and the Konoha high-level officials, yes. And the White Fang of Konoha Hitaki Sakumo was killed by the third Hokage and the Konoha high-level officials. Otherwise, how could those fools in the Hidden Cloud village dare to bully our Konoha village? Fortunately, the fourth Hokage has returned and told us the truth, allowing us to see the true face of the Konoha high-level officials. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing aside, had no trace of blood on his face when he heard what everyone said, because he knew that he was finished and his role as Hokage was over. You want to ask why he didn't refute it, because there was nothing to refute, and he had nothing to say. If you think about it carefully, the things he did were really not okay. Rumors killed the hero Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo, and made the three ninjas leave and escape, and none of them have come back until now. He also wiped out the Uchiha clan with the Konoha elders. Concealing Naruto's identity as the son of Hokage, let him live a life of eating one meal and not the next. Because of his series of operations, Konoha, which was originally the head of the 5 major ninja villages, has become increasingly weak. It can be said that he is sorry for Minato, Naruto, Kakashi, and even more sorry for Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina was very pleased to see this scene in the sealed space. How much she and Minato trusted him back then, how much she hated him now. After all, he was the only son of her and Minato, but he treated Naruto like that. Look at Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. He was always the center of attention wherever he went, and his grandson also had his own family teacher. Why didn't his son, who was also the son of the Hokage, get the proper treatment? Kyuubi, who was standing by, couldn't help but sigh in amazement when he saw this scene. Is this guy still Minato? He's so cruel, totally disregarding any friendship. I remember that the previous Minato was almost fooled by the fire consciousness of the old third Hokage, and he was extremely loyal to the third Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina listened to Kyuubi's words and looked at him as if he was an idiot. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. This guy might not be Minato. The real Minato wouldn't treat the third Hokage so cruelly. This is clearly a desire to control the entire Konoha, otherwise with his strength, the two old men Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would have been lying on the ground long ago. But everything is just the beginning. I feel that Minato doesn't want them to die so easily. Uzumaki Kushina rolled her eyes at Kyuubi and said. If I guess correctly, Minato should want to eliminate the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan and other Konoha elders. Kyuubi had a human expression on his fox face when he heard this, and then swallowed a mouthful of water and said, Are you saying that Minato wants to exterminate the families of these guys in the Konoha elders? Uzumaki Kushina gave Kyuubi a look that showed that he was a teachable child and then said, Yes, that's what you think. There is another sentence that Uzumaki Kushina didn't say. If it was the original Minato, he would not do that, but now? It's different. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Kushina showed a touching smile on her beautiful face. This smile is so beautiful, but it is completely different in the eyes of Kyuubi. This is the smile of a devil. What's going on? The previous Uzumaki Kushina was carefree and heartless. It can be said that this is the real Uzumaki Kushina. She only pretended to be innocent for the sake of the face of the former Namikaze Minato. The violent panting outside attracted the attention of Namikaze Minato. It turned out that Sarutobi Hiruzen broke free from the restraints of the 6-rod light prison. Looking up, he saw Shimura Danzo still struggling and shaking his head slightly. It seems that Shimura Danzo is still weaker than Yuanfei Hiruzen. With a wave of his hand, the 6-rod light prison disappeared. Shimura Danzo fell to the ground in embarrassment. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Minato, can you let me see your full strength? Chapter 41. Minato was stunned when he heard what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, and then he said in a deep voice. My full strength? Shimura Danzo should be very clear about my strength. Didn't he tell you? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head solemnly and said. Danzo did tell us the information about your battle with the one-tailed Shikaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say something else but was interrupted by a voice. Okay, Hiruzen, it's useless to say more. Let's work together to deal with Minato first. The one who said this was the one-armed bandaged man of Konoha village, Danzo Shimura, the crouching dragon and phoenix of Konoha village. Danzo walked up to Minato and said in a deep voice. Minato, you have to understand that everything Hiruzen and I do is for Konoha. The people of Konoha village were speechless when they heard this. You are doing this for Konoha. I'm afraid you are not doing it for the power in your hands. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this with a serious face. This was the famous Golden Flash Namikaze Minato in the ninja world. Kakashi on the side saw this and hurriedly called everyone to leave here, because this place was about to become a battlefield. Except for the Anbu ninjas of Konoha and some civilian ninjas, most of the people present were ordinary people without any power. If they were involved in the battle, they would probably die in an instant. After all, this was a battle between shadow-level strong men. Even elite Jonin would probably die instantly. In the crowd not far away, Naruto looked at the battlefield anxiously, with a trace of worry in his eyes, but he didn't know whether he was worried about Namikaze Minato or someone else. Turning his head to look at a beautiful girl with a delicate face, the girl looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old, with an onion head and a swaying hair on her head. Her petite body was well proportioned under the JK uniform. She wore a short skirt and her fair and tight legs were wearing knee-high stockings. As if she had noticed the worry in Naruto's eyes, Rukia's sweet and pleasant voice slowly rang out, "Don't worry, those two old men are no match for brother Minato." After comforting Naruto, she turned her head and looked at the battlefield. Kakashi, who was not far away, was stunned when he heard this. He didn't understand why this mysterious girl was so confident in her teacher and believed that the teacher could win, but it also made Kakashi's originally nervous mood relax a lot. Obviously Kaka also believed that Minato could win. In the battle with Orochimaru at that time, Kakashi also saw that his teacher suppressed Orochimaru with only chakra. He suppressed the first and second generation Hokage by himself. Although that was a body of the impure world reincarnation, it could only exert 2/10 of its full strength before birth. You must know that the first generation Hokage is the ninja god of the ninja world. Even ordinary elite ninjas can be said to have no chance of winning against him. But the powerful first and second Hokage were suppressed by their teacher with ease, and even their souls were sent to the Pure Land. Minato, see this, okay? In this case, let me send you to the Pure Land to see the Six-Path Sage. Minato said some plain words. The two of them looked gloomy when they heard it. Did Minato really look down on them by saying this? Although they are old, their strength has indeed declined a lot compared to their youth, but they are not people that Minato can insult, but they have long forgotten it. Just now, Minato had already insulted them in front of everyone in Konoha village. The smile on Minato's face was restrained, and he said indifferently, "Okay, let's stop talking about the past." As he said that, he saw a stick burned black by flames in Minato Namikaze's hand. Everyone was stunned. What the hell is this? Isn't it just a burning stick? Minato saw the noncommittal look in everyone's eyes. Only one person in the crowd looked at the stick in Minato Namikaze's hand with a serious face. Others didn't know it, but Rukia knew it very well. Isn't it the Zanpakuto of Captain Genryusai Yamamoto, who is known as the strongest Shinigami in the world of Bleach, the 13th Godai in the world of Bleach, and is known as the strongest Shinigami in the past 1,000 years? Is it known as the strongest and oldest pyrotype Zanpakuto in Soul Society? But how did Brother Minato have this Zanpakuto? Could it be that Brother Minato also awakened the Sword Zen and obtained the Zanpakuto? Yes, it must be right. It should be like this. Rukia felt that she had guessed the truth, and couldn't help but show a beautiful smile on her beautiful and delicate little face. Minato, you really look down on us. Shimura Danzo said with a gloomy face. You really deserve to die for fighting us with a burnt stick. Sarutobi Hiruzen also echoed. Minato couldn't help but feel helpless when listening to Shimura Danzo's words. No wonder Danzo could do such funny things in the original work. With his IQ, he couldn't even stab Susanoo. I remember that it became a famous scene that countless Naruto fans complained about in the previous life. Then Minato disappeared in a flash, appeared behind him, swung his sword, and a terrifying slash landed on the place where he was standing. I saw that a deep ditch of dozens of meters was cut out there, and there was a blazing flame on it. Seeing this, Minato murmured softly. I dodged it. It's really good. At this time, the figure of Shimura Danzo also appeared not far away, breathing heavily, with cold sweat on his forehead. If I hadn't used the Sharingan to activate Izanaga just now, I'm afraid I would have died under that terrifying slash. Looking at the gully cut out by Namikaze Minato, I couldn't help asking, what is this? Minato glanced at the embarrassed Shimura Danzo and slowly said, this is my weapon Ryujin Jaka. Chapter 42. Danzo's eyes flashed with fear, because if he hadn't had the resurrection coin, he might have died. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been observing, suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Wait a minute, Minato, you didn't use a ninjutsu just now. As far as I know, weapons cannot cause such great destructive power. Such destructive power is comparable to S-level ninjutsu. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was not happy at all, because the Minato now was not the Minato who worshipped him, the Hokage. Minato shook his head and said, I did use a ninjutsu, but I just used the sword to fire it directly without making hand seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more puzzled when he heard this. He had seen Uchiha clan use fire attribute chakra to attach to the sword before to increase the power of the short sword, but it was not as destructive as Minato's. How can we fight against a useful ninjutsu that does not require hand seals and can be fired instantly? Minato looked calm and didn't seem to have consumed much chakra. Hiruzen, don't think too much. It's too late to say anything now. The only way for us now is for you and I to go all out to take down Minato Namikaze. In this way, we both have a chance of survival. Danzo's panting voice came. Minato Namikaze looked at Shimura Danzo with some surprise. Shimura Danzo snorted and quickly made hand seals with both hands. He spit out. Wind escape, vacuum jade. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen at the side also quickly performed the ninjutsu fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. I have to admit that these two guys are quite powerful. Minato was embarrassed to kill them. He wanted to see if these two guys could beat two of Obito's Akatsuki members together. If an ordinary cage-level strongman ran into these two guys, it would be a bit tricky. Unfortunately, they ran into this guy with a system. When Shimura Danzo's wind escape and Yuanfei Hiruzen's fire escape were superimposed on each other, the wind fueled the fire. The original more than 10 meters long fire dragon flame bomb instantly became more than twice as large as before, and rushed towards Minato with its fangs and claws. Minato saw this and his face was calm. He raised the flowing blade Ruka in his hand and slashed. A flame blade of more than 30 meters long collided with the fire dragon, making a deafening sound. The shock wave of the collision of ninjutsu spread to the surroundings. Seeing this, the people watching the battle not far away quickly performed defensive ninjutsu. I saw a 4 or 5 meter high earth wall. It rose from the ground, but strangely, there was a dog head hanging on the earth wall. The other elite jonins also quickly used their own ninjutsu to defend themselves. Seeing this, Rukia covered her skirt with one hand and opened the other hand, the 39 circular gate fan of binding Dao. As Rukia operated her spiritual pressure, a white circular shield with a diameter of 5 meters blocked Rukia and Naruto. Then everyone saw two people flying backwards in the smoke, doing a backflip in the air to unload the force, slowly landing on the ground and sliding for several meters before stopping. Shimura Danzo was even more miserable and sat down on the ground directly, looking extremely embarrassed. Minato slowly walked out of the smoke holding the flowing blade Wakaka. The two people saw that Minato had no scars on his body and couldn't help but feel depressed. This guy didn't have any injuries at all. Could it be that he was going to use that trick, the Shikigami Fujin, to take Minato away? Then Minato looked at the two and said, "You don't have only this much power. If so, I would be very disappointed. After all, you are the strongest Hokage in history? You said so, right, third Hokage?" Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but roar at Minato, "Minato, you deserve to die." It was a complete mockery for Minato Namikaze to mention the strongest Hokage again and again. What a bullshit strongest Hokage in history, it's just bragging for the power of Konoha and the convenience of his own rule. But Minato knew that he still kept mentioning this matter, which was to nail himself to the pillar of shame. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not be angry? At this time, the Konoha civilians who were watching the battle not far away saw this and hurriedly said, "Fuck, didn't you see that Shimura Danzo just get burned to ashes by the flames of the fourth Hokage? How come he is resurrected again?" At this time, Kakashi's voice sounded, "If I guess correctly, it should be the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. I once heard Minato teacher tell me, the condition for using Izanagi is to lose one eye as a price, making oneself immune to all damage for a certain period of time." At this time, Yui Kurane came over and said, "Kakashi, is there no way to crack it?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "Teacher only told me this, I don't know anything else, but I just saw that there are several Sharingan on Shimura Danzo's arm. Izanagi can be used several times, but if it was the teacher, it should be fine." After the people of Konoha village knew that Shimura Danzo used the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, they hated him even more. Uchiha Sasuke in the crowd trembled all over when he heard this, hating his own weakness. Obviously, Shimura Danzo used his own Uchiha clan's eyes, but he couldn't avenge them. Chapter 43. Seeing Sasuke like this, Kakashi sighed and said, "Sasuke, did you hear what I just said?" Sasuke in the crowd slowly raised his head, and because of the stimulation of Kakashi's words just now, he directly opened his three Magatama Sharingan. Sasuke was very puzzled, so he asked his teacher Kakashi, "What is this Izanagi?" "So Sasuke, you have a very strong potential in the Uchiha clan. As long as you work hard to develop your potential and Sharingan, I believe that with your potential, you may not be able to reach the height of Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. So Sasuke, you should master the power you should master, and should not pursue other powers," Kakashi explained lightly. "And you should have heard what I said just now, right?" At this time, Sasuke looked at Kakashi in confusion. Seeing this, Kakashi put his hand on his forehead, sighed, and said seriously, "Izanagi is a forbidden technique of your Uchiha clan." Sasuke's body trembled slightly when he heard this. The time for the ninjutsu to be performed is determined by the amount of chakra of the user. It converts the damage suffered by the user from real to illusory, and turns everything that is beneficial to oneself into a real technique. But the price of using it is to lose light forever. This is a very good way to save life. The Konoha civilians who were closer to Kakashi played the role of cheerleaders again. "Fuck, did you hear it just now? What did Lord Kakashi say just now? There is also this kind of pupil technique that is really terrible." Some Konoha civilians said hurriedly. "It's a pity that the price paid is too high, that's right. Otherwise, wouldn't the Uchiha clan be invincible?" Another Konoha civilian also echoed. This also explains why the third Hokage and the Konoha elders wanted to exterminate the Uchiha clan. The reason is that the Uchiha clan is too strong. Imagine if every Uchiha clan ninja opens the three Magatama Sharingan and fights you. At the critical moment, they give you an Izanagi and ask if you are afraid. I heard that the founder of this eye technique seems to be called Uchiha. Uchiha's Hilly. At this time, someone said this name. I heard from the older generation of ninjas that after the battle between Uchiha Madara and the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama, he left the village. The Uchiha clan was leaderless at that time. It seems that this female ninja named Uchiha's Hilly directly used her strength to overwhelm everyone. It is rumored that she also opened the same eyes as Uchiha Madara. I heard from the older generation that she is less than 20 years old. Hey, what do you know? It is said that she is still a great beauty. The young man from Uchiha said with some regret. At this time, someone interrupted and said, "You are just a slut who covets my body." Unfortunately, not long after the end of the First Ninja World War, it is said that the Uchiha clan chose to rebel because they were dissatisfied with the decision of the Hokage's high-level officials. As a result, the Uchiha clan split into two factions, the Radical faction and the Peace faction. As the contradictions in the Uchiha clan intensified. In the end, a civil war broke out, but the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chizuru, disappeared just like the former head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Kakashi was very surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi, was created by a woman. But I'm curious, I don't know what the Byakugan is for. After all, the Hyuga clan also relies on their eyes to make a living. Ah, they don't know anything, they just peek at women taking a bath. Hyuga Hayashi in the crowd listened to the words of the crowd, his face looked a little ugly, and at the same time a little embarrassed. He felt very uncomfortable watching the scene in front of him. After all, their Hyuga clan is also a big clan in Konoha and relies on their eyes to make a living. But what they meant was that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan in Konoha was too rubbish and had no other use except to peek at women taking a bath. Look at the Uchiha clan, who always say that someone has opened the Sharingan. This is a genius. That person opened the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Look at their Hyuga clan, the best thing is the Hyuga clan's 8 diagram 64 palms, their eyes can only observe the direction of the chakra in the ninja's body. If Namikaze Minato heard what he thought, he would definitely say that your eyes are still weak. If it is developed well, it may be stronger than the Samsara eye, just like when Tonari Atsutsuki's silver wheel reincarnation exploded and almost destroyed the entire Konoha. Is this weak? Who told you not to study your eyes and always follow the path of physical skills? This made Hinata Hayashi so embarrassed that he didn't dare to look at his daughter and nephew, because the expressions of the two of them seemed to be besides, is there anything powerful about our ancestral Byakugan? Shimura Danzo listened to Kakashi's story about Izanagi, and his old face became extremely gloomy. A chilling voice came out of his mouth, "Did you tell Kakashi these?" Minato didn't say anything after hearing this. "How did you know these things?" Danzo said with a gloomy expression. Minato laughed and said, "You seem to have forgotten that I came from hell, but I met a lot of people there. For example, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato. By the way, I also met Shisui. He said that he died so unjustly. He also said that he missed you so much. He wanted you to go to hell with him." Minato's voice was not small, so the surrounding Konoha civilians could hear it. Chapter 44. Everyone heard Minato say that he not only met Uchiha clan leaders Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato in hell, but also Uchiha Shisui. This is the genius boy who became famous in the ninja world during the Third Ninja World War. Yes. I've seen that kid and he's very handsome. And he's completely different from other Uchiha. He doesn't have the arrogance of other Uchiha. Some Konoha civilians who had a good impression of Uchiha Shisui said. "I told you? How could the fourth Hokage know so much?" It turned out that he met Uchiha Shisui in hell, so it makes sense how the fourth Hokage knew everything that happened in those years. So that's it. Everyone seemed to be transformed into Conan and analyzed everything Minato said. The dead don't lie. This is the effect Minato wanted, and he really made things worse. Minato said something inadvertently, and everyone suddenly realized it. Yes. What the fourth Hokage said is indeed true, even though he has been dead for decades. But the fourth Hokage met the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, and the Uchiha clan's Shunshin Shisui. Maybe he has also met the first Hokage and the second Hokage in these years. They have met so many dead people in hell, and so many years have passed. Isn't it normal to know some old things? In this way, Minato's words can be more convincing. Add to this the Sharingan on Shimura Danzo and the cells of the first Hokage Hashirama, this is an unchangeable fact. When everyone thought of this, they looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen again, his eyes seemed to say, "You are not a good guy either. Fourth Hokage, have you really seen my father and mother?" Uchiha Sasuke walked out of the crowd slowly, bowed to Minato and said, "Thank you for telling me this, and Hokage, you just said that Shisui's eyes are also on this ugly guy." Puff. 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 As Uchiha Sasuke said this, everyone present couldn't help but burst out laughing, even Minato couldn't help laughing. He really didn't expect that the usually cool-looking second pillar would be so poisonous. Danzo Shimura, who was not far away, said with a grim expression, "Evil Uchiha, the damn brat actually called me ugly." It's no wonder that Sasuke Uchiha asked that question, because when Shisui Uchiha died suddenly, the Uchiha clan pointed the finger at Itachi Uchiha, because they suspected that Itachi Uchiha killed Shisui Uchiha. But now you tell him that Shisui was killed by the ugly Shimura Danzo. Minato looked at the second pillar in front of him with a look of doubt in his life and shook his head and said, "Look, is there a white bandage wrapped around his left eye? Because that is the Mangeki Sharingan of Uchiha Shisui that he dug out." Without waiting for Sasuke to react, Minato said again, "There is more. Not only that, look at Shimura Danzo's left arm. Is there a bandage wrapped around it?" Everyone nodded and continued. "Kakashi has already told you just now. The one on Shimura Danzo's arm is the Uchiha clan's 3 Magatama Sharingan. And Danzo's arm is made of the cells of the first generation of Hokage, otherwise how could there be so many 3 Magatama Sharingans? Even the left eye is the Mangeki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." Minato's tone became a little cold as he spoke and continued. "The third Hokage and the Konoha elders spread rumors and killed Konoha's hero Hatake Sakumo, and then prevented the ninja from attacking the Nine Tails on the night of the Nine Tails. That would have been fine, but they knew that the Uchiha clan had illusions. You can control the Nine Tails and let the Uchiha clan stay on standby, which led to Kushina and I being in a desperate situation. In the end, in order to leave Konoha with the last hope, I made a decision that went against our ancestors." Everyone in Konoha village stared at Minato intently, expecting Minato to tell the next thing, while Namikaze Minato glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo opposite him, as if to say, "If you two don't take action, I will continue to talk, right? So I decided to seal the Nine Tails in my newborn son, Uzumaki Naruto, but I didn't expect my son to be treated like this. Not only did he not get the treatment he deserved, he was also beaten and scolded by you every day. He is the son of the Hokage." The common people of Konoha recalled it like a summa. One called him young master, the other called him young master, but what about Naruto? The two of them are both sons of the Hokage, but the treatment they receive is worlds apart. One is the son of the Hokage who is admired by thousands of people, while the other is a demon fox monster who is despised by everyone. Forget it, I don't want to be the Hokage anymore. I'll take Naruto away from here. He looked at Rukia and Uzumaki Naruto and signaled them. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were overjoyed after hearing this. Even they didn't expect such a turn. Although they didn't want Minato and Uzumaki Naruto to leave the village, there was no better result now. The two had originally planned to die with Minato. But Minato didn't want to be the Hokage anymore. The surprise came too fast. Everyone was shocked when they heard it, because everyone had just said a lot of bad things about the Konoha high level and the third Hokage, and knew so many secrets. With the mind of Shimura Danzo, how could he let them live? What's more, there is the third Hokage. Even if the third Hokage doesn't pursue it, they will have no good days in Konoha in the future. Therefore, they must not let Minato go. After thinking about this, a poor man in Konoha knelt down first. Please don't leave, the fourth Hokage, and take the position of Hokage again. Seeing someone kneeling, everyone knelt down one after another. In the blink of an eye, thousands of civilians knelt in front of Minato. Kakashi, Yui Kurane, and others on the side also came to Minato and knelt on one knee. For example, Hayashi Hyuga gritted his teeth and knelt in front of Minato. Then the heads of other tribes also knelt in front of Minato and expressed their loyalty to Minato. Minato smiled slightly when he saw this. This was the effect he wanted. What he wanted to leave was just a pretense. It was just used to force them to stand in line. At this time, everyone looked at Minato Namikaze and shouted in unison, "Please, the fourth Hokage, remove the cancer of Konoha." Chapter 45. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze looked at these civilians of Konoha with some surprise. He didn't expect these civilians of Konoha to be so ungrateful. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are not good guys, it's not an exaggeration to say that they are the borers of Konoha. Look at what Konoha village has become. I am submissive to the outside world, but I hit hard inside and outside, just like treating the Kumagakure. It was the eldest lady of the Kumagakure who wanted to take away the Hyuga clan, but was killed by Hyuga Hayashi in anger. Later, it became that the Hyuga clan provoked the Kumagakure, killed the representative of their Kumagakure and asked Konoha village to hand over the murderer, so they let Hyuga Hayashi, who looked similar to Hyuga Hayashi, take the place of Hyuga Hayashi and get the lunchbox. Therefore, Hyuga Niji transferred his resentment to Hyuga Hinata. Indeed, at that time, Konoha was in a period of transition. Powerful ninjas such as the three ninjas, codenamed Hwang, Gambling, and Drug, all left Konoha. The third generation and the Konoha elders were unwilling to lead the Konoha ninjas to the battlefield, so they had no choice but to agree to the unreasonable demands of the Cloud Ninja village. In the next few years, they didn't think about how to cultivate a new generation of powerful ninjas, but only focused on fighting for power and profit, wasting a lot of time. However, it was also because Konoha village had a rich family background. I'm afraid they will all be destroyed by these old guys, just like the Uchiha clan. Although they have a bad temper, they haven't done anything to let down your Konoha elders and you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But you wiped them out. Isn't this a disguised way to weaken the overall strength of Konoha village? Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face trembled violently when he heard this, but what he felt more was his disappointment towards the common people of Konoha. He thought that he was not a good person and he had let many people down, but he was very good to the common people of Konoha. He looked at Minato Namikaze and said, "Minato, do it." Danzo Shimura, who was standing by, was extremely gloomy when he saw this. He was not as open-minded as Sarutobi Hiruzen. His biggest dream in his life was to become a Hokage. It was because he went to the Kumagakure with his teacher, Tobirama Senju, and others, and the negotiations were besieged by the rebels of the Kumagakure. In the end, Tobirama Senju had no choice but to stay behind to cover the retreat and buy time for everyone to escape. Just because Sarutobi Hiruzen said that sentence a step faster than himself. If I stayed behind to cover the retreat, I would have become the third generation Hokage successor. If I had been more decisive and said this before Sarutobi Hiruzen, would I have been the Hokage? Then Minato's voice sounded, "Well, let me take you there." As soon as the voice fell, Minato's figure disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the kunao in his hand tightly against his chest, always on guard, and tried his best to find Minato's figure. The same was true for Shimura Danzo on the side. He held the kunao in his hand, and his heart sank. He thought to himself that he couldn't see his figure at all, as if he had disappeared. Damn it, could he still increase his strength in hell? Shimura Danzo couldn't help but curse. This is not Flying Thunder God, this is just the instant body technique. He can't see his figure with the instant body technique. Could it be that his instant body technique has surpassed Uchiha Shisui? In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw Minato appear behind Shimura Danzo. The Raijin Jaka in his hand directly pierced through Shimura Danzo's chest, and Shimura Danzo suddenly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. There was no hot blood flowing out of the wound that was pierced, because it was instantly evaporated by the high temperature of Raijin Jaka. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed a solemn expression when he saw this scene because he didn't see how Minato appeared behind Shimura Danzo just now. Shimura Danzo looked at his chest with a ferocious face, and saw a black stick burning with flames stuck in his chest. Then everyone in Konoha village saw an unforgettable scene. Minato chanted a fire escape in his mouth. Flames burn the sky. Instantly, a raging flame came out from the blade and submerged the two. A pillar of flame with a diameter of 1 meter rose from the ground. Until it was about 10 to 20 meters high, the flames soon dissipated, and there was no trace of Shimura Danzo in front of him. I'm afraid there was not even ashes left. Only Minato was left standing there holding the Raijin Jaka. The surrounding ground was also burned to scorch. But what surprised everyone was that Minato was also in the flames. Why was there nothing wrong with him? Everyone began to discussing how Minato was unscathed in such a sea of fire, and Kakashi could not see anything with his 3 Magatama Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto on the side was very happy to see this, and he would definitely wait for his father to finish the battle. I want him to teach me this move. It's so cool. Only Rukia on the side looked normal, because she was the only one who saw that Minato used the fire escape just now and wrapped herself with spiritual pressure. That's why there was no sign of injury. Danzo's figure appeared again from not far away, and his face was gloomy as he saw another 3 Magatama Sharingan on his arm was scrapped. Danzo's heart was bleeding. Why did he want to destroy Uchiha? Wasn't it all for the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? But now Minato's appearance has taught Shimura Danzo a hard lesson. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and trickery is just a joke. Chapter 46. Namikaze. Minato looked at Shimura Danzo helplessly and said, "You are really a difficult guy." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo and saw that Shimura Danzo's face was pale, and he obviously had not recovered from the battle just now. Haha, the combat awareness is really good. Minato carried the burning Raijin Jaka and walked to a distance from Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. He smiled and said slowly, "I haven't spent all these years in hell in vain. Just look at the fire escape just now. Isn't it very exciting? But the two of us are not easy to mess with," Danzo said sinisterly. Hearing Shimura Danzo's idiotic remarks, Minato sneered and said, "Really?" Then he disappeared in a flash, and several flying thunder god Kunao appeared on the left in an instant. Seeing this, the two quickly moved together. In the battlefield, all the eyes of Shimura Danzo were activated to the extreme. The Manjiki Sharingan in Danzo's left eye was spinning madly to find Minato's figure, and the Sharingan on his arm also began to spin madly. Suddenly, the body felt a breath of death coming, covering Shimura Danzo, and at the same time, a figure appeared vaguely behind him. Although it is not as good as the Byakugan in terms of reconnaissance, it is also not as good as the eyes. So many eyes are almost 360 degrees without dead angle observation, and Minato was found in the first time, although Minato's whereabouts were discovered by relying on the advantage of many eyes. But the body can't keep up, and there is no way to do it. With a puff, the sharp blade entered the flesh. In the same way and the same action, the sharp blade once again passed through Shimura Danzo's chest, and the tip of the Raijin Jaka passed through Shimura Danzo's chest again. But this time, Minato did not add any chakra to the Raijin Jaka, and the Raijin Jaka did not burn with raging flames like last time. Cough, cough, Danzo spat out another mouthful of old blood, holding the tip of the blade of Raijin Jaka with both hands and spoke with difficulty. When did it happen? Is this flying thunder god or a simple instant body technique? Danzo asked Minato with a look of satisfaction on his face. I remember that you didn't leave the vertical style of Flying Thunder God on me. How is it possible? When did Minato leave the vertical style of Flying Thunder God on himself? Minato didn't have the habit of telling his enemies his trump cards, so he said directly indifferently. Wait until you die and ask the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Maybe he will know. At this time, Shimura Danzo knew that he was powerless to save the situation and another Sharingan was scrapped. He said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, hurry up and take advantage of this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this and held the Tsurumo, who turned into a Ryuji stick, in his hand and smashed it hard at Namikaze Minato. Shimura Danzo was ready just when he was talking to Minato Namikaze. Minato saw this and quickly pulled out Raijin Jaka and kicked Shimura Danzo's body towards the Ryuji stick that was hitting him. Shimura Danzo's face changed drastically when he saw this, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he was hit by Shimura Danzo. With a bang, Shimura Danzo's body was blown away like a rag doll, flying several meters in the air before falling to the ground. As Shimura Danzo fell to the ground, a deep pit several meters away was smashed on the ground. The figure of Shimura Danzo lying on the ground slowly disappeared. Minato, who was watching not far away, saw this and thought to himself that this guy was not so easy to die. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was extremely gloomy and he said to the Tsurumo, the Tsurumo is about to turn into a diamond prison wall and a Ryuji stick. The Tsurumo flew over, and then circled Minato Namikaze. The Ryuji stick instantly turned into dozens of sticks and trapped Minato Namikaze inside. Minato was a little surprised when he saw this. You rely on this to suppress me, it's simply a fantasy. Minato looked at the barrier made by the Tsurumo turning into a Ryuji stick in front of him. You should not be dead yet, old Danzo. If you are not dead, come out. Isn't the third generation my opponent? Minato said to Shimura Danzo, who was lying dead not far away. Shimura Danzo in front of him was obviously fake. Minato remembered that in the original work, when the second pillar was fighting with Danzo, he killed Shimura Danzo several times before revealing his true self. In the end, the classic scene was staged, Kunao stabbed Susanoo, and the sealing technique sealed a bridge. These were all topics that everyone talked about in the previous life. It's really troublesome to kill so many Sharingan. I don't know how many times I have to kill them. I couldn't help but ask, Danzo, how many resurrection coins do you have? Danzo was stunned when he heard it, and his face turned cold and said, what do you want to say? In fact, Minato was also helpless. I want to cut off Shimura Danzo's arm, but Danzo is also an old coin. He gives me an Izanagi every time, what can I do? But Minato is not discouraged. If killing you once doesn't work, then kill you 10 times, 100 times, you are not covered with Sharingan. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo's face was gloomy, he bit his thumb and slapped the ground and shouted, Summoning Technique Dream Taper. Looking at Shimura Danzo's summoning beast, Minato was a little curious whether this guy was an elephant or something. This Izanagi is really troublesome, how buggy is this? I can only kill it again and again, but it doesn't matter, Minato couldn't help but think in his heart. Chapter 47. This ninjutsu also has its shortcomings. Using this technique consumes the user's chakra very much. Because nothing in the world is perfect. Of course, ninjutsu is no exception. Izanaga's immunity and reset effects cannot restore the user's chakra, which means that although Danzo can be immune to death when using this ninjutsu, his chakra is indeed unrecoverable. So if Shimura Danzo uses it that way, he may soon be unable to use it due to chakra exhaustion. He may even be unable to fight. After all, everyone knows that ninjas need to rely on ninjutsu to fight. And the premise of performing ninjutsu is to have sufficient chakra. Minato looked at the panting Shimura Danzo and smiled slightly because he knew that there was not much chakra left in Shimura Danzo's body. Danzo looked at Namikaze Minato's slightly playful eyes and frowned deeply, because he felt that he had almost consumed the chakra in his body because of activating Izanagi. If the fight continues, he and Yuanfei Hiruzen may have to explain here. Minato stood in the cage that was transformed by the monkey demon. Just behind the cage, a summoned beast that looked like an elephant appeared behind Minato Namikaze. This four-legged beast was exactly the summoned beast of Shimura Danzo, the Dream Taper. Dream Swallowing. The moment this summoned beast appeared, it released a large-scale wind escape ninjutsu towards the position where Minato Namikaze was. Minato wanted to release ninjutsu or something, but he felt that his body was slowly moving inwards. My goodness, is this guy going to eat himself? Even the monkey demon on the ground was slid on the ground by this huge suction force, dragging out several deep pits. Shimura Danzo and Yuanfei Hiruzen were very happy to see this. It's done, and Yuanfei Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's wrinkled old faces also showed a relieved smile. Seeing this scene, the Konoha civilians and clan leaders who had just fought against Minato Namikaze showed an ugly look on their faces, because they had just fought against Minato Namikaze, but if Minato Namikaze was suppressed by the two, there was no guarantee that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would come to settle accounts with them, or treat them like the Uchiha who had been exterminated. So they decided that if Minato Namikaze was defeated, they would take action to rescue Minato Namikaze. After all, they are now grasshoppers on the same boat with Minato Namikaze. Unlike everyone else, Kakashi, Yui Kurane and Mitarashi Anko, the elite ninjas of Konoha, have seen the strength of Minato Namikaze, who crushed Orochimaru and beat Shikaku with chakra alone. So it is impossible to defeat Minato Namikaze by such means alone. Seeing this, Rukia looked at Naruto and asked, "Naruto, do you hate Konoha village?" Naruto shook his head in confusion. At this time, Rukia discovered that there were some strange chakras in Naruto's body. It seemed that these chakras were affecting Naruto's thinking, making Naruto have no hatred in his heart, only a yearning for life. At this time, a strange spell was heard chanting in the water gate, "King." The mask of flesh and blood, the universe, flapping wings, the thing named human. Scorch and chaos, rolling back to the south across the sea, step forward. The one who reigns supreme, the one who is crowned with the name of flesh and blood, the myriad phenomena, the feathered warriors, the one who wins the battle, the sea of scorching heat and chaos, the one who goes southward and steps forward. As the chant slowly rang out, a golden energy ball with a diameter of 80 meters slowly appeared on Minato's right hand, slowly gathering over his head and smashing towards Danzo's summoned beast. Yuanfei Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were shocked when they saw this. This is too scary. But at the same time, he did not forget to dodge, and directly used the instant body technique to dodge. Seeing this, the crowd watching around were all terrified. Someone in the crowd shouted to run, and everyone reacted and ran away, only to regret that their parents did not give them 2 more legs. The Suizu red fire cannon made a thunderous sound around, and everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was instantly blown into a bottomless pit. As for the summoned beasts of Yuanfei Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, they had disappeared long ago, and they were probably beaten back to the summoning world. Minato Namikaze, who caused all this, was not satisfied, because it took too much time to perform this move. The enemy is not stupid, and it is impossible for him to stand there and greet it stupidly. The key is that this is not the Dragon Ball world. You use a big move and I will take it here. Only a fool will take it, right? Unless the number 90 Broken Deo Black Coffin can directly lock the enemy, making the enemy unable to move and directly receive damage. Rukia, who was not far away, was shocked when she saw this. She didn't understand why the number 31 red fire cannon used by Minato was so powerful. In Rukia's cognition, the red fire cannon was, it seems to be, only the size of a watermelon. Minato's figure disappeared and appeared beside the two of them. He kicked Yuanfei Hiruzen in the chest. The huge force blasted Yuanfei Hiruzen's body away and slid on the ground for dozens of meters. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his breath was weak. Hiruzen! Shimura Danzo's eyes were bloodshot when he saw this, and he hurriedly shouted Hiruzen. Minato said indifferently, "Don't shout, it's your turn soon." Before he finished speaking, he punched directly and landed directly on Shimura Danzo's head. With a bang, Shimura Danzo's head was smashed into pieces, and the brain mixed with blood fell to the ground and then slowly disappeared. Minato saw this, and sure enough, Shimura Danzo still had a resurrection coin. No, it was a Sharingan. Sure enough, Shimura Danzo's figure reappeared on the battlefield after a while. At this time, Shimura Danzo's heart was no longer as calm as before. Chapter 48. Shimura Danzo looked up at Minato and said, "Minato, how about we call a truce? I will hand over the control of the route to you, and I will no longer interfere in Konoha's affairs." Minato looked at Shimura Danzo with some surprise. It was hard to believe that such words came from the mouth of this old coin. But Minato still shook his head and said slowly, "If you said this before we started fighting, I might have spared your life. But now? You can only die." Danzo's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He looked at Minato and said slowly, "Is there really no room for maneuver?" Minato shook his head slowly. Shimura Danzo laughed and said, "Do you really think I have no way out? What will happen if I fight to the death with you?" Minato said slowly, "The fish may die, but the net will not break." Shimura Danzo saw that the two did not reach an agreement, and he retreated to the distance in an instant. Minato said, "It's time to end this farce." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was a little ugly when he heard the words. He pushed away Sarutobi Asuma who was supporting him, and slowly stood up with one hand covering his violently heaving chest. He also heard what Minato said just now. Is the battle of 3 cage-level strongmen just a boring farce in Minato's eyes? This is really ironic. Then Minato appeared in front of Shimura Danzo, with his sword raised, but what was incredible was that Minato's action froze there. Shimura Danzo saw this and raised his mouth slightly, revealing a smile like an old coin, and directly used the instant body technique to move away from Minato. He shouted to Sarutobi Hiruzen not far away. "Hiruzen, take down Namikaze Minato quickly, he has been controlled by me." Minato pondered slightly, not knowing when he was hit, looking at the black runes that continued to spread from the bottom of his feet, thinking about when he was sealed. Minato felt that a special force was controlling his body, making him unable to move at all. Shimura Danzo was a little proud when he saw that Minato couldn't move at all, and he slowly said, "Seal of the self-injury spell, it's time to put an end to Minato." At this time, everyone looked again and saw that Minato's body was full of dense black runes, which were about to spread to both sides of his cheeks. At this time, Minato's left-hand fingers moved slightly twice. Of course, this scene was not seen by anyone. There is another way to actually break this seal, which is to use your own chakra to directly reopen the bondage. But it is not necessary for Minato, because his wife is playing the seal. Minato felt that as long as the place covered by this technique, his body could not move. It was like being cast under a spell. "Ahem, Danzo, stop talking, hurry up and get rid of Minato," Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly. "Humph, Hiruzen, I have to say that sometimes you are much more cruel than me. Minato is your grandson. He is also Jiraiya's disciple, and you have the heart to kill him," Shimura Danzo said with some sarcasm. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, "Danzo, are you a fool? Don't waste time. If we don't take action, we will die in Minato's hands." On the other side, in the sealed space, Kyuubi and Uzumaki Kushina, one person and one fox, watched everything happening outside with the help of Naruto's perspective in the sealed space, but what was surprising was that both Uzumaki Kushina and Kyuubi looked unusually calm on their faces. It seems that Minato outside the sealed space has nothing to do with them, which is of course not the case. In the eyes of the Nine Tails, Minato is just teasing them. As long as Minato wants to, he can end the battle in an instant. Besides, those two old men want to control Minato. Don't be funny. Minato killed the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts with a single unmarked ninjutsu. Seeing this, Uzumaki Kushina smiled on her beautiful and delicate face. Slowly said, Shimura Danzo is really stupid. He actually used the sealing technique on Minato. Outside the sealed space, the conversation between Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen also attracted the attention of the Konoha ninjas. As early as when Namikaze Minato and Shimura Danzo were fighting, Danzo's root ninjas had been killed by the Konoha Anbu ninjas sent by Minato. The civilians of Konoha village and a group of Konoha civilian ninjas were all shocked when they saw this. They saw that Minato was in a strange posture with one hand raised, and a black flame-burning wooden stick. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen are approaching Minato Namikaze cautiously. Minato does not move. Everyone saw that he was controlled, didn't they? They all widened their eyes and felt a little incredible. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces showed an extremely gloomy look. This is not good news for them, whether they are civilians in Konoha village or Konoha ninjas. Because they are on Minato's side, if Minato loses, with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's personalities, they may still have a way to survive. For a while, everyone was eager to move and came up to support Minato Namikaze. The Hyuga clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, who was observing from the side, saw that Kakashi, who was a disciple of Minato Namikaze, had a calm face and was a little confused, so he couldn't help but ask. Kakashi, the fourth Hokage is your teacher, aren't you worried at all? Aren't you going to support him? Kakashi was a little helpless when he heard this, and couldn't help but explain to Hayashi Hyuga who was standing by. Minato's strength is more than that, don't panic. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are not Minato's opponents. Everyone calmed down after hearing this. They believed in Kakashi's words, and hoped that the fourth Hokage would really win the final victory as Kakashi said, and get rid of these two borers of Konoha for Konoha. Then they saw the two stopped not far from Minato, and their hands quickly formed seals to release ninjutsu. At the same time as the seals were formed, 4 shadow clones of Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared beside him. 5 escape techniques, Dalien Tan no Jutsu. Wind escape technique, Vacuum Daijutsu. This time, Minato did not use fire escape technique directly like last time, but used Flying Thunder God to come behind Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and slashed with his sword, causing 2 flames and rumbling sounds to burst out around the battlefield. For a moment, dust flew, sawdust splashed, and smoke billowed. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the ground where Minato had stood had disappeared, leaving only a large pit with a burnt smell. There were still residual flames around, and a violent coughing sound came from not far from the pit. Cough cough. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen and the burnt Shimura Danzo. If you didn't look carefully, you would think that Shimura Danzo was dead. At this time, Shimura Danzo's weak voice sounded, Hiruzen, you are so cruel. It turned out that just when Minato appeared behind the two of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen took advantage of Shimura Danzo's failure to notice and kicked him towards the terrifying flame slash. Sarutobi Hiruzen took this opportunity to run to the place where he had just performed the ninjutsu. As for why Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were lying not far away. Of course, they were affected by the explosion of the ninjutsu. Shimura Danzo was about to die and his life had reached the end. He still couldn't help asking, why did you do that? Chapter 49. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo with some guilt and said, I'm sorry, Danzo. But I can't die. If I die, the Sarutobi clan will be finished. Shimura Danzo felt extremely disgusted when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocritical words. Shimura Danzo slowly turned over from the ground, his eyes slightly turned upward and looked at Minato and said, Minato, I also have a certain responsibility for the Night of the Nine Tails 13 years ago. It was me who stopped Uchiha Fugaku from supporting you, and therefore killed you and Kushina. Do you know why your son has lived so hard these years? Minato looked at Shimura Danzo, who was about to die, and cast a ghost barrier. Because Minato felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was simply cruel and ruthless, he was worried that this guy could not accept these words from Shimura Danzo and killed him. Shimura Danzo was slightly stunned when he saw this scene, and then he showed a relieved smile, because Minato was afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen would hit him again. Although he was about to die, he still wanted to tell Minato everything, so he continued. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that only by making Naruto feel the malice around him could he be used by him, Sarutobi Hiruzen took Ure and Kushina's house for himself, and announced to the outside that the fourth generation said that this house would belong to Konoha after his death, but in fact it all went into the pockets of their Sarutobi clan. For this reason, the third generation gave Naruto 1,000 taels of living expenses every month, leaving the image of a kind grandfather in Naruto's heart. As for the rewards for the S-level and A-level tasks you did, they were all divided up by us. What Shimura Danzo said just now was transmitted to the outside through the ghost sound amplification barrier set up by Minato. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. They didn't expect that the third generation Hokage, who was so amiable on the surface, was so cruel. At this time, everyone looked at Uzumaki Naruto with some guilt, thinking that the demon fox who had been around for so many years was actually the son of the Hokage. Soon, everyone turned all their guilt into anger and transferred it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shouted loudly. The fourth Hokage, kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and remove the evil from Konoha. Shimura Danzo, who was lying on the ground, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a mocking smile on his face. Then Shimura Danzo looked at Minato and said, "Fourth Hokage, can I ask you for a favor?" Minato frowned slightly and said, "You can tell me first." "Fourth Hokage, please let the Shimura clan go. Everything they did was instructed by me." As he spoke, Shimura Danzo slowly took out a jade token from his arms, on which the word Shimura was written. He took the jade token from Danzo's hand and was in a trance. Looking at Minato, he slowly said, "The jade token of the fourth Hokage is the token of the head of our Shimura clan, and it is also a military token. With this token, all the members of the Shimura clan must obey absolutely." Seeing this, Namikaze Minato said, "I am not from your Shimura clan. Is it appropriate for me to hold this token of the head of the clan?" The fourth Hokage is joking. "Of course, you are not from our Shimura clan, but from now on, our Shimura clan must obey the orders of the fourth Hokage." Minato nodded slightly when he heard this. Seeing this, Danzo breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "My eye is useless here." As he said this, Shimura Danzo put his only remaining left hand on the Manjiki Sharingan in his left eye. Puff! A bloody eye appeared in his left hand. The only remaining eye looked at the Manjiki Sharingan in his hand and fell into memories. He sighed slightly, it was really retribution. Minato took it and put the Manjiki Sharingan and the clan leader's token into the system space. Danzo saw that Minato Namikaze accepted his Manjiki Sharingan and slowly closed his remaining right eye, feeling the loss of life. After a while, Shimura Danzo's chest slowly stopped rising and falling, and it was obvious that his life had come to an end. Minato Namikaze looked at the dead Shimura Danzo and sighed in his heart. "I didn't expect it. Shimura Danzo has such a side. Maybe it's because people are about to die, and their words are good. Know how to consider their own people." What Shimura Danzo didn't know was that if it wasn't for his request that made Minato look at him with new eyes, the Shimura clan would be exterminated from the ninja world after today. Not only the Shimura clan, but also the Mito clan, the Sarutobi clan and the Udadan clan would be exterminated. Thinking of this, a trace of cruelty flashed in Minato Namikaze's eyes. He was a time traveler who knew that if the grass is not uprooted, it will grow again in the spring breeze. You must know that Shimura Danzo, but he had never called Sarutobi Hiruzen Hokage-sama in his life. Today, he actually called himself Hokage-sama when he was about to die. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was outside the barrier, had a gloomy face when he heard Shimura Danzo calling Minato. You know, Shimura Danzo had never called him Hokage once. Today, he actually called Minato Namikaze Hokage-sama for the first time. Does it mean that he, the third Hokage, is not as good as Minato, the fourth Hokage? Minato Namikaze waved his hand to remove the barrier and looked at the ragged Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "How can you fight me when you are like this?" Minato looked at the white-haired old man. Perhaps this was the real Sarutobi Hiruzen. The amiable old man he saw on weekdays was just his disguise. Now this cruel and ruthless man was the original ninja hero. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen was panting, his back was hunched, and his face was full of fatigue. But he still said stubbornly, "Hehe, who will win? It's still uncertain." Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "In fact, if it weren't for Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation, I wouldn't have come out. From the moment I came out, your fate was doomed. You were already seriously injured in the battle with Orochimaru, and now you are fighting with me at a high intensity. If I'm not mistaken, you should be at the end of your strength now. You dare to fight me with such a body. If you didn't take action at that time or retired directly, maybe I wouldn't touch you, and you wouldn't die. Okay. It's time to end all this, because I've had enough fun." Minato walked forward slowly with the Raijin Jaka, and the ground was burned with scorched earth burned by flames. For such a battle, Minato was basically just for fun, to hone his fire escape ninjutsu, and he didn't take it seriously at all, otherwise it would have ended long ago. Another thing is to make the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha elders become the existence that everyone hates in Konoha. This is the purpose of Namikaze Minato. I said here that killing people must have a process, just like a man and a woman going to bed, there must be a process, right? Otherwise it will be over in a moment. How boring. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen disappear with a flying thunder god, he appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and stabbed him with a knife. With a puff, the Raijin Jaka slowly penetrated Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen only heard Minato's voice, "Third Hokage, have a good journey." Chapter 50. As soon as Namikaze Minato finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pain in his chest. He slowly lowered his head and saw that a flaming long sword had pierced his chest. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's current appearance and said, "In fact, when I first became Hokage, you should have abdicated. You should also understand my character. Even if you are no longer Hokage, I will not treat you Sarutobi clan unfairly." Practical. I don't hate Shimura Danzo so much. After all, he did nothing wrong. After all, we still have to be wary of the Uchiha clan, right? You are all disciples of the second Hokage, so you all follow the will of the second Hokage. Because the Manjiki Sharingan in the eyes of the Nine Tails, although it was not done by the Uchiha clan, it cannot wash away the suspicion. But what makes me most disheartened is you, the third Hokage. On the night of the Nine Tails, where were you as the third Hokage? You chose to hide. If I remember correctly, you should have been at the peak of your ninja body more than 10 years ago. Facing the rampage of the Nine Tails, you chose to hide. In the end, I was stopped by the mysterious masked man because of his intervention. You had no choice but to push the Nine Tails out of the center of Konoha village. In fact, Orochimaru is right. You should die to protect Konoha from the Nine Tails. In this way, you die as a hero, and your people will get the treatment they deserve. You distorted the true meaning of the will of fire. It should have been that the older generation should protect the younger generation and let the younger generation of children thrive. But it became that the younger generation of Konoha should protect, and you, an old guy, protected the Konoha elders. Third generation, why did you deprive me of everything that belonged to me after my death, everything I left for Naruto? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto with some guilt, and looked at Minato and said slowly. So you are here to seek justice for that child? You have changed a lot? I remember that you were not like this before. Minato chuckled and thought to himself, if it was the original Minato, he would not do this, but he is not the original Minato. But on the surface, he said lightly, people will change, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen understood a little after hearing this. Seeing this, Minato drew his long sword, and Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground. Gradually lost the breath of life. You want to ask why Sarutobi Hiruzen did not ask Namikaze Minato to let the Sarutobi clan go like Shimura Danzo, but the question is it possible? The reason why Minato let the Shimura clan go is that Shimura Danzo has no offspring, so for the Shimura clan, it is nothing to change a stronger person to lead. And just now, Shimura Danzo also said that from now on, the Shimura clan will become his pawns. I believe they will not object. After all, if they object, they will die. This ray of hope was also obtained by their clan leader Danzo Shimura before his death. Suddenly a roar interrupted everyone's thinking. Dad! The uncle like Sarutobi Asuma ran to the body of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He hugged Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, which was gradually losing temperature, and then looked at Minato Namikaze with red eyes, roaring, "You damn bastard, die!" As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Minato Namikaze. When he just arrived behind Minato, the wind blade in his hand made a rustling sound because of the chakra injected into it. Everyone not far away was shocked by this scene and shouted loudly. "Fourth Hokage, be careful!" Minato didn't even look at him, and swung out the Raijin-jaka in his hand in an instant. Asuma Sarutobi's head flew high in the air and fell to the ground after dancing in the air for a few circles. His body also fell to the ground and became a headless corpse. Seeing this, everyone showed mockery, mocking Asuma Sarutobi for overestimating his own abilities. Seeing this, Minato muttered, "Ants are trying to shake the sky. Asuma Sarutobi is over from now on." Even if Asuma Sarutobi didn't come out, Minato Namikaze would kill him, because if he killed Hiruzen Sarutobi, would he still stay in Konoha village? As the saying goes, the hatred of killing one's father is irreconcilable. Obviously not. In the past, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the third Hokage. As the son of the Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi must have been proud of it. Wherever he went, others would flatter him, calling him the son of the Hokage. Otherwise, why do you think Sarutobi Asuma, who has a 40-year-old face, can catch up with the famous beauty Yui Kurane in Konoha village? Isn't it all because of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third-generation Hokage? Now not only is Sarutobi Hiruzen dead, but Sarutobi Hiruzen has also become a sinner of Konoha. Sarutobi Asuma is now what kind of son of Hokage is that? Many civilians in Konoha cheered when they saw this, and some ninja families couldn't help but secretly say, "It seems that Konoha village is going to reshuffle." Unlike everyone else, Konoha village's elite ninja Yui Kurane has a complicated heart. Not long ago, Sarutobi Asuma expressed his feelings to her, and she accepted him. Looking back now, I am really glad. At that time, Sarutobi Asuma wanted to sleep with me, but fortunately I rejected him and didn't take it any further. I even just went shopping with me and didn't let him touch my hand. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome now, and I might even implicate my family. Kurane didn't like Asuma Sarutobi in her heart, but because Asuma's father was the third Hokage of Konoha, she never agreed or refused, because Kurane knew very well that once she accepted, she would inevitably have physical contact in the future. But what Kurane didn't expect was that the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze was reborn and killed the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was known as the strongest Hokage of all generations. This also made her feel relieved. After all, Asuma Sarutobi was not good looking and she didn't like him. Then Minato burned the bodies of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma Sarutobi to ashes, came to the body of Shimura Danzo, and signaled the Shimura clan ninjas to come up and bury Shimura Danzo's body. After all, Shimura Danzo not only gave him Uchiha Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan and the clan leader's token, but also swiped out a lot of rewards from Shimura Danzo, such as the same Mangeki Sharingan as Uchiha Shisui, so he still had to give Shimura Danzo a decent one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a sign-in target. Do you sign in? Namikaze Minato, who was about to leave, paused because the clear and pleasant voice of the system elf sounded in Minato's mind. Minato was a little excited for a while. He didn't expect that Shimura Danzo could still give him a reward after his death. The last reward was the Mangeki Sharingan. I don't know what will be signed in this time. Just thinking about it makes Minato very excited. Chapter 51. Congratulations to the host for signing in and successfully obtaining a kin of Hashirama's cells. It has been placed in the system space. The system's somewhat cold voice sounded in Minato's mind. Minato nodded slowly and asked, "How many points do I have now?" Reply to the host, "The current points are only 40 points. The system's somewhat cold voice sounded. Looking at the pitiful number of points, Minato sighed. "Come here. Hokage-sama." Many Konoha civilian ninjas and ANBU ninjas knelt in front of Namikaze Minato, waiting for Namikaze Minato to give orders. Seeing this, Minato slowly said, "From today on, Konoha will no longer have an Elders' Council, and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will be removed from Konoha." Then Minato shouted, "Kakashi!" Kakashi raised his head and looked at his teacher, and then Minato continued. "Kakashi leads 100 Anbu ninjas to exterminate the Sarutobi clan." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect Namikaze Minato to be so cruel. Although the Sarutobi clan is not as big as the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, it should not be underestimated. But what shocked them was still to come. They heard Minato continue. "Might Guy, you lead 100 civilian ninjas to exterminate the Mito clan." Might Guy was stunned when he heard this and asked in confusion, "Why? Fourth Hokage?" Everyone was speechless after listening to Might Guy's thoughtless speech, and a little worried about Might Guy. Minato glanced at the watermelon head in front of him and said, "Because they are against the village, there is a threat. All the existences that threaten the village must be eliminated." Might Guy didn't understand what he heard, but he nodded and continued, "I understand. Lord Hokage. This is youth." With Might Guy's shout, everyone looked at Might Guy. Kakashi on the side saw this and said helplessly, "This guy is really," and then secretly glanced at Minato, worried that Might Guy would anger the teacher. Minato looked at the watermelon head in front of him and couldn't help but praise. This is the youth brother, the man who almost kicked out the finale. When watching anime in the previous life, if Kishimoto hadn't allowed it, that kick would hit the head of Six Paths Madara, maybe everything would be over, and Naruto and Sasuke would not be used at all. The Shimura clan listened to the order, and a beautiful woman came out and knelt on one knee. Minato Namikaze looked at the woman in front of him and slowly said, "What's your name?" The woman looked up at Minato and said, "My Lord Hokage, my name is Shimura Kanon." Minato nodded and said, "You lead the Shimura clan to exterminate the 10 clan, is that okay?" Seeing Minato asking him, he quickly answered, "Yes, Lord Hokage. Everything will be rearranged. After tomorrow, in the Hokage's office, the clan leaders of the major families must be present. Kakashi, Marino Ibiki, Bazuki Raito, Mitarashi Anko, and Ui Kurane, you all come too." Minato's unquestionable voice sounded faintly. "That's right. Gangza Tetsujin Tsuki Izumo, you two will immediately recall the Chunin and Jonin who are on missions outside." Minato said to the 2 gate gods of Konoha again. "The 2 of you, Yamashiro Aoba, are mainly responsible for not letting any ninjas enter or leave Konoha village. In addition, the Hyuga clan should pay attention to the sand village on the border of the Land of Fire, and report any disturbances to me." Then he slowly said that the ninja world is about to change. Everyone was a little confused when they heard what Minato said, and they didn't understand why Minato Namikaze said this. Seeing this, everyone began to order the ninjas of the family to execute every order issued by Minato Namikaze. For everyone, it doesn't matter who becomes the Hokage, because in their eyes, the Hokage is their leader and their umbrella. Now the Hokage has been replaced by the more powerful Minato Namikaze, and they are too happy to object. How could they object? The strength shown by Minato Namikaze in the previous battle was very surprising. He fought 2 cage-level masters alone, one of whom was the strongest Hokage in Konoha's history, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the other had the blessing of Sharingan and the cells of the first generation of Hokage. Even so, Minato Namikaze still killed the 2 without any damage. Although both of them are not in their prime. But at least they are both cage-level masters. The 3 fought for less than 10 minutes and ended the battle. Minato saw everyone leave, and also called Rukia and Uzumaki Naruto to leave. As for Kakashi and others, they also went to carry out the tasks assigned to them by Minato. After returning home, several people sat on the sofa in the living room. Minato saw Rukia also left after coming over. He told Rukia that there are many countries in the ninja world, but the largest countries are the Fire Country, the Earth Country, the Lightning Country, the Wind Country and the Water Country, which are the most powerful. Each of these countries has a ninja village, and the purpose of this ninja village is to protect these countries from being invaded by other countries. Rukia blinked her big watery eyes at Minato. Seeing this, Minato took a sip of water from the cup on the table and continued to talk about the ninjutsu and blood boundaries of this world. Time passed quickly. Minato smiled at Uzumaki Naruto who was sleeping on the sofa. Rukia said, "Brother Minato, are you waiting for Kakashi and the others?" Minato nodded and said, "You actually know his name is Kakashi." "Of course. After all, you have called his name many times during the day." Rukia smiled and came over to hold Minato's arms. Minato felt the softness of his arms and couldn't help but feel moved. At this time, Rukia's pleasant voice rang out, saying that Minato's elder brother Kaka and the others were back. Sure enough, Minato smelled a strong smell of blood soon after. Then Kakashi, Might Guy, and the only female Shimurikanen came in and knelt on one knee and said, "Reporting to the Hokage, the Sarutobi clan, the Mito clan, and the Utane clan were all killed, and there was no survivor." Hearing this, Minato Namikaze smiled and said, "Good. You did a good job. Okay, Kakashi, stay. I have something else to do. You two can leave first." "Yes, Hokage," and then the 2 of them left directly. Then Minato looked at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, do you want to become stronger?" Kakashi pondered for a moment, then looked up at Minato, one eye full of determination and said, "Minato teacher, I want to become stronger, so I trouble you." Then he bent down 90 degrees and bowed deeply to Minato, and Minato nodded slowly. "Okay, go back." Minato continued. Kakashi bowed to Minato again after hearing that, and then he glanced at Uzumaki Naruto who was sleeping beside him. Seeing that Naruto was about to drool, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. Then he looked at Rukia who was standing next to Minato. Rukia smiled beautifully and spoke first, "I am a good friend of Minato, my name is Kukaki Rukia." Kakashi was a little flustered after hearing that, because as a single dog, he basically didn't have much contact with girls, let alone such a beautiful one. So he couldn't speak well. "Hello, my name is Hitaki Kakashi, and I am Minato's disciple." Namikaze Minato interrupted immediately and said, "Okay." Kakashi was relieved to see his teacher helping him out, and then asked, "Naruto, do you want me to take him home?" Minato shook his head and said, "No need." Minato even remembered Kakashi's habit of being late and couldn't help but remind him, "By the way, remember not to be late for the meeting tomorrow morning." Chapter 52. Kakashi, who was walking outside, heard what Minato said, and his heart was warmed. Is this the feeling of having family care? Then he turned his head and looked at Minato, waved his hand, and disappeared with a jump. Minato looked at the direction where Kakashi disappeared and smiled and shook his head, then turned his head to look at Rukia and said, "Go and have a rest." Rukia nodded slightly and turned to go into the room. Rukia closed the door, leaned against the door with a little loss in her heart, and couldn't help whispering, "Why? Brother Minato didn't come to find me. Is it because I'm not beautiful enough?" Thinking of this, she came to the mirror in the room, looked at her delicate and lovely face, and looked down at her chest. Then she thought of something. Could it be because Brother Minato was still missing his deceased wife? Thinking of this, Rukia was full of fighting spirit again. If Minato knew that she thought so, he would definitely cry out for injustice. It's not that he doesn't want to, but the village has not yet recovered and needs to be stabilized. It's not appropriate to be sentimental now. On the other side, Minato returned to the room, took out a jar of flesh and blood from the system space, and looked at the jar curiously. This light green liquid should be the nutrient solution. The palm-sized flesh and blood soaked in the jar should be Hashirama's cells. Minato would never use this piece of Hashirama's cells for himself. There is no other reason, because Minato is also afraid that a face of Hashirama Senju will appear on his body. After all, he is not a pervert. His sexual orientation is normal and he doesn't like to be gay. Haven't you seen that anyone who has transplanted Hashirama's cells will have the face of Hashirama Senju in various parts? So Namikaze Minato decided to give it to Kakashi. After all, Kakashi is his student and the only person he can trust now. How can you do things for yourself if you are not strong enough? Can't we rely on him as Hokage for everything? What's the point of being a Hokage if we have to do everything by ourselves? It's better to be a salted fish. Namikaze Minato really doesn't trust other people now. Just as Minato was thinking, the system elf appeared in Namikaze Minato's mind, and a pleasant voice sounded, "Oh, my stupid host." Minato asked after seeing the system elf. "You are such a chatterbox. This Hashirama cell is given to you by this system, of course there are no side effects, so you don't have to worry." Minato nodded slightly and continued. "That system. Can you stop laughing so loudly in the future? It always reminds me of a guy," Minato said to the system elf. The system elf was stunned when he heard this, and didn't quite understand what Minato said, and then asked, "Who is that guy?" Minato was slightly stunned when he heard this, and shook his head and said, "I don't remember who it is, but he has a nickname called the Real Estate Tycoon." Then Minato exited the system space, lay on the bed, and fell asleep. The next morning, Minato was awakened by a rapid knock on the door, and heard Naruto's voice outside, "Dad is eating, Sister Rukia made a lot of delicious food." When he opened the door, he saw Uzumaki Naruto, looking here and there, very excited, because Naruto had never seen so many delicious things since he was a child. Because in Uzumaki Naruto's impression, the most delicious thing he had eaten was the ramen made by Uncle Ichiraku in Konoha village. When Minato came out, he saw Rukia coming over in a pink apron. When she saw Minato coming out, she hurriedly greeted him. "Brother Minato, come and eat. Everything is ready." As she said that, Rukia reached out and took off her apron. Minato smiled slightly after seeing this. Looking at the scene in front of him, Minato wanted to stay at this moment forever, but it was impossible for him. Because there are still many strong and potential enemies behind, Akatsuki Organization, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Otsutsuki clan. Now the only way to quickly improve your strength is to keep signing in and get rewards from others. It is best to trigger the critical hit reward, so that the system will reward you with the power of other worlds, or weapons, or skills, etc. After breakfast, Minato went to the Hokage building with Rukia and Naruto. Along the way, many Konoha civilians greeted Minato Namikaze and his party enthusiastically, but what Minato didn't know was, because Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically spread the word that the third Hokage was the strongest Hokage because Minato killed the so-called strongest Hokage in history. Just think about it, Minato even killed the strongest Hokage in Konoha village. Doesn't this mean that Minato is stronger than the strongest Hokage in history, Sarutobi Hiruzen? That's why everyone respects Minato Namikaze so much. In addition, Minato also eliminated the two biggest cancers of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Everyone saw that Uzumaki Naruto's attitude had changed from the previous indifference and hostility to a warm greeting. "Hello, Master Naruto." Naruto felt the compliments from everyone, and felt a little unnatural. He glanced at Minato, as if to say, "Dad, what should I do?" Minato nodded to Naruto, and Naruto understood what Minato meant and began to interact with everyone. The three of them walked to the Hokage's office and saw a female ninja in ANBU clothing. The female ninja knelt on one knee when she saw Minato Namikaze and said, "Fourth Hokage, you are here." Without waiting for Minato to speak, she continued. "The heads of the various families in Konoha village and a group of elite jonin in Konoha village are already inside." Minato nodded slightly and said, "Well done." Then he walked in. When everyone saw Minato coming in, they stood up from their seats. Minato slowly walked to the Hokage's seat and sat down. He waved his hand to indicate that everyone didn't need to panic and just sat down. Everyone saw Minato waving his hand to let everyone sit down. Everyone heard the words and saw Minato sitting in the first seat and then slowly sat down. On the other side, in the Cloud Country, in the Cloud Village, a tall and burly figure with blonde hair, a rough face, and a strong figure sat in the first seat and listened. He was shocked by the report of the ninja in front of him, and then he subconsciously started fighting because he heard a familiar name. Then he asked a little uncertainly, "Say it again what you just said." The Cloud Village ninja didn't understand why his own Raikage asked him to say it again. Ju said that a big event happened during the Chunin exam this time. Upon hearing this, the Raikage asked hurriedly, "What big event? Why are you making such a fuss?" The Cloud Hidden Ninja said, "Orochimaru killed the fourth Kazekage of the Sand Village." The fourth Raikage waved his hand and said, "I thought something big happened." Then the Cloud Hidden Ninja continued, "Orochimaru and the third Hokage of Konoha had a battle." The Raikage became interested and asked, "Go on." Then the ninja heard the Raikage asking him to continue, so he continued. Orochimaru used some technique to summon the dead first Hokage of Konoha village, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The Raikage touched his chin and thought slowly, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he said, "Did the three Hokages join forces to kill the old monkey of the third Hokage?" After hearing what his own Raikage said, he continued, "No," and then he beat back Orochimaru. After hearing his subordinates report that Minato Namikaze had killed Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi, he immediately reacted and said, "You mean the fourth Hokage of Konoha village, Minato Namikaze, has been resurrected?" Chapter 53. Then he fell into memories. He remembered that it was during the Third Ninja World War. He and his brother Killer Bee had become Quasi-Kage level warriors. They joined the battlefield and thought they would kill everyone. He was expanding the territory for the hidden Cloud Village. As a result, just when he and his brother Killer Bee were preparing to fight a big battle, a young ninja from Konoha village suddenly appeared. Unlike other ninjas, this guy had yellow hair. He had a handsome face and a smile like spring breeze, and he was naturally friendly. This guy said his name was Minato Namikaze. At that time, he was young and energetic, and he was also the best among the young generation. He rushed directly to the young man named Minato Namikaze, but he was defeated. Seeing this, his brother Killer Bee directly turned on the half-tailed beast and fought with the opponent. As a result, neither side could do anything to the other after fighting for a long time. The opponent relied on the weird space ninjutsu to make him always a little behind the opponent no matter how fast he used. As a result, when the reinforcements of Konoha arrived, he and his brother retreated hastily, and finally became the stepping stone for Minato Namikaze to become famous in the Third Ninja World War. On the other hand, the ninjas from various villages who went to Konoha village for the Chunin exam returned to their own villages. At the same time, the news of Minato's resurrection spread throughout the ninja world. In the rock village of the Land of Earth, there was a short old man with wrinkles all over his face. The only thing that was unforgettable was that this guy had a festive nose. The old man sat in the first seat, and on both sides stood a slightly fat middle-aged man and a girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old. These two people were none other than his son and granddaughter. The old man looked to be about 70 years old, but he was in good spirits and didn't look like people of this age at all. These three people were none other than the third-generation Tsuchikage, known as the Two Scales of Onoki, his son Huangtu, and his granddaughter Kuratsuki. The wrinkled face of the third Tsuchikage was full of vicissitudes. He looked at his son and then at his little granddaughter and asked, "What do you think of the news sent back by the spies in Konoha village? Are you talking about the golden flash that became famous in the Third Ninja World War?" Huangtu said with some doubt. At this time, the girl Kuratsuki beside him saw this and asked, "Is this golden flash Namikaze Minato you are talking about really that powerful?" Oniki looked at his granddaughter and praised. "Not bad, you have improved." Kuratsuki smiled and said, "I have been studying hard these days." Then Oniki said, "Let me tell you about this Namikaze Minato." Kuratsuki nodded slightly and sat down on the chair next to him, with a pair of slender, white and tender legs like jade, crossed his legs, listening carefully to what Oniki said. Immediately, Kuratsuki exclaimed and couldn't help but burst out with a swear word. "Fuck, is he that powerful?" Then Onoki told the story of how Minato died with his wife Uzumaki Kushina on the night of the Nine Tails 13 years ago. Hearing this, Kuratsuki could no longer hold back. Are the people in Konoha village all fools? Why don't they help their fourth Hokage? Then Onoki sighed, "Yes. Konoha village is a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. In the front, there is Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo who turned the tide, in the middle, there are the three ninjas who are the backbone, and in the back, there is the genius Minato Namikaze who suddenly appeared. It would be great if there were so many geniuses in our village." Huangtu interrupted at this time. Hei-tu thought for a while and said, "Then can't we win them over?" As soon as Hei-tu finished speaking, Onoki's eyes lit up and he looked at his granddaughter and said, "Hei-tu, what kind of man do you want to marry in the future?" Hei-tu, this simple and silly girl, obviously didn't understand her grandfather's hidden meaning. She thought seriously and then said, "At least he should be as handsome as senior brother Deidara, and he should be better than me, because I am an elite jonin now, and he can't abandon me and be responsible for me." Hearing this, Onoki's wrinkled old face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Onoki thought secretly, "You silly girl are still picking and choosing here. Whether others like you or not is another matter." Then Onoki's words surprised the two of them. "Kuratsuki, I want you to marry Konoha's fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, are you willing?" "Grandpa, how can you do this?" Kuratsuki said anxiously. "How can she marry him when she hasn't even met him?" "Yes. Father, we won't marry Kuratsuki off, right? Even if Minato Namikaze is very strong." Yellow Earth also spoke. Onoki listened to the two people's speeches and shook his head helplessly, saying, "You are still too young." Then he took out a letter from his bosom. "You will know why I made such a decision after reading it." The two took the letter and read it without knowing why. The more they read, the more frightened they were. It was because the letter said that Minato suppressed the one-tailed Shikaku. Then he killed the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the leader of the root, Shimura Danzo. That was not all. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato were killed instantly by Minato Namikaze. You should know that both of them were cage-level masters. Then they looked down and their scalps tingled. Sarutobi, Mito, and Udaten clan were slaughtered overnight. As for the Shimura clan, it was because of Shimura Danzo's pleading and the Shimura clan's submission to Minato Namikaze that they made an exception and did not exterminate the Shimura clan. But how could they know? The reason why Minato let the Shimura clan go was because he had signed in Danzo with the Mangeki Sharingan and the cells of the first Hokage. That's why he let the Shimura clan off without exterminating them. After reading the letter, the two shuddered all over, feeling that this Namikaze Minato was a devil, actually exterminating the clan. You know, the three families together have nearly 2,000 people. They were all exterminated. Seeing this, Onoki smiled and said, "Do you know why I said that?" Huangtu heard this, "Then why don't we take advantage of Konoha's weakness to attack Konoha, but let Kuratsuka marry to Konoha?" When Kuratsuka saw his father asking questions, he simply didn't speak and just listened quietly. Onoki looked at his son with an idiot look. Kuratsuka, who was standing by, was very smart and noticed that his grandfather's eyes were a little wrong and his face was not very good. He quickly pulled his father and signaled him not to speak. After a long time, Huangtu stopped and saw his father looking at him with an idiot look. He sighed helplessly and said, "Huangtu, you are still young." Seeing Huangtu's confused look, still slowly explained, "Think about it. Why do you say we know the deaths of Konoha Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo and the two Hokage advisors?" Without waiting for the two to speak, he continued. "Also, the Sarutobi, Mito and Udaten clans were all exterminated. If it was us who did it, would we leak such a confidential matter?" Hearing this, Kuratsuka's eyes rolled around, and suddenly he slapped his thigh and said, "I know." The two looked at Kuratsuka curiously, wanting to see what Kuratsuka knew. Then he said, "If we did something like exterminating the clan, we would never let other villages know, let alone announce it loudly in the village." Onoki smiled and said, "Well said, continue." Kuratsuka saw that what he said was affirmed by his grandfather, so he continued. "I think it should be Namikaze Minato who controlled other Konoha families and Konoha Anbu ninjas." Onoki on the side nodded slowly and said, "Well said, but there is another possibility, that is, Namikaze Minato did not suffer any injuries or was only slightly injured in the battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others." The two were even more scalp-numbing after hearing this, and they couldn't believe it. One person monopolized 4 cage-level strong men without suffering any injuries. How strong is this strength? The most terrifying thing is that he killed all 4 of them. Chapter 54. Huangtu and Kurito were stunned when they heard their grandfather's words. If it weren't for their grandfather's analysis, they would have foolishly thought that Konoha village was extremely weak now. It seems that all this was done by the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze. On the one hand, it was to announce that Minato Namikaze had returned to the ninja world, and on the other hand, he had the absolute strength to suppress any invading enemy, so he was fearless in spreading these news, waiting for the guy who didn't understand the situation to fall into the trap. Seeing this, Onoki continued. "He is fishing. See that simple-minded, well-developed guy dares to attack Konoha village. After all, with his strength, in the current ninja world, except for the shadow-level strongmen of several major ninja villages, I'm afraid no one can be his opponent." But what Onoki didn't know was that the shadow-level strongmen were just bigger ants in the eyes of Minato Namikaze. Hearing that her grandfather spoke so highly of Minato Namikaze, Kuratsuka was so surprised that she couldn't speak, and she covered her cherry mouth with a pair of white jade-like hands. Then she asked, "What does Minato Namikaze look like?" Onoki looked at her granddaughter in surprise, and laughed. "You really asked the right person this question. Handsome? He must be handsome." Before Kuratsuka could speak, Onoki said, "Let me tell you this. In my opinion, there are only 2 men who are both powerful and good-looking. When he said this, Onaki cleared his throat and said, one is the legendary ninja world Shura Uchiha Madara, and the other is the famous Golden Flash Minato Namikaze in the Third Ninja World War. When talking about Uchiha Madara, a trace of memory emerged in Onoki's deep eyes. He remembered that it was when he was young. At that time, he was still very weak. He was not the 3rd generation Tsuchikage of Iwagakure who is now high and mighty. He was just a disciple of his teacher, the 2nd generation Tsuchikage. When he first arrived in Konoha, he saw a tall and slender man with an extremely handsome appearance, exuding an arrogant and cold aura. What is unforgettable is that in addition to this domineering aura, there is also a pair of scarlet Mangeki Sharingan. At that time, Uchiha Madara only glanced at him, and he was like a little white rabbit meeting a big bad wolf. No, it should be said that he was a tiger. He lost the courage to fight. When he thought he was going to die, Uchiha Madara let him go. Onoki still remembers what Uchiha Madara said to him that year. Have you ever seen an adult who will fight a child seriously? Grandpa, what's wrong with you? At this time, the girl's sweet and pleasant voice interrupted Onoki, who was reminiscing. Onoki smiled slightly when he heard it. It was nothing, just recalling some old memories. Then he looked at his granddaughter with a smile and said, what do you think of this matter? Kuratsuka was stunned for a moment and then his face turned a little red. Then he said, Grandpa, I don't have any opinion on this matter, but I don't know whether the 4th Hokage is willing or not. Onoki's smile froze on his old face when he heard it. Yes. Enjoy the future here, whether he is willing or not is another matter. Immediately reacted and said, what's the matter, let alone his wife is dead. Even if she is not dead, we can do the same. He has a son. He glanced at his granddaughter, wondering if she was willing or not. But Kuratsuka said nonchalantly, what's the big deal? The man I'm going to marry is the 4th Hokage. What does that have to do with his son? Besides, the 4th Hokage may not even like me. In another place surrounded by the sea, there is a country called the Land of Water. A woman with a curvy figure sits in the position of Mizukage. She is Mei Terumi, who has just succeeded the position of the 5th generation Mizukage. She is also a very rare beauty. The emerald green eyes flickered slightly, as if containing a pool of spring water. The long curly red-brown hair shone brightly under the sunlight. The pink cherry mouth was full of attractive luster. The blue tube dress wrapped the moving body. The melon seed cheeks were very beautiful, the skin was as soft as frost and snow, and the figure was slender. I saw her pair of white and slender jade hands, looking at the information in her hands, and slowly frowned her beautiful eyebrows. She bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, and her breathing became more and more rapid. Looking at the information in her hand, she asked the flat-headed young ninja next to her, Kojuro, do you think this information is true or false? This is too incredible. Minato Namikaze, who died more than 10 years ago, was resurrected at this time. It is said that he was resurrected by Orochimaru, the rebel ninja of Konoha village, using a forbidden technique. It seems that the ninja world is about to change. It is said that Namikaze Minato also killed the Konoha elders, headed by the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha village. It is rumored that Namikaze Minato also slaughtered Sarutobi Mito and Teitin, the families of Chongjuro. Then he said, do we want it? Mei Terumi heard this and glanced at Chongjuro with her beautiful eyes, and the latter immediately shut up. Then Mei Terumi said, I understand what you said, have you ever thought about other villages? Kojuro was stunned when he heard this, then Mei Terumi looked at Kojuro and said, we are surrounded by the sea and can get such information. Do you think other ninja villages have not obtained such information? Let's see the actions of other major ninja villages first. The leader of the Sand Village, Maki, reported everything that happened in Konoha village this time when he returned to the village. Ebizang and Cho heard that their fourth-generation Kazekage Raza was killed by the rebel ninja Orochimaru of Konoha village. Suddenly, the old man's face became gloomy. This damn Orochimaru! Ebizang cursed viciously. Then she talked about the resurrection of Minato Namikaze and the battle with the one-tail Shikaku, and even crushed the one-tail Shikaku. Temari thought that Cho and Ebizo would be surprised, but unexpectedly, there was no reaction on their faces. Then Cho said, "We already know what you said, I wonder if you three know. Now the ninja world is talking about the resurrection of the fourth-generation Hokage of Konoha with Golden Flash, and he also killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, and Mito Kato-en. Then she did something inhumane." Temari and the other two were stunned when they heard what happened. Ebizo saw that his sister didn't mean to talk. So he took over and said, "Namikaze Minato exterminated the Sarutobi clan, the Utane clan and the Mito clan, leaving only the Shimura clan that was not exterminated. It seems that the reason is that the current head of the Shimura clan, Shimura Danzo, begged Namikaze Minato to let the Shimura clan go before his death, and finally swore that the Shimura clan would be loyal to Namikaze Minato, so he chose to let the Shimura clan go." Kankuro, Temari, and the other two heard that they exterminated the entire clan. Is this something that people can do? When they said this, the voices of the three people were trembling, especially Temari, because she didn't expect that the fourth-generation Hokage who looked sunny and handsome would do such a hot thing. Then Temari looked at the grandmother Cho in front of her and said, "What should we do now?" Grandma Chiyo's face was gloomy, and she slowly said, "There is no other way now, the most urgent task is to elect the fifth-generation Kazekage." Chapter 55. Everyone was delighted when they heard what Cho said. Then Maki said excitedly, "Why not let Elder Cho succeed as the fifth Kazekage?" Seeing this, Ebizo on the side also said hurriedly, "Yes. Sister, why don't you succeed as the fifth Kazekage?" Temari saw that both of them supported Cho to become the fifth Kazekage. She was weak and had no other options. Thinking of this, she bit her red lips and said, "Please let Elder Cho serve as the fifth Kazekage." Cho was a little surprised to hear Temari say this. She was not surprised that Ebizo and Maki recommended her as the fifth Kazekage. Not only was she the strongest in the Sand Village, she was also the oldest in the Sand Village. But Temari's recommendation of herself was a little intriguing, but Cho believed that Temari would not do anything that was detrimental to the Sand Village. Cho slowly turned around and looked at everyone. Ebizo and Sand Village Ninja Maki smiled when they saw this, but the next sentence froze their smiles on their old faces. "I have a better candidate. I suggest that Gaara be the fifth Kazekage." The two of them froze their smiles on their faces when they heard this, and asked in confusion, "Why? Sister Gaara is still young. How old is he? He is only 15 years old. How can this be possible?" Ebizo said anxiously when he heard this. Cho heard her brother say this and smiled at her younger brother who never grew up and said, "You are still too young." Ebizo's old face turned green when he heard his sister say this. "What do you mean he is still young? He is already over 50 years old." Then, without waiting for everyone to speak, he continued, "What's wrong with being 15 years old? Have you forgotten that there was another person who became famous in the ninja world in addition to the Golden Flash Namikaze Minato during the Third Ninja World War?" Ebizo touched his chin with one hand and thought about it. After a while, he slapped his thigh and said, "I remember now. You are talking about the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, Shisui, who was as famous as Konoha's Golden Flash Namikaze Minato during the Third Ninja World War. He used the instant body technique to perfection." Hearing his brother say the name of Uchiha Shisui, he nodded slightly and said, "It is understood that Uchiha Shisui was just a 10-year-old kid when he participated in the Third Ninja World War. Now Temari is 15 years old, so how can he not be the fifth-generation Kazekage?" Hearing his sister say that, Ebizo sighed and said nothing because he knew that it was useless to say anything more. Cho seemed to see that her brother was a little depressed, and then smiled and said, "Don't you and I still assist Gaara?" Seeing this, Ebizo waved his hand and said, "In this case, Gaara will be the 5th Kazekage." Everyone in the Hokage's office in Konoha village sat in their respective seats. Minato saw that everyone who should be there had arrived, so he started to talk about business. "Yui Kurane, you and Kakashi will be responsible for contacting Daming in the future. This is your task." "Yes." Yui Kurane quickly stood up and answered after hearing this. Then Kakashi looked absent-minded, and Hyuga Hayashi beside him hurriedly tugged at the corner of Kakashi's clothes. Kakashi came back to his senses and quickly said to Minato Namikaze, "I'm sorry, Hokage." Minato smiled and didn't care. Seeing that Kakashi had something to say, he smiled and said, "Just say it." Then Kakashi came out of his seat and knelt on one knee in front of many tribe leaders of Konoha village and said, "Please let me join the Anbu, Hokage." Minato looked at Kakashi in surprise and couldn't help but complain in his heart that Kakashi was so brave. "I remember that when I watched Naruto anime in my previous life, I didn't see Kakashi so brave. This should be the real Kakashi." Looking at Kakashi, Minato shook his head helplessly and said to Kakashi, "You sit back first. I have my own considerations for this matter." Kakashi responded and then walked back to his original seat. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Kakashi walking back safely. After all, Kakashi was the first person who dared to directly refuse the Hokage's order. Namikaze Minato sighed and couldn't help complaining in his heart, "When I watched Naruto in my previous life, I felt that Kakashi was holding a love paradise in his hand every day. I really don't know how to deal with it when he gets angry. Could it be that Kakashi always solves it with his hands?" Originally, Minato had a selfish motive to let Kakashi and Yui Kurane perform the mission together. He was close to the water and got the moon first. After all, Kakashi is better looking than Sarutobi Asuma. The two of them. Are you afraid that you won't develop feelings after 2 visits? Second, Kakashi is his disciple, one of the few people he can trust in Konoha village. In addition, Kakashi has a sense of belonging to Konoha, and he is the most suitable person to be responsible for connecting with Daming and supporting the capital chain. In terms of strength, not weak, and there is no need to worry about any danger. As for Yui Kurane, the Yui family, as an old family in Konoha village, would not betray the village so easily. Originally, I arranged Kakashi to go there just to see what Daming's attitude is, and to see if Daming has any tricks. But it doesn't matter. What makes Minato headache is that he doesn't know who to send. For a while, he didn't know who to find. Just then, a voice as beautiful and pleasant as a yellow oriole sounded. "If Minato can't do it, let me go." Minato was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then slowly raised his head to look at Rukia in front of him with a caring face. At this time, all the clan leaders and elite jonin of Konoha present were curiously looking at this short, delicate, and lovely girl, wanting to see what she had to say. Namikaze Minato pondered and asked, "Your spiritual pressure has recovered, can you use your Bankai?" Rukia nodded slightly, "Okay, then you and Kurane Yui go." Just as Rukia was about to leave, Minato grabbed Rukia's hand. Because it was pulled too suddenly, Rukia fell directly into Minato's arms. Minato felt the soft touch on his legs and chest, and he felt hot all over. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto, who was watching the show, felt that everyone looked at his father a little strangely, and couldn't help but interrupt his father's good deeds. Ahem! The two were awakened by the cough, and Rukia was like a frightened deer, hurriedly tidying up her messy dress. Minato was a little embarrassed. If his eldest son hadn't reminded him today, he might have directly hit Rukia's cherry mouth. This was not a big deal. The important thing was that there were a lot of spectators here. This was a bit unreasonable, and then he took out a special kunao. It has Flying Thunder God vertical style printed on it. "Take it." I can rush over if you are in danger. Rukia nodded slightly on her blushing face. Then took the special kunao and Ui Kurane and walked out. Minato felt that there was nothing to do, so he asked others to go back first. Minato was about to go home, and the pleasant voice of the system elf came to his mind. Found the target Jiraiya who can sign in. Minato was slightly stunned when he heard the words, and then looked around carefully, and saw Jiraiya lying on the wall of a female bathhouse peeping at women taking a bath. Sign in. Minato silently said sign in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting a special reward. Minato was slightly stunned when he heard it. It turned out that it was not a critical hit reward, but a special reward that was better than a critical hit reward. Chapter 56. Minato looked at it expectantly, and saw a golden ball of light merge into his body, and then nothing happened. Minato looked at the system elf with a confused face and asked, System, explain to me what's going on, where is my reward? The system elf curled his lips and said, Didn't I give it to you? Minato was even more confused when he heard it. Gave it to me, when did you give it to me? At this time the system elf flipped his beautiful eyes helplessly, and explained to Namikaze Minato the reward you got is a title, this is a special skill. Minato understood a little after hearing this. What is this special skill of the system? The system elf heard it directly, clapped his hands, and a virtual panel appeared in front of Minato. It was written on it, Friends of Women, followed by a detailed introduction. It was written on it, Friends of Women, the attractiveness to women between 15 and 40 years old increased by 50%. Even though Minato was calm, he couldn't help but burst out with a swear word, Fuck, system, are you trying to make trouble? The system elf smiled playfully and said, Hee, you are taking advantage of me. Minato heard the rogue speech of the system, shook his head, and sighed helplessly. This is his own system. He can only do this and spoil it. Minato saw that the system elf no longer paid attention to him, so he simply opened the system wall, looked at the expensive skills, weapons, etc., and looked at his only sign-in points, 50 points. If he hadn't just signed in with the lustful sage Jiraiya and got more than 10 points, he would only have 40 points now. Can't afford anything except the Sharingan? Thinking of this, Minato couldn't help but think of Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. I don't know what kind of surprises she will bring to him. Exiting the system space, Minato looked at Jiraiya who was still peeping at the women's bathhouse. Although Minato stayed in the system space for so long, only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. Minato disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who was busy watching the beautiful woman bathing, of course did not notice the arrival of Minato Namikaze. Of course, Jiraiya did not notice Minato Namikaze, which also shows that Jiraiya's awareness of prevention is relatively low now. That's right. After all, this is in his own village. Who would be on guard all the time? In that case, he would be exhausted before the enemy makes a move. But don't think that Jiraiya is a weakling. He did not notice Minato Namikaze because Minato Namikaze's strength is higher than Jiraiya's now. In addition, Minato Namikaze deliberately concealed his chakra aura, which led to Jiraiya not noticing that Minato Namikaze had arrived next to him. At this time, Minato Namikaze saw that he had come to Jiraiya's side, and Jiraiya still looked like an old pervert. He couldn't help but make comments, Tisk, this butt is so perky, this nipple is so big, I can't help it, I really want to touch it myself. No, I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, how can I do such a thing? Jiraiya said to himself, this must be written into his latest novel, Perseverance Ninja Biography, after all, such a subject is not easy to find. As for his own intimate paradise, I will continue to write it later. Minato heard Jiraiya's self-talk and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Jiraiya is really an out-and-out old pervert like in the original work. Minato immediately had the idea of teasing Jiraiya, so he asked, Do you want to touch it? Jiraiya was immersed in the beauty and couldn't extricate himself, and subconsciously answered, "Of course I do." He immediately reacted and looked at the person who was talking to him. He was shocked. Damn, how did Minato come here? Thinking of the words he had just said, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, when did this guy Minato come here? Did Minato hear all the words he said just now? Even Jiraiya, a senior old pervert, couldn't help but blush and feel embarrassed. Minato couldn't help but feel funny when he saw Jiraiya like this. A powerful shadow-level warrior would actually blush at the sight of a woman. So he said, "Teacher Jiraiya, long time no see." Jiraiya couldn't believe that the person standing in front of him was Minato Namikaze, so he tried to say, "Minato, you are really resurrected." Minato was a little helpless when he heard this, but he still nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Teacher Jiraiya, I am really resurrected." Although Jiraiya came to Konoha village when Orochimaru and the third generation were fighting, he just hid in the dark. How did Minato he knew who came out? It was just that when Orochimaru was fighting with his teacher, the old man of the third generation, he wanted to help the third generation, but he didn't expect that Minato would turn against Orochimaru and help the third generation to repel Orochimaru. In the next few days, Jiraiya did not leave Konoha village because of Minato's resurrection, so he stayed in Konoha village to observe the situation and guard against sneak attacks from other ninja villages. However, what he didn't expect was that Minato not only resurrected, but also killed his teacher, the old man of the third generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo and 4 others with thunder-like means. He even used the means of extermination to make the families of Sarutobi, Mito, and Udadan disappear completely in the ninja world overnight. At that time, Jiraiya wanted to stand up to stop it, but then he thought about what qualifications he had to stop Minato. On the night of the 9-tailed fox, he was away as a teacher, and his disciple's child should have been the son of a hero, but he became a monster and a demon fox in the mouth of the common people of Konoha. Is it the identity of a teacher? Don't joke. As a teacher, apart from bringing Minato to Miyaboka Mountain to learn fairy arts and signing a contract with him, it seems that there is nothing else, that he has given Minato. He was the one who shamelessly asked his student for advice on the Raise Nan. Haha, Minato, what do you want to talk to me about? Jiraiya said with a laugh. Minato looked at Jiraiya in surprise and said, "Teacher, are you sure you want me to say it here?" Jiraiya suddenly reacted and said, yes, you are right. Why can't we do it here? It will be bad if someone finds out. Just as the two were talking. Ah! A scream scared the two of them, and they saw a group of women rushing out in bath towels, shouting, "There is a pervert! Catch the pervert!" Namikaze Minato couldn't help but swear when he saw this, fuck. Then he pulled Jiraiya's arm with one hand, performed Flying Thunder God and returned to the Hokage's office. Jiraiya saw his familiar Hokage's office and sat down on the sofa next to him. Fuck. I was so scared that I was almost caught by those gossipers. If it weren't for Minato, I would have to run away today. Minato was very upset when he saw this. Teacher Jiraiya, you don't care. You are fine. It's not the first time or the second time that you have been discovered and regarded as a pervert. But do you know that I almost died because of you today? I am the 4th generation Hokage of Konoha village. If someone finds out that I, the 4th generation Hokage of Konoha village, peeped into the female bathhouse with you, my reputation will be ruined. Jiraiya, who was standing by, knew that he was in the wrong when he saw Minato Namikaze saying this, and he quickly apologized with a smile, "Sorry, Minato, you know, this is my only hobby. I am also doing this for writing material, right? Originally, I didn't want to care, but I couldn't help but ask, that Minato. Did you kill the old man and Danzo?" Minato raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiraiya and said, "Yes, it was me who killed them." Although Jiraiya knew that Minato killed Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Konoha elders, it was still a little unbelievable to hear it in person. Because in his impression, Minato admired the old man very much, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have let Minato become the 4th generation Hokage. Chapter 57. Minato, why did you become like this? Jiraiya's voice sounded faintly. Minato's smile remained unchanged upon hearing this, and he slowly spoke. Teacher Jiraiya, time is passing, everything around is changing, and people are no exception, right? Jiraiya nodded slightly upon hearing Minato's words and continued, that's true. But Minato, there is one thing I don't understand, can you tell me? Minato was somewhat helpless upon hearing this. Teacher Jiraiya, don't you know all these things? And is there something in the ninja world that you don't know? Jiraiya shook his head upon hearing this, and said. That's not what I'm asking about, I know all these, I just don't understand, since you have already killed the old man and Shimura Danzo and the others. Why did you choose, why didn't he exterminate the Sarutobi clan, the Mito clan, and the Udadan clan? Instead of choosing to subdue the other 3 major clans like he did with the Shimura clan. Namikaze Minato was a little surprised when he heard this and didn't understand why Jiraiya said this. Minato did not respond to Jiraiya's words but said, I wonder if you have ever heard such a saying, Jiraiya. Jiraiya was stunned when he heard this and asked subconsciously, what did you say? Minato looked at him and said slowly, if you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. Jiraiya continued to say, then you are not afraid of other ninja villages joining forces to attack Konoha. Minato smiled and glanced at the white-haired middle-aged man in front of him, and said with a smile. Aren't you, one of the 3 ninjas, the Toad Sage, still here? Jiraiya heard some of Minato's jokes and said speechlessly, facing the shadow-level strongmen of other ninja villages, I can barely hold back too. As for the others, it depends on you. At this time, the smile on Minato's face gradually faded, his voice was as cold as the winter wind, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, if they dare to come, I will kill them all here. Jiraiya was a little stunned by Minato's arrogant words, and before he could speak, he heard Minato's voice again. But you don't have to worry, Jiraiya, they are just a bunch of rabble, they can't make any waves. Jiraiya came back to his senses and looked at his disciple in disbelief, wanting to say something. But in the end, he didn't know what he remembered or put the words back in his stomach. He knew that his disciple would never do anything without confidence, even if it really happened as Minato said. As a teacher, he would fight to the death for Konoha this time, and he would not let anyone who came to attack go. Jiraiya made a secret decision in his heart. Then he looked at Minato and asked. Tell me. What do you want to talk to me about? Minato smiled warmly and said slowly, Teacher Jiraiya, I want to ask you to teach Naruto for a while. Jiraiya said. Yes, but wouldn't it be better for you, as a father, to teach in person? Minato said helplessly. As a Hokage, I have things to do until late every day. Where can I find time to teach Naruto to learn ninjutsu? Jiraiya rolled his eyes and complained in his heart. Fuck, I don't have time. I'm busy looking for writing materials. How can I have time? But on the surface, he still said, so you're targeting me. Minato said. I know I'm in the wrong, so I smiled and said, Teacher Jiraiya, help me teach Naruto to practice, and you will go home with me tonight, and I will cook 2 specialties for you. Jiraiya's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. Minato's cooking skills are very good. Since Minato died, I have never eaten the food cooked by Minato again. So I said. Okay. Since you are so sincere, I agree. Then he walked out and did not forget to remind him before leaving, remember to invite me to your house for dinner tonight. Minato sighed helplessly and said. What's going on? Remember that in the original work, Jiraiya did not take the initiative to find Naruto? Why did it become a dinner party when it came to me? And I remember that in the original work, during this period of time, Jiraiya should have been traveling in other major countries to collect materials. How did he come back to Konoha village? Could it be that in my previous life, I saw a fake Naruto? Is impossible. I am a time traveler, I know whether it is a fake Naruto world or not. This is most likely the butterfly effect caused by my time travel. Yes, it must be like this. Thinking of this, Minato's face showed a solemn look. If this is true, the advantage of knowing the plot well will be gone. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato felt, my power is not strong enough. If my power is strong enough, it doesn't matter whether there is a plot or not, because any conspiracy and tricks are so pale and powerless in front of absolute strength. However, I have the assistance of the system, and it is still very easy for me to improve my strength. In fact, it is not Minato's fault that he is so cautious. Minato is a time traveler and he knows more than anyone else in the ninja world. Thinking of this, Minato sighed and let everything go with the flow. On the other side, Jiraiya found Naruto, who was training in the training ground, and said, "Boy, you are Uzumaki Naruto." Uzumaki Naruto saw a tall and burly man with white hair falling to his waist, a forehead protector with oil on his head, and red marks under his eyes. He was wearing a red coat, brown clothes inside the coat, wooden clogs on his feet, and armor-like equipment on his hands. Naruto looked at the middle-aged man who was about 50 years old and asked, "Uncle, what do you want to find Uzumaki Naruto?" "I was asked by the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze to find him." Jiraiya looked at the blonde kid in front of him and said. Naruto heard this and said, "Uncle, I am Uzumaki Naruto. What does my father want you to find me for?" Jiraiya certainly knew Naruto. He didn't expose Naruto directly just now because he wanted to see if the child had any awareness of defense against people he didn't know. Jiraiya was not satisfied with Naruto's performance just now, but it was okay, at least he was not as stupid as he looked on the surface. Then Jiraiya began to introduce himself. "Listen, Naruto, I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, one of the 3 ninjas." Naruto was stunned when he heard it, and then he reacted and became a little excited. Although he had never seen Jiraiya, he had seen Orochimaru. Jiraiya was actually one of the 3 ninjas like Orochimaru. In fact, in Naruto's mind, he still wanted his father to call him ninjutsu the most. After all, what about Orochimaru? Wasn't the 3rd generation of Hokage, the strongest Hokage in history, killed by his father? Chapter 58. But Naruto also knew in his heart that his father was the 4th generation Hokage of Konoha village, so he didn't have so much time to teach him ninjutsu. His father had mentioned at home before that he would find a teacher to teach him ninjutsu. Jiraiya on the side saw Naruto in a daze and couldn't help but say, "Naruto, you should know that this sage is Minato's teacher." Naruto couldn't help but ask, "Really?" "Of course it's true, I learned the Raise Nan from your father." Naruto on the side was slightly stunned when he heard this, and asked uncertainly, "What did you say just now?" "You just said that you learned the Raise Nan from my father." At this time, Jiraiya quickly covered his mouth, realizing that he had just said the wrong thing, and hurriedly laughed and said, "Did I say that? You must have heard it wrong." Naruto wanted to say something else when he heard this, but was interrupted by Jiraiya on the side. "Okay. Stop talking, it's time to talk about business." He didn't dare let Naruto continue, because he was afraid that if he continued, he would not be able to make it up. If this gets out, he, as a teacher, has to ask his students for ninjutsu. How embarrassing it would be to tell others. Doesn't Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, have any face? Jiraiya stretched out a hand with a serious face, and the wind attribute chakra in his body was running fast. A wind attribute chakra ball slowly appeared in the palm of his hand. With the injection of chakra, the chakra ball quickly grew larger, and there were blue cyclones surrounding it. Naruto was surprised and said, "Is this the ninjutsu used by my father when fighting Orochimaru?" Jiraiya saw Naruto's expression and felt very satisfied. "I can't cure you." The success of pretending to be cool in front of Naruto made Jiraiya feel very satisfied. Because of Minato's resurrection, Naruto did not become Uzumaki Naruto with blonde twin tails in order to practice with Jiraiya like in the original work. You can try to use the clone to help you condense the rays Nan. Naruto was about to use the shadow clone to help himself after hearing this. Suddenly, an idea came to him. It turned out that Naruto remembered, that time when he fought Orochimaru, he used the Nine Tails chakra to condense 2 chakra claws. Thinking of this, Naruto activated the Nine Tails chakra in his body. At the same time, the Nine Tails noticed that his chakra was decreasing at a very slow speed. Although it was very small, the Nine Tails still noticed it. At this time, Kushina also woke up after noticing the abnormality of the Nine Tails and appeared next to the Nine Tails. Her beautiful and delicate face asked with a hint of confusion, "What happened?" The Nine Tails answered, "It's not a big deal." Naruto was practicing ninjutsu, and then the man and the fox saw Jiraiya through Naruto's perspective. Of course, Kushina and the Nine Tails knew, after all, Jiraiya was Minato's teacher. They were also very familiar with Jiraiya decades ago. At this time, Kyuubi saw this scene and couldn't help saying, "Kushina. It can be seen that Minato is really good to Naruto. Look, he even found Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas." Kyuubi's words became solemn, "But I didn't expect, Minato has become so decisive and murderous, not like him at all. Is that right? No matter who has experienced such a thing, they will become disheartened. My wife and I died to seal the monster of me, and the only child of me and my wife suffered such unfair treatment. It is indeed true when I think about it." Just when Kyuubi was still talking to himself, a pleasant and melodious female voice came. "Don't think about it, he is no longer the previous Minato, the previous Minato is dead. There is something strange about Minato's resurrection this time, didn't you notice it?" Uzumaki Kushina said seriously. The Nine Tails was stunned when he heard it, and the furry fox had a puzzled look on his face. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the Nine Tails with a look of concern for a mentally retarded child. He suddenly understood why the Nine Tails was sealed in the Jinchuriki. If it weren't for its strong strength, it would have been eaten up by others long ago. Then Uzumaki Kushina said, "Everyone has overlooked a little bit, was Minato really resurrected by Orochimaru?" Kyuubi said with some disdain. "Didn't you see it? Wasn't he resurrected by that guy called Orochimaru using forbidden techniques?" Kushina was a little speechless but still said, "I'm talking about the real resurrection, not the resurrection of the impure world reincarnation." Kyuubi's lantern-sized eyes widened slightly when he heard this, then he looked around and made sure that there was no one around and said, "What you want to say is how Minato was resurrected." Kushina heard that Kyuubi was finally right this time, and gave Kyuubi an approving look. That look was like saying, "This kid is teachable." Of course, with Kyuubi's worrying IQ, it couldn't see anything, and it just thought that Uzumaki Kushina was praising it. Kyuubi looked very proud, and she was speechless. "I just praised you and you still gasped." Kyuubi, who was getting too proud of himself, lowered his head immediately when he saw Uzumaki Kushina say this, just like a primary school student who made a mistake. If someone saw Kyuubi like this, they would definitely be shocked. This is the head of the tailed beasts that terrified the ninja world. He was so well behaved in front of Uzumaki Kushina like a child. The main reason why Kyuubi was like this was that he was afraid of Minato Namikaze, because he felt the threat of death from Minato Namikaze's attack. It was a fear that went deep into the soul. It felt that Minato Namikaze could really kill it, the kind that will never be resurrected. On the other hand, it also admires Uzumaki Kushina's intelligence. After so many years of getting along, it didn't know that Uzumaki Kushina had such a clever intelligence and scheming. You must know that when Kushina was 15 years old, with the death of Uzumaki Mito, it was natural for the nine-tailed fox to change to a new residence. That is, in the body of Uzumaki Kushina. It can be said that it is very clear from the acquaintance of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato to their love. You must know that no matter what Uzumaki Kushina faces, she always looks careless, and is called Blood Red Pepper by her classmates. Now it seems that it is just a means for Uzumaki Kushina to protect herself. Uzumaki Kushina found that the nine-tailed fox was in a daze and couldn't help shouting, "What are you doing again?" Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox put its huge claws behind its head, scratched its head and said, "Kushina! Go on, I'm listening here." Kushina smiled helplessly at this, and then fell into thought. Kuwabai was watching Uzumaki Kushina from the side, waiting for the next words. After a while, Uzumaki Kushina said, "I have two doubts. First, when Minato sealed you, did he use the Shiki Fujin to drag the other part of you into the belly of the god of death?" Including Minato's soul, Kuwabai nodded slightly when he heard this, and then thought of the weakness when he split, and couldn't help sighing. Uzumaki Kushina heard Kuwabai's affirmative answer. "It confirms the guess in my heart." For some reason, the more she guessed the result, the more excited Uzumaki Kushina was. Then he continued. "By the way, have you seen the ninjutsu used by Minato?" Kuwabai was slightly stunned when he heard this, but still shook his head. Uzumaki Kushina rolled her eyes and continued, "Have you seen the weapon in Minato's hand?" Kuwabai didn't shake his head like he did last time when he heard this, but said, "I have lived for 1,000 years and have never seen such a weapon." Chapter 59. Uzumaki Kushina sighed when she saw the nine tails say this. In fact, she herself knew that it was useless to ask the nine tails. After all, such a weapon was too powerful and was not something that the ninja world could possess. Don't forget the so-called third Hokage, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, although they are not the strongest among the cage-level strong men. But they are not weak. Even for Uzumaki Kushina, if she doesn't use the nine tails chakra, it would be very difficult for her to face one of them alone. After all, although the two of them are old, Shimura Danzo has the cells of the first Hokage. There are also 3 Megatama Sharingan on his arms, not to mention that there is a Mangeki Sharingan in his left eye. Not to mention the third Hokage, who has 5 attributes of chakra attributes and is proficient in various ninjutsu and compound ninjutsu, such as the signature ninjutsu of the 3 ninjas, the daily Anton technique. Such an enemy was killed so easily by Minato, and even the strongest ninjutsu that the two of them performed together was broken by Minato's unmarked ninjutsu. Then he appeared behind the two of them, swung a knife, and the destructive power caused by the flames mixed on it was even more powerful than the ninjutsu performed by the third-generation Hokage and Shimura Danzo together. All these things showed suspicion. After all, in Uzumaki Kushina's impression, Minato was not that strong. After all, Minato definitely didn't have so many powerful unmarked ninjutsu, otherwise he and Minato would not have died that year. Another point that aroused Uzumaki Kushina's suspicion was that Minato said he came from hell, because the Uzumaki clan was an expert in playing various sealing techniques. Although Uzumaki Kushina had never used the taboo of Shiki Fujin, as the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, she still knew something about this ninjutsu of mutual destruction. So if no one goes to retrieve the mask of the god of death, and someone is needed as a sacrifice, the person wearing the mask will cut open his stomach. When the sacrifice cuts open his stomach, the god of death will release the soul sealed in his body. Uzumaki Kushina also thought about whether it was Orochimaru, but soon overturned it. Because it is too troublesome to revive Minato. The main reason is that the ninjutsu used by Minato is too shocking. As Minato's bedside person, how can she not understand Minato? And with Minato's character of considering the overall situation, even if he is angry, he will not kill the third-generation Hokage and the Konoha elders and exterminate them. So Uzumaki Kushina knew that this person was definitely not Minato, but when she saw Naruto was so happy in front of Minato, she could also watch her son grow up slowly in this way, and then get married and have children. It seems not bad. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly felt that it was not so important whether this was the original Minato. Because he also knew that the current Minato's body did belong to Minato, but his soul was another person. But none of this mattered, as long as he could be good to his son. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Kushina's face showed a peerless smile, a pair of beautiful autumn water eyes were tender and tender, like a spring water that moved the heartstrings. Even the Nine Tails couldn't help but secretly complain when seeing Uzumaki Kushina at this moment. This woman was more beautiful than before, less indifferent and more agile than before. No wonder Namikaze Minato was so obsessed with her, but it was a pity that he was a fox and was not interested in women. On the other side, Naruto used the Nine Tails chakra to condense a super-large raised nan with a diameter of 3 meters. Jiraiya, who was watching the show, was stunned. Is this still a raised nan? This is the tailed beast ball, which is more or less the same, but what makes people curious is that the raised nan should be blue, but why is it red? At this time, Jiraiya on the side jumped up. Isn't this the Nine Tails chakra? At this time, Jiraiya noticed that the two Nine Tails chakra claws used by Naruto were holding up this blood-red raised nan. He asked in disbelief, Naruto, you have mastered the Nine Tails chakra. Naruto smiled and said, of course. I don't know why, since my dad helped me defeat the Nine Tails, I feel that the chakra in my body is much easier to control. Jiraiya heard the words and said, it's Minato. Naruto was a little tired from training, but he was no longer tired when he heard this. He enthusiastically told Jiraiya about Minato's glorious achievements, and also told Jiraiya how Minato defeated the Nine Tails with a few moves. Raya looked shocked and proud, as if he had defeated the Nine Tails. Jiraiya, who came back to his senses, looked bitter. He thought that Minato was only a little stronger than him, but now it seems that he is more than a little stronger. He is simply ridiculous. On the other side, Minato saw that the day was almost over, so he walked into the kitchen to take out the dinner he made today, expecting Jiraiya and his adopted son to come back soon. At this time, a knock on the door sounded, clang clang clang. Minato was a little confused when he heard it, but he still walked to the door and opened it. He saw two super beauties in his eyes. These two people were none other than Rukia and Yui Kurane, who were sent out by Minato to perform the mission. I saw a girl wearing a student uniform and a short skirt, with short black hair and a stupid hair on the top of her head. A pair of bright purple eyes looked at Minato Namikaze with love. Minato Namikaze was a little confused when he saw this scene. The other one has a curvy figure, with a big white rabbit on her chest that is about to come out, and white and slender legs. In Minato's opinion, it would be a pity to not ride a tricycle with such long legs. The exquisite and beautiful face is simple, as if it is in heat. Seeing this scene, Minato is completely confused. What the hell is going on? Then Minato suddenly remembered that he met Jiraiya this morning and got the reward for signing in with Jiraiya. That special skill, friend of women. The wearer is 50% more attractive to women between the ages of 15 and 40. Thinking of this, Minato slapped his head and said, damn. Then Minato sat on the sofa in the living room, with both arms held by the two women. Seeing this, Minato felt a little helpless, looking at Yui Kurane holding his arms, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, Asuma just died yesterday. You are like this now, Rukia holding my arms is fine. But what is your appearance? Chapter 60. Minato looked at the two beauties holding his arms and said helplessly, you two are holding me like this, are you afraid that I will run away? The food in the kitchen is almost cold. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open directly from the outside. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Jiraiya, who was standing by, saw Minato being held by two beauties, and his eyes were red with envy. What the hell is this? Why are his disciples being held by two beauties like this? At this time, it was Uzumaki Naruto who broke the awkward atmosphere. When will Dad eat? The training volume today is a bit heavy, and I am a little hungry. Minato was a little stunned when he heard this, and then he reacted. This is his good son, helping him out. So he quickly pulled his arms out of the arms of the two women. The two women came back to their senses when they saw this scene. Thinking that they had just held Minato's arms, they were suddenly a little shy. For some reason, Rukia felt that Minato was particularly handsome today and wanted to get close to him. Although Minato was also handsome before, Rukia felt that he was not so handsome that she lost control. Kurenai, who was standing by, came to her senses and remembered that she was so bold just now and dared to hug Minato's arm directly. She felt her face getting hot and immediately said to Minato, "Sorry, Lord Hokage, you can ask Rukia about the mission. I have something to do, so I left first." After saying that, I ran out of the door and disappeared without waiting for everyone's reaction. Seeing this scene, Minato shook his head helplessly, knowing that Kurenai was embarrassed. He thought to himself, the lethality of the skill of women's friend is really great. Remember that I have not met Kurenai many times since I was resurrected. Although this body of mine looks very handsome, it is not possible that Kurenai, who has only met a few times and has not even spoken to a few words, would fall in love with me. Minato thought that he did not have such great charm. If it was not this problem, it should be the skill of the friend of women that he had obtained. However, Minato was a little strange and turned to look at Rukia, who looked shy. In his heart, he complained, although he would watch the anime Naruto most of the time when he had free time in his previous life, he would sometimes watch Bleach and Dragon Ball. I remember that in the original work of the Bleach anime, Rukia was already over 90 years old when she first appeared. Although this age is the age for ordinary people to be buried in peace, in the world of Bleach, over 90 is just like a teenager. Haven't you seen the captain of the 4th division in the anime Bleach, Anohanaretsu? He has lived for thousands of years, and now he still looks young and youthful. But what Minato found strange was that the friend of women was only attractive to women between the ages of 40 and 15. But Rukia's state was not right either. Minato thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Rukia also came back to her senses from her shyness just now, and hurried into the kitchen and brought the food made by Minato to the table. Jiraiya on the side looked at Rukia's back and was a little surprised, so he took Minato's shoulder and came to the side and said, "Minato, you kid can actually play the golden house and hide a beauty, it can be seen that this girl is pretty good. You two haven't taken the last step yet." Minato was a little speechless when he heard this, so he said, "Of course not, what kind of person do you think I am? Unless it's something you and I are willing to do, you can't force others." Hearing Minato say this, Jiraiya also curled his lips and said, "That's true. Dad, Uncle Jiraiya." Hearing Naruto call Uncle Jiraiya, Minato was a little amused and said inwardly, "You kid is amazing. You directly gave yourself a super generation." At this time, Rukia on the side also came out with the prepared food and sat on the sofa. Looking at the three people with curiosity, Jiraiya said with a frown, "How many times have I told you not to call me uncle, but I am your father's teacher?" Who knew that Naruto would pout and say, "What's the big deal? Let's talk about our own things. I call you uncle and my father calls you teacher, isn't that enough?" Minato saw Naruto saying this, the look he gave Naruto was a little wrong. Damn, is this really his silly son who shouted "I want to become Hokage" all day? Then Minato had a bad guess in his heart. Could his son be a time traveler? Otherwise, according to the original seeing Naruto's saintly character, he might plead for the third Hokage. But in the previous battle, even if he killed the third Hokage, Naruto didn't show any sadness. Then Minato entered the system space and said, "System spirit, come out," and a blonde girl in a blue Lolita princess dress appeared in front of Minato. A pair of white jade-like hands gently rubbed her eyes that had just woken up. The tone was a little soft and sticky, "Host, what do you want to talk to me about?" Minato looked a little solemn when he heard this, and slowly said, "System, are there other travelers in this Naruto world?" The system spirit also realized the seriousness of the matter when he heard this, thought about it for a while, and then looked at Minato seriously and said, "There are no other travelers in this Naruto world, only you." Minato breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this and said, "Thank you, system spirit." The system elf saw that Minato believed in him so easily, unlike his previous host, who insulted him every day as a dog system and a garbage system, and still didn't believe in him. He looked like a gangster. What's more annoying, Omega, is that he is not a system that will kill the host if the task is not completed. So he untied it in a rage, and by chance, he bound a soul that was floating back and forth. This soul is the current Minato. Just when Minato was about to leave, the voice of the system elf suddenly sounded, "Host, please wait a moment." Minato suddenly paused, turned around and looked at the system elf, a little puzzled, not understanding why the system elf called him, and suddenly the voice of the system elf sounded again. But this time there was a little more trembling in the voice of the system elf, and then the system elf's golden eyes looked at Minato and said, "Host, if one day I want to take away everything from you, what will you do?" Minato was slightly stunned when he heard this, and obviously realized that his system was incredible. After all, how can a system ask the host these questions? Obviously there is a story, but Minato calmed down his thoughts and said, "If you really want to take it away, then take it away. Anyway, all of this is given to me by you. If I am strong enough, I will not let you take everything from me. If not, I will die. After all, I am a dead person. I am already satisfied to be able to live in this way."